Yeah, what's up, everybody? This is Black Man Unfiltered. We back in the building. Y'all probably wondering why we laughing. We over here just having a whole conversation. Show that went past the live time. We think we live. We not live. Craziness. But so I would want to, kick it off. And say I had a pretty short week, pretty long week since last time we met up. But everything good on my side. Lance.
What's up?
That's it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You want me to do it again? Okay. So rewind. Hello, everyone. Hello, world. Blessings upon blessings. I'm up there in Kroger's, the K spot. Give me some grub with these food stamps. Thank you, federal government. In between two jobs right now and working on a couple apps, and you should hear about a little bit more about that January. I'm excited. Life is exciting.
All right. Well, I hear all the people.
Go ahead, Lance. Go ahead.
I hear all those people in your background, Lance.
Them the K tunes.
Oh,
Them the K tunes. They be playing the live top 40 past 10, 20 years. What's up?
Okay. All right. Well, Tony, what's going on with your big dog? I just told Megan that the females been really screaming your name in the comments, brother, talking about how sexy Big Tony B is. Hey,
you know what I'm saying? Hey, and when I look at this, especially if I'm rocking my new hat, I see why.
Tony, don't make me come in there and handle you. Don't do that. And for the women in the comments, Tony like diapers. He like diapers size 3.
Oh my!
Damn.
Right. So if y'all would like to send him something, please send diapers size 3 Huggies and wipes.
Man,
That's sad, but it's true.
Man, I'm telling you. What about you, mother? Since you got on Tony so hard.
Well, I know we all Meg fans here, so I just had to big shout out to my girl Meg D Stallion, graduated from the Texas University this weekend with her bachelor's in healthcare administration. Shout out to my girl one time. Forget all the naysayers. She did her thing. Even though she's been on a national platform for the last 2 or 3 years, she was still going to class and she finished her degree. And she is opening a senior living facility, and all of her classmates have been invited to come and work there. Everybody that finished with the healthcare administration degree. So shout out to Meg. She's doing big things. I know we all fans here. Real hot girl shit.
Hey, man, we got somebody in the comments talking about Brian, the sexy one. Brian, you see this?
What now?
Look at the bottom. Come on now.
Yeah, I think she like Brian.
She said that's a lie. Brian, the sexy one.
Oh, well, shit.
Brian, put your number in the comments.
I ain't got to put my number in the comments, man. I'm good. Shout out to her, though.
Yeah, but anyway, so Sierra, you got anything you want to say, baby?
No, not really.
Not really?
Yeah. You can go and get started. I don't want to start over.
All right. So listen, this is what we're gonna start at, guys, and just to get things more serious. I want to talk about the tragedy in Baltimore, man. The murder suicide in Baltimore. I don't know if you guys heard about it yet. We'll start there and then we'll move to our main topic. But for you guys that don't know, guy was fighting for custody of his kids with his ex-wife. Been fighting for a long time, and it didn't work out like the way he wanted to. She went to court and told the courts that he was molesting his kids, and told him that he was a horrible father and all this other stuff, right? And so the courts, they basically sided with her, and then he broke up with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend is pregnant. Well, she was pregnant at the time. They broke up. And she decided to follow suit with the mom. Follow suit with the baby mama, the ex-wife. And so what he did was he got on live and made a video. And he admitted, he said, hey, listen, I just shot my girlfriend in the head. And he said, I'm here, basically he said it felt like a dream. And then he went into saying how depressed he was, how she lied on him. And he said, I just killed her. He said, but I know I'm going to. He said, I'm not going to jail because he said I'm not built for that. He said, so I'm gonna kill. I killed her already. I'm about to go kill my ex-wife, and then I'm gonna kill myself. And so as he was talking, he was standing in front of her house. So she happened to be coming out the door, right? And he saw, here go my baby mama right now. And he ran right toward her. And when he got to the door, he dropped the phone. And the last thing you hear him say, he say to her, today is the day, bitch. And at that point, he murdered her, bro. And then he murdered it, and then he killed himself. I mean, he just snapped and just took her out.
What's your thoughts on it?
I'm about to say you. My thoughts on is this, man. In the world that we living in today, the worst thing you can do to a man. First of all, I want to say prayers to both sides of the family, because anybody losing their child or losing their daughter or their son, that's I can only imagine how they feel. So prayers shout out to the families and prayers out to them. However, I do want to say this. In the day and time, the modern times we're living in right now, men are not putting up with that. Men are way, way out of there right now when it comes to stuff like that. Men are not, I'm trying to be politically correct here, but I just can't. Men ain't putting up with no bullshit no more. And I feel like, and like I said, I'm not justifying anything that he did, because that was wrong to take someone's life. But you never know the mental state of a person when you begin to make up things about him. And as he was talking, if you go back and watch that video, as he was talking, in the comments, people were saying, oh, we know you didn't do it. Oh, we know she was lying. Oh, we know you don't have to do what you just did. Just calm down, man. Just come to my house, And he wasn't listening to any of that. He wanted to end it. He wanted her to be dead for what she did to him. And come to find out today, I saw a couple more things. Brian, I don't know if you saw it, but I saw a couple of more excerpts from what happened. He started to lose his job. He made over $100,000 a year. They told him, they put him on suspension because they thought he was a molester of children and all this other stuff. I'm like, wow. So she really, really, really floored him financially and everything just to say, I want to keep my kids. And
add to that, he was a whistleblower also. One of the reasons why, I think one of the main things why with his job was, he told on a doctor that was stealing prescription drugs and put it inside his locker. So right. I think the hospital blackballed him. And I think that's one of the situations
and I think happened. Yeah, and one of the things the news, one of the anchors was saying today on the news was that situation too, because I was just about to mention that, but I appreciate you bringing it up. It was that, and the fact that he felt like she was using that. The hospital used her saying that he was a molester to get rid of him, right? So they were looking for a reason. But anyway, he lost it. He snapped and he killed her, man. Killed his girlfriend and killed his ex-wife. Bro. So I like I said, I ain't wishing death on nobody. But man, you gotta stop playing with people's minds, bro. You gotta stop playing with people, right? And it reminds me of one of the shows I watched, and I'm gonna move on to you guys. It reminds me of one of the shows I watched, the show Iyanla, where there was a lady there that had 5 daughters. And in those 5 daughters, they were sitting at the table for years. She's been telling her daughters and the community that this man, she found blood in her daughter's panties when they were babies, and he molested the girls. And she told the girls, and the daughters grew up to hate him, right? And it's been going on for 15 years. Now he's been out of their lives for 15 years. They didn't grew up boyfriends. They didn't have kids, grandkids. He never met his grandkids. And so Iyanla did a lie detector test on this guy. On the lady. And she was 100% lying. She's been lying for 15 years. This man lost a lucrative career because he got arrested on the job site for molesting his daughters, right? So he lost a lucrative career. Everybody in the town was calling him a molester, a child molester. He couldn't go nowhere. People had to go get his groceries. Like, it's crazy. And she lied. And Yolanda said, you're a very vile woman for doing this to this man. And she said she did it because she knew she wasn't in the best position to keep her daughters. And she did whatever it took to keep those girls by ruining his life. And this man hadn't even met his grandkids, didn't watch his daughters grow up, didn't see one of his daughters cried and said, my uncle had to walk me down the aisle, right? Because my dad, we thought he was a sick man. But, I mean, that's the world we live in. And if she don't deserve, what does she deserve for doing him that way? But, man, we're going to go up, guys. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We'll go to Brian first, man. Brian, I mean, what's your thoughts on the whole matter, bro?
Man, it's a sad situation on both parts, but regardless of the matter, the man still gotta hold himself accountable, man. He can't get emotional with a situation like that, man. He gotta keep his composure. You know, you can't be selfish, even though the girl said all these things, but them kids still love their mama. So now the kids ain't got a mother because you upset with the mother, but it always gotta go back to the church. You gotta think of these babies before you kill the mother. My suggestion to any man that's going through situations like that, just walk away. Fuck them kids. 18 years from now, you can explain to them that you have tried, you have exhausted every financial means to see your child. But the mother played all these games. So I stepped away. And I waited till you got older so I could tell you the truth. Instead of every month, you shelling out money every month. Every month, you stressed out. I know men that have high blood pressure, men that went to the hospital, men that just broke down. Some of the strongest men, because I understand you love your child. You're going to do anything to see your child. But for me personally, I think a man should just walk away from the situation and let the woman deal with it. You know, pay your child support and just walk away, man. Live your life. Eventually, either she going to come around or the kid's going to come around. But it's better than you killing her, and now the children don't have no parents. So I'd rather you be a deadbeat daddy than you killing a mama because the mama ain't doing nothing right. Because it's a lot of fucked up situations out here, man. And and just to add to one more thing, a Chicago police officer killed his baby mother over child support.
Right.
You know, I think he was going to child support court or something. Might be telling, but he killed her. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, man, it's just best just walk away, bro. Don't stress yourself. Don't get to that point where you gotta kill a motherfucker because she ain't worth it. Let her be alone.
Right. And to add to that too, man, before I, get you in, Sierra, it reminds me another story. I need to look up the name of that while we on here. I'll do it while Sierra's talking. But there was another story, the same situation. Real attractive woman, married, right? Husband, she's a stay-at-home mom. Husband out working, she cheated on him and was having a whole affair on the man. And he happened to find out, one of his homeboys told him, hey, bro, man, look, I saw your wife with a whole cat. He did some investigating, found out about it. He came home from work. He married her. Let me tell you what happened. He married her. She had 3 children, a 17-year-old daughter, a 13-year-old son, I think like an 8-year-old girl, maybe. And he married her with 3 children. He took on that responsibility because she had basically probably a deadbeat dad, right? So she cheated on him. He watched her, got all the evidence he needed. He confronted her, came home from work stressed out, confronted her, walked in the house, grabbed her, beat her, broke her jaw, burned her face real bad, disfigured her face real bad, dislocated her shoulder, broke, I think, her ankle or something, or leg, or broke her leg or something. And then he lined up all her children, went and got all the kids and lined them up in front of her. He shot every one of them in the back of the head. And he said, I have to live with the pain of you cheating on me. You're going to have to live with the pain of your consequences of you cheating on me. And he killed all 3 of her kids and disfigured her to the point she's almost disabled. She's walking with a limp. I mean, if you see the pictures beforehand, beautiful girl, 34 years old, beautiful. And he just disfigured her face, stomped her in the head, broke her jaw. Her face is all sideways now, like they tried to do reconstructive surgery or some shit. And she looked, I mean, it's bad. And now she got to live knowing that her 3 kids are dead. And her husband is locked up in prison. And she's disfigured for life because she decided she wanted some new penis. I mean, but go ahead, Sierra. I'll let you go.
Like, do anybody know like the background? Because like, how do we know there were lies? To be honest, now I'm not saying that there aren't women who lie to get their way and stuff like that. So I would like to know like his background. Like,
But he was successful. If you go look at his page,
no, that don't have nothing to do with him being successful. I'm talking about the background with these women.
oh yeah, well
His attitude, when
right.
he was in these relationships with these women, because I'm trying to figure out, this is my first time hearing about it, but with me being a social worker, I just can't just give my opinion without knowing, because I'm trying to see how do the girlfriend go and do the same thing that the ex-wife have done.
Right. And so
see, that's my thing. I'm
right.
trying to figure out like how.
And you know that people are going to dig up his background once he does what he does, right? To make him look even worse of a demon as he already is. So yeah, the background shows, I mean, successful dude, no history of violence, no history of messing with no kids. He was fighting for his kids.
I mean, I'm not really even on the molestation thing or anything like that, but I'm just curious of how the ex-girlfriend gets on the same side as the ex-wife. I mean, because you can be successful, you can make all the money in the world, but you still an abuser, you still, so I'm just trying to see how the girlfriend would actually side with the wife. It had to been something that he would do. I mean,
but let me
abuse,
push back.
some kind of abuse. I don't know.
But
I mean, I do agree with.
Yeah, let me push back on that. Let me push back on that, because even if he did, because in this situation, I know a lot of men are going to be in these comments saying what I'm about to say. In this situation, a man kills his ex-wife, and he kills his ex-girlfriend, right? And we trying to figure out, why the hell would he go do that? I mean, what's his background? He had to have done something, right? He had to have done something. Why would she side with? But my question would be to the ladies: what if the roles were reversed? What if she killed
I would still
him?
say the same thing.
Yeah, if she killed him, it wouldn't have been the same thing though. It would have been, oh, yep, he probably was beating her, and she was right. She should have shot him. She should have killed him, right? It would have been more justifiable if it was the woman doing it. Right?
I would not say that. No, you can't say right. That's just your opinion.
No, but okay, I'm gonna tell you because okay, go ahead, Sierra, finish up.
No, go ahead, finish what you were gonna say.
But in most cases, not just saying you directly, but in most cases, that's what would happen. The man did it, girl. What kind of he an evil bastard? But if it was the other way around, oh, it'll be a whole story put out there without the news even investigating. Oh, she shot that nigga because he was beating her. Oh, I guarantee you he was abusive. She had every right. She should have shot that motherfucker. That's what would have happened. That's
what's happening right now, because like kind of you just said the same thing. She lied. She said he was molesting the children. Like, how you know she lied? The news says she lied. You don't know for a fact. So you kind of doing the same thing here.
Okay, well, my thing is this: if they have public record, because I watched the TLA today, I'll send you the link. The lead attorney did a thing, and YouTube tried to kick him off today. I don't know if you saw it, Brian, but he, lead attorney got all the legal stuff, and he was explaining it, and he said that in the court documents, in his fight for his children, it is a court document that says that he is molesting his children. That they said that she's accusing him of molesting his children. They had to speak with the children. They talk with the kids. And the kids are denying it, but the mama said they're scared to say something about their dad. So my thing is, so it's like, who do you mean? But I mean, go ahead and finish here. I mean, I don't know. I'm just, this is a tough situation.
Well, I'm not trying to say he wrong for that. He wrong for that, which I mean, yeah, he is. I'm not on that level where you're saying if the roles were reversed. I still understand. I mean, I will agree with what Brian said. I don't think anyone should snap like that. Walk away. I mean, be a deadbeat until you're able to explain to your children. I don't think anybody, and I'm not just gonna say any man, I don't think anybody, man, woman, should carry on like that, should kill their family, because now those kids are either about to go in foster care because he
Yep.
actually killed himself.
Mhm.
If the family do not speak up for these kids, or if the family don't have a good background or whatever, to where the
Facts.
state will place those kids with their family, they're
Facts.
about to go in foster care, and who knows what's about to happen to these children now.
Well,
So he just took
yeah,
those kids' whole world away.
yeah, the
And they not
the
niggas
unrest.
either. Yeah, the kids ain't black either. He had a baby by a non-black person. So I think that I think his ex-wife was she
His
looked
ex-wife,
Mexican or something.
yeah, his ex-wife was. Oh, no. Ex-wife was black. The girlfriend was Hispanic.
Hispanic, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So the girlfriend was Hispanic.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know. I'm just really thinking about the children at this moment, because they're left with nobody.
Facts.
Nobody. These kids gonna have to carry this to the end of their life, to be honest.
Hey, and so
it's. I mean, I'm worried about the kids too, but also at the same time, people always. I used to hear people complain about, their daddy not being in their life, and I mean, with the kind of daddy I've had, I'm just like, you never know when that might be for the best. What if both of these people were disturbed? What if they were all playing games? What if there was wrong on all sides? I think it's unfair to really judge the situation. If she really did something like that, then shame on her, and she put herself at risk. But it sounds like to me, honestly, not even that this man is angry. I saw the video, I saw the way he looked. He looked disturbed. He looked possessed. Too cool, too calm, too collect. And the fact that you still feel the need, there's an urgency for you to let everybody know, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. That lets me know that you're wrong. Because if that person going through that and losing it, they would have just
detected at the front door.
and that would have been the end of it. And you would have saw it in the newspaper. You would have heard it on the news. You wouldn't have seen it on live. So I mean, but like I said, this is the worst part about it is that these kids are without, but they might not even be the worst part. Who knows? This could be their blessing.
I just don't agree with that, Lance, because kids, I mean, like, their mom, dad, whatever, can be their abusers, and those kids still want their mom and their dad. So I'm not going to sit there and say that was maybe the kids' blessings. I'm sorry. I can't say that.
I mean, when kids are abused, they still want something from their parents. I don't think we ever stop wanting something from our parents. That's nothing that's ever going to happen. I think want and desire from your parents, a need for approval and a love and all of that. I mean, people get so emotional about that, but in actuality, I mean, what person does want to be away from their parents? Like that's of course. I mean, that you came out of that person. They were there from the very jump. But I mean, I'm saying we can't judge the situation because it sounds like it was a very crazy, very volatile situation. And honestly, if the mom, like CC said, if the ex-wife and the baby and the girlfriend are talking, I mean, and you notice he didn't say baby mama, like he said his girlfriend. So that further lets me ask, like, well, what was the status of that? Because like, if their status was exes and you still calling her your girlfriend, then that lets me know you have a possession problem. You have
So
a
he
problem
had
with
another
ownership and
girlfriend.
control.
Yeah, he had another
they were done.
girlfriend.
Yeah, he had another
But
girlfriend.
see stuff like that. That's property moves. That's possession moves. That lets me know something about you. You got to pay attention to the person. And I don't know. The energy I got was I felt like there was more to this situation. But also, I mean, they were the type of women to get themselves in that situation and not.
Is the video still up?
Yeah, you want me to play it?
I haven't seen the video or anything.
Yeah, I'll pull up for you.
The video is trippy. It's not even like really nothing happening in it, but it's trippy just the way he acts.
Okay. I think that's what makes me sad from like both sides of it. Like I feel sad too that this man felt like he had no way out of this situation. Just thinking about like mental illness, because I've seen so much mental illness, and we can be transparent. I have huge mental illness on both sides of my family. And so I inherited it. And so I suffer with bad like anxiety and depression. And even though I try to do the work and I do all those things, it's still really hard for me. And like I said, we all family. I had an episode today, like, and it's just it gets bad. And so I couldn't even imagine, I don't really have like just any really too much bad stuff going on in my life. So I couldn't even imagine, dealing with anxiety, dealing with depression, and then you got all these things coming up against you, and it's unfortunate. But women know, I shouldn't even just say women, people know that that's the worst thing that a person could ever say about you, is that you sexually abused the child. They know that, and they know if they say it, whether it's true or not, there's going to always be a loom of guilt around you. That's like if you have a neighbor and they're accused of sexual abuse, sexually abusing a child, that person could be exonerated. It could be proven that they never did nothing. You still would feel uncomfortable with your child going to their house. Nobody would want to let their child spend a night because they're going to always be labeled as the person that was accused of molesting. And unfortunately, people know that if they say that, like that's the thing, that's the jugular, that's the thing to get you. So I couldn't even imagine having to deal with that. I mean, I'm not excusing anything he did in any way. I just know from experience how really hard mental illness is and how hard dealing with mental illness is. And so I just couldn't imagine, having to go through something like that. And even if he didn't have any mental illness, I could see how all those things back to back, we all human, and it's only so much you can take from a person before it starts to mess with their psyche. Like it's only so much. Like you just broke this man down, messing with his job. And it sounds like a person that was in several situations. And again, just going off of what the fact that we've been presented with at his job, he was trying to do the right thing. He was a whistleblower. He found out he was trying to do the right thing, and they used that on him. And then even with his kids, if it is true that he didn't molest them, again, another situation. I'm trying to do the right thing. And he ended up like getting fucked all the way around on all those situations. So I could see how something like that could really mess with a person's psyche and like cause you to snap. Not that, he shouldn't be accountable for any of it, but I could just see how something like that could really, like be detrimental to your mental health and cause you to, just snap. And when you look at some of the different conditions, when you look at severe anxiety, when you look at bipolar, when you look at schizophrenia, some of those conditions, they can be like environmentally induced. And some of the reactions from that do include like, just snapping and having like these, when traumatic
But
things keep happening and happening, it can lead
but
to
to
you
be
snapping.
But to be honest, I mean, with all those disorders that you name, I just don't see anybody snap and go on Facebook or live and do that type of thing. I just don't see a schizophrenic person going on live and
Well,
killing someone, or a bipolar
and
person.
I,
I understand what you're saying. I just don't. I mean,
but
I mean, he
I
could have
have to
snapped.
ask
Who
though, have
knows? I
have
just
you
don't
ever
know.
dealt with mental illness? See, and I'm hoping we can all be transparent. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
You
I
talking about
think
personally? I have a
personally, yes.
counselor. I'm a counselor. I'm a social worker with a counselor. So yes, I anybody who has a therapist, they need a counselor. Your therapist need a counselor.
True.
So I mean, yes, I am, and I'm not afraid to say that. And I don't see myself when I'm in my depressed mode. I don't see myself going on live, taking a picture of myself crying and posting it on Facebook. I mean, I just lay in my bed. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to get up. I don't want
Well,
to
and
deal with
that's your
anything.
response too.
I
It's a lot of people
Yeah,
that
but
have a
I'm
lot of different
saying,
responses. Some people eat a lot. I
yeah,
don't
I
know. Like
know
I said,
some people
I
eat a
deal
lot,
with.
and I deal with mental health every day. I mean, even at my job, I deal with mental health every day. Even with those people, I know, they you come with different emotions, different personalities, all of that. I mean, I've been in this field for a long time. I just don't see them going live killing someone.
I,
I
I
just don't
That's not
see
to
that.
really
say I
fair to
think we
say.
all
I think
deal with it in
it's
different
unfair.
ways.
It's
Like I
really
said,
unfair to
it's
judge
heavy in
anybody's
my
depression.
family, and I've seen an uncle that was a stable man, and is schizophrenic, and out of nowhere, it literally happened out of nowhere. Schizophrenic. It turned out he was schizophrenic, bipolar, and we didn't know the things that he was saying, the things that we were doing. It was just all so foreign. It was just out of control. So I've seen a schizophrenic have a manic episode, and it's out of control. Everything that they do is totally out of character. So, and I know some of these situations that, the typical things that people do, they eat and, oh, like you said, you just want to lay in your bed and this and that. I've seen a lot of that too. But at the same time, I've seen a schizophrenic go manic, and it's not pretty. And Tony can attest to this. Tony, was around for the whole situation. We had no idea. Like, if this was like a totally different man, the stuff that he was doing and the things that he was saying. It was a totally different character. It was not him. And so, I'm just alluding to the fact, or just saying, and again, I don't know this man from Adam. I don't know if he indeed did have a mental illness, but there are manic episodes that come with all those disorders.
He did, mother. He had a mental illness. He was taking medication also.
Yeah, he was suffering from deep depression. Like he was suffering, like diagnosed deep depression. Like he was the bad off. Like
see, this is my
and the main thing that they teach you in school is a person who's in deep depression, they don't kill themselves or anybody else. It's when they in that manic episode, when they're up, when they're high, and everybody think that they are okay. That's when they are killing themselves or someone else.
Yep.
So he couldn't just have depression. It had to be something else.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. And it's like I said, I'm not just referring to schizophrenia. I'm talking about when the mania starts and when they get manic.
That's manic. I mean, that's manic depressive, extreme highs, extreme lows. That's manic depressants. It's a mild form of schizophrenia, but the manic can be extreme, and so can the depression.
And they go into these periods. It's called mania, where it just gets like out of control. And like I said, I'm not talking because I used to work on the clinical side. I read up on that and read on the reaction and all that till I saw it myself in person. My uncle that I grew up with and had been knowing for over 30 years, stable man, never had anything going on, wasn't a drinker, never abused drugs, none of that. And one day it just happened. Clearly he probably had been having and it was underlying and something triggered it. And he just wasn't the person. He was a totally different person. I don't want to, I don't want to embarrass or anything, but so I'm not going to say the specific things that he was doing, but it was out of control, like out of control.
But see, that's the thing about it. We read books and books give you like these perfect scenarios. And one thing we can say about humans, no two people are alike. So it's hard to say what people will and won't do when they have certain disorders. They'll do this or the normal signs of this. Everybody is different. Somebody made a comment in the thing earlier, and it was stated something about the system allowing this to happen, and I definitely have to agree with that. I feel like it's too easy for a lady to just go up and make some allegations on a guy and for people to react and react towards it. It's easy. All they have to do is just say it, and boom, and like all hell breaks loose. So, I'm by all means, I'm not justifying what he did neither, but it's a lot of unknowns about that entire situation. And I can only imagine, like, man, like for people to take your kids, that like your kids are your world, at least my kids are my world. And for somebody to just take it and then to slander your character and just put that on your name as far as you being a molester, like, man, that's like one of the lowest of the low. So, I don't know about him killing his girlfriend, his wife, and himself, but I think if I was pushed to that point, I probably would have did something too. And I'm far from being mentally unstable. I would have just been so pissed off to where I'd have felt like I need to get back at her ass for it or whatever, because it's a fucked up situation. And like I said, the system allows stuff like that to happen. Even like right now, and this a little bit off topic, all a woman have to do is just call the police and say that you touched her, that you hit her. No questions asked, no investigation done. Guess what? You locked up. You in them handcuffs in the back of that car. And it's crazy. It's just that simple. That's why the other lady felt like, okay, well, your ex-wife or ex-girlfriend doing it, I'm going to follow suit. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to get you the same way. And he's like, okay, something, I've dealt with this before. I'm not going through this shit again. I got something for both of y'all ass. And that's what he did. And like that, like, man, like I said, I don't condone that. I'm not, telling somebody to go up and do the same thing he did or whatever, but I can see how he reached that point, man. It's a fucked up situation, and the system makes it too easy for women to just, or for anybody to just make a statement like that, and because they say you're innocent until proven guilty. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because if I was innocent, why am I in jail trying to make bond? You don't get that money back even if you are proven innocent. They don't give you back your bail money. So you and you have to prove your innocence, and it's fucked up. It's too easy.
Man, hey,
I agree.
I feel like, we're in a situation now, where I think that men are at a disadvantage because you're right. Right now, I could go pick Sean up and take her to Kroger's, and Sean can I can say, damn, Sean, took you too long to get back in the car, girl. I got shit to do. And she can get mad and slam her arm in the door and call the police. When they get there, they're not going to ask me any questions. They're going to put those handcuffs on me and they're going to say, watch your head, sir.
She ain't even got to slam her arm in the door.
Yeah, it's just that it's that easy for the system to consume black men. For sure, it's that easy. And don't let them say the R word. We can't say it on YouTube because they flag us. But especially if they say you did something sexual to them, bro. I mean, it's over. You going to jail. They're not asking you nothing. But so Sean, that I see you on the show. How you doing, Suge? You good today?
I'm good. How are you all doing?
Good. So we're gonna catch you up on what we're talking about. The tragedy in Baltimore. Did you hear about it?
No, actually.
So guy breaks up with his girlfriend. Him and the girlfriend's no longer together. And then he finds out that his wife is telling the court systems that the kids that he's fighting for, tells the court system that he's molesting the children. And he's just basically snapped. He went over to the girlfriend's house and shot her in the head. And then he went over to his ex-wife's house as she was leaving for the day. And he saw her coming out and he shot her in the head. And he videoed himself talking about he's not going to jail. He's not built for that. He's going to, I killed my girlfriend already. I'm here to kill my ex-wife. She got to go. And he went in there and he killed her too. Because I guess he snapped because like Tony was just saying, he snapped because he got tired of dealing with the fact that she was telling everybody that he was a molester and messing with his own kids. And so, I mean, what are your thoughts?
That is very, very heavy. Without me like knowing all the details of what's going on. He still made a choice, and that's probably not he made a choice to do that. It's always a choice. He could, maybe he went through a manic, situation. I'm just catching tail ends of what everybody else was saying. But I just feel like he made a choice. He made a decision to pull a gun out. He made a decision to drive across and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to say, I don't know if he has any history of mental illness or anything like that. Even without knowing that, you still made a choice. Of course, that would drive anybody crazy to go through that. But there are always opportunities for redemption. And he wasn't going to wait for redemption. He was just taking things into his own hand. So it's not okay for you to do that. So that's not okay. Just because I just know how domestic violence works, that's just not okay. I don't know if there was any previous history or anything like that. It's just not enough details to kind of make a, full story. It's heartbreaking all around because now you got parents, you got kids don't have parents. Now, they may be going into the system. It's like much bigger than what that moment, that choice that he made to take life into his own hands. So I just don't ever think that that's okay for a person to do that or to take a life. If you can't deal with it, then you take your own life. You don't have to take people with you.
But like Tony was just saying, just imagine being a man that really, like, and Lance as well, imagine being a man that really wants to be in your kid's life. And you really want to do that. And you have a woman that's so vindictive that she would go to the courts and say that you are sexually abusing your children. Just think about that.
The kids know the truth.
And he's still not with him. He still do not have his kids.
Well, the
Yeah.
kids was in his
I
car.
mean,
The kids was in the back seat of his car.
So that's why I said that's why it was kind of weird when they were saying he molested them, but he molested the children. Why the kids was in his car? Why he had the children then? You know, and that's why I said even with him, it was like you can't see your children, but you got your children. You know, so I don't know if he capping either. You know,
Yeah,
so
that's. I mean, I don't know because I
It's
haven't
not enough
seen the video or
details.
anything like that.
Right.
But if he had the kids with him, I really don't. I don't.
yeah, he was just man was in his feelings. That's all.
I just like Tony said. I mean, Tony was just real and transparent as he can be. Most men put in that situation, just like I had this conversation earlier today. Just like the situation we was talking about with the Iyanla situation. If I lost my job and I lost my career and I lost my livelihood in the town, passing by my house, spitting in my yard, and saying I'm molesting my daughters, and I rape. Oh, sorry, I can't say that word on YouTube. And I've sexually, harassed my daughters. If I do that, I mean, if a woman does that to me, and then after 15 years pass by, my daughters have gotten married, they've got their husbands now, can walk them down the aisle. I never met my grandkids, and then we do a lie detector test, and we find out she's lying.
But this is not this case.
But I know I'm saying not this case, but I'm just saying I'm talking about something else that's vindictive, though, Sierra. Like we're talking about different things that can be vindictive. What do you think that she deserves? The lady that told her daughters, "I got your panties and I saw blood in your pants because your daddy did this to you," and then he never did it.
Do you think? I mean, she could have believed that herself.
But bottom line, at the end of the day, you got a choice, and what you going through is better than being dead or in a penitentiary at the end of the day. So I'd rather take all the backlash out here than me being in a penitentiary or killing myself. You just deal with it while you're alive, man. At the end of the day, it's no point of crying about it. You know, we all like you deal with it or not. You know, I guess some people just not strong like that.
Right.
But bottom line, shit, motherfucker, do all at the end of the day, that shit gonna hurt, it gonna bother you, gonna make you depressed and all that shit. But hell, still don't kill a motherfucker and kill yourself and go to prison.
But see, I've heard
kill yourself and go to prison.
Or go to prison.
I thought you say kill yourself and go to prison. Say you're a bad man.
Yeah, you're a bad motherfucker. Kill yourself, wake back up, and then get arrested. That's a bad. Damn. But I mean, I don't know, man. I think that I don't know, bro.
Don't be whiny about it, man. Shit, he's just one of the weak ones. You know, just one of the weak ones, bro. I've been through shit with my baby mamas and shit, but it is what it is. You fight through that shit.
Right, and he was so. And the thing is,
he looked weak in a way. He looked like a nerdy ass nigga in a way. He was he's like a little smart motherfucker. So a lot of nerdy dudes probably don't know how to talk to a woman, deal with a woman. He probably just picked the only beautiful woman that ever picked him, and he just got happy with it. And she wasn't black. Well, one of them wasn't black. So and he's from DC.
Right. But the thing we have to understand is, like I said, I'm not justifying nobody.
Maryland Wild, man. I'm pretty weird out there, man.
I'm not justifying
out there, Maryland.
I'm not justifying anybody being murdered or anything like that. No, not at all. Like I said at the beginning, before we even start talking about this, prayers out to his family, prayers out to her family. Everybody lost something. The kids definitely lost something. So I'm not justifying anything. I just feel like people need to. I mean, you got to get to a point you don't play with people's, livelihood. You don't play with people's kids. Because like any one of us right now, if Tony or I or Brian, you got daughters, you got a daughter, right? If someone came and told me right now that someone did something to my daughter, at any point, you can call me hysterical, you can call me a mental health patient, you can call me whatever, but that motherfucker did. It's simple for me. I don't have nothing. If you touch my kids, that's a death sentence. I'm either you're gonna.
It's gonna be death on both sides because you go to jail, then you lose how many whatever. When there are other alternatives. No, that person, that child will never be the same, but they can overcome. They can. So my thing is, even if the worst things in the world happen to you, sometimes it's going to break you, and sometimes it's going to bend you. Sometimes it's going to do so many different things to you. Just as a survivor myself, you can overcome. You can make a difference. You just because you got pushed to the edge don't mean you got to jump. That's still a choice at the end of the day.
But I think it's
I'm not saying that's going to stop you. I'm
Right.
just saying that there are other options.
I think it's a difference between men and women in that situation, because I know your husband, that's my brother. I ain't no way he can live with knowing that a man didn't violate his daughter and he ain't dead. If that's not going to happen, Tony, I know Tony's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Brian can sit up here and say, "No, I'm good."
They better get him before I get him.
Right. If his daughter,
that's what I'm saying.
If Brian's daughter come home and say she's been violated, we won't see Brian no more. And so we can sit up here and say what we will and what we won't do. But if the shit hit the fan, I mean, for me, I'm just saying, I ain't.
I understand. I understand the need to protect and to kill and to do.
But I see what she's saying though. I totally understand what you're saying. Because sometimes you probably don't need to react. Because if you go to prison, your daughter's still out here in this world alone. So, sometimes, man, you gotta let the system work out. You know what I mean? It don't still make you less of a man. But if that moment now, if you walk up on it, that's different. You know what I'm saying? But if it happened, call the police, go through the proper procedure.
Right. And I went to pull the video up, man. YouTube has removed it altogether. It says that it promotes violence and so yeah, they removed it completely. Like anybody that's uploading it right now. I think TLA did one today. The lead attorney did a video today, and he talked about from the law side of it. He started the video out saying nobody's more qualified on YouTube to talk about this than me. And he said, I've been practicing law for 20 years, and he went on with that situation. But he talked about it, man. He went into the law, and he said he's seen it so many times in court on people that he's defended. He said he saw one situation where he says it's not equal in the courts. If a man does it, they throw the book at him. If a woman does it, they need to try to understand what's wrong with her and get her help. And he's seen it many times where a man has won custody. And he say one case he remembers, she went and picked up a letter opener and stabbed the damn husband in the eye with it right off the court. And they got her mental health. She went to the mental health place for a couple of months, and she's back out on the streets. So he saw it, and a lot of people didn't like what he said today about the whole situation. You have to go watch it if you want to watch it, man. He went in, and he don't care what nobody thinks. So, but anyway. That's neither here nor there, man. I guess we'll leave this one alone, bro, because it's crazy. Most stuff, I guess more stuff gonna come out each week up until, no justice will be done in this because everybody did. The kids, they're gonna be without their parents. I saw here in the article that the aunt has the kids, so they're still in the family, so they're not in the foster Sierra. They didn't put them in the system. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, if the family, didn't.
And he come from a good family too. So the dude who killed himself, his family seemed pretty good. I looked through their social media, and I saw his father. He had a father. It seemed like he had a sister. Seemed like they seemed pretty normal from the outside looking in.
Right.
But anyway, next subject.
Yep. So anyway,
get blessed no matter what. I hope their life is a testimony.
Yeah. So I had a conversation this weekend with Carnisha and Henrietta and another lady that goes to my church. And they were talking about relationships, and they were talking about celebrity relationships, but then they started talking about normal relationships against, with different levels of what men accept, what women accept, what they don't accept, whatever. And so one of the things they said, and I told them that I was going to talk about it tonight, so hopefully she watching, because she said she didn't believe I would do it, but I don't care. She said that it takes a real man. This is what she said, and I told her I was going to make this the topic to start. She said it takes a real man to love a woman who's for the streets. It takes a real man to love a woman from the streets. She said that little boys, immature men, don't understand, and they wouldn't marry a prostitute or wouldn't marry a woman that's been for the streets, but a real man will.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna let the men speak on it.
yeah. So Brian, I'm gonna start with you because I know you're gonna give it the 100% real. Go ahead, brother.
Can you repeat that question one more time?
It's right there at the bottom. Women say it takes a real man to love a woman who's for the streets.
So what type of real man? Like what type of real man? Like
Well,
I'm stunned. I'm surprised the woman said
And
that.
I need to know exactly who are these
yeah.
women from the street. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, what they doing?
Okay, because let me start it off because he started
Because
off.
from nowadays, a lot of people from the streets here.
He mentioned prostitutes. So could I take a prostitute off the streets and make her my wife?
Yeah.
No.
I couldn't. If I was dealing with a prostitute in any shape, form, or fashion, it would be to assist her in her field of business.
Fact.
So and that would be it. It wouldn't be for me to marry her. I just wouldn't. I couldn't. Nah, I couldn't.
So we'll say prostitute. We'll say prostitute and very high, very promiscuous women that have been just out there slinging that thing from the free throw line. We'll add that too because I see.
But that's the thing. If I know this about a woman, if I know she's slinging that thing from the free throw line, if I choose to talk to her, it's only because I want her to sling that thing in my direction. It's not that I'm trying to talk to this woman so that we can get married and stuff like that. Because if she likes slinging it from the free throw line, that's what she liked, and that's what she gonna probably continue to do. I'm not
that's
trying.
my business if I want her. Yeah, I might fall in love with her. I might fall in love with her. That's my prerogative. If I want to be with a chick like that slang that pussy around, I might fall in love with the
pussy. But even with that being said, I feel like I would be setting myself up for failure because even if you fall in love with the pussy, you still not gonna be okay with us slanging it around, right? Maybe you would. I would.
I don't care. Yeah,
well, maybe when she meets you, if she fall in love, she gonna stop that.
Yeah,
are we talking about like an active sex worker, or are we acting like? Okay,
she used to be.
For clarity, I'm just
what's the clarity of this host?
I'm just trying to figure out. Are we talking about
what type of hoe we talking about, bro?
I'm talking about a woman that, say for instance, Lori Harvey. No, we're not gonna say that because I know women get.
No, we're not. We're not gonna say Lori Harvey.
We're gonna say she was definitely for the streets. But I'm saying
no.
A lot of women we done slept with for the streets. Niggas that married women that done slept with a bunch
absolutely,
of niggas don't even know about it. So come on.
But that's me saying knowing about it.
Yeah, me and Tony were talking about that today.
Yeah, so
talking about that today on the phone. A lot of men are married to women that when they walk into a room, the dudes are giggling with their head down. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, what it is.
Damn,
it is what it is. And guess what? He still got his queen though. He happy and she happy.
Right.
But she ain't home no more.
Listen,
everybody got a pass.
Right.
Yeah, one got to deal how many women I slept with.
Right. Long time ago. Right. There was a situation. I'm not gonna say no names because I don't want him to call me and have to whip his head. But there was a situation where a person I know very closely knew about this girl that he's now married to. His cousins ran through her, homeboys ran through her, and he found out about her. He said, "Oh, it's good like that. I'm gonna go get it too," and he went and got it too. Right? And shit, a year later, he having an engagement party. And I'm thinking, and I'm sitting like that. I'm thinking to myself, saying, "No, bro, this can't be true. I can't believe you married her, knowing that the whole crew then banged her down. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you love her like that?"
Shit, some niggas love what they love.
I couldn't believe it, bro. And we have a get together. Your wife sitting right here, and 2 or 3 dudes in this room then banged up. That's kin to you. That's your homeboys. That's your friends.
Man, hoes change.
Told you how good it was, bro.
Boy, I know some bona fide former hoes, bro. There's some good wives.
I'm trying to figure out, are women not allowed to be redemptive? Are they not allowed to change? Are they not allowed to switch gears and make something different of themselves? Do we have to sit up here and really, try to determine value of a woman's vagina that you don't even own.
Yeah, how much she got, man? How much money she got? Shit, that's what I'm looking for, the money.
And it's a double standard too, because a man, even my husband, even Tony have told me that back in the day he used to be for the streets. So what if I was like, I turned a hoe into a husband?
I said I was in the streets.
If I were to say that, but it's not seen like that. It's not seen like that. You told me that you was for the streets and you was out there.
No, I said I was in the streets. It's a difference.
And you clearly from what you told me, you were for the streets.
What was you doing in them streets, Tony?
What was you doing? He was for the streets. He was for the streets. But if you never hear nobody say, "Oh, I turned a hoe."
I know you weren't passing out Bibles.
Hey, Tony.
What the way said, girl, he was slanging it from the free throw line.
Hey, Tony, look at this comment though.
Yes, she is. Carry on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can't talk about Tony no more. Yeah, he had his little fan last week. Yeah.
But you know what? My husband don't mind, and I like diapers, size 3 Huggies, and I like wipes too. If you would like to send me something, that's what I like very much.
Send that cash out, baby.
Yes, let me give y'all my cash app. I'm gonna put it up in the comments.
Hey, and you know what though? Because I just, that question. Now these were the ladies asking this question. So I told them, I said, "Oh yeah, Henry." I said, "Oh, definitely." I'll put it on there and see what they say. Just see how they respond.
I mean, y'all got a good example in the good old word that y'all love to speak about, the story of Hagar. Okay, she was for the streets. She was all up in that thing, and that man took it back.
Go ahead.
Time and time again. So my thing is, how often are we talking about women who are cheating within the marriage? Or are we just talking about women who are living their life free and now they want to get married? So should they not desire marriage anymore? Like, what are we talking about here? That's like men not desiring. You've been out there.
Look at Faith Evans. Let's use Faith Evans as an example. Let's use Faith Evans. I'm sure we probably all done heard about old Faith Evans out there.
Yeah,
she got Stevie J ass.
But look how women proud of that though. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they proud of that old
right.
It's because of how Stevie J treated women. And and I'd be happy.
Women proud of everything. They be proud of getting
the woman that he loved, and she do his ass the same way he was dogging out women. I'd be happy about that. I do.
Hell, I married Faith Evans.
He was on Instagram crying. Baby, for 15 years, he was out on VH1 dogging out me, dogging out Joseline and me on there looking a goddamn fool. And I'm glad the tables are turned and your ass out there looking like a fool. And apparently she was cheating with a man in his house. I'm glad it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. So I was glad he got a taste of his own medicine.
Who we talking about?
Hey, I'm in Kroger's. I'm in Kroger's. Dang it.
But the thing is, like me personally, I think dudes are just taking this just for the men. I'm trying to hold them accountable right now. Jesus. What? Dudes are putting too much stock in this shit. They putting too much stock in it. They worried about, like Sean just said, she had a valid point. It ain't yours. It's just your turn, homie. So what are you worried about? It's not yours. It's just your turn. So your woman gonna do what she gonna do with it. She gonna take that coop and do whatever she want to do with it. You can't control that. You can't keep her in the house and lock her down and lock her in the closet. When she leave that door, she got a work husband sitting at the job like this. So what are you worried about it for? I mean,
it's such a double standard, though, Dwayne. It really is.
Who's stressing themselves? I mean,
because men are doing a lot of this same stuff that y'all are trying to crucify a woman for. Like, and what's so crazy? Y'all want a freak. Y'all want all this stuff, but you don't want a woman to explore her sexuality at all. All this stuff y'all want, a virgin is not going to be able to do that. A virgin, how y'all want us to swing from the ceiling fan and make it squirt.
I want my woman to go through that whole phase before she gets
all of that.
Me.
A virgin is
I
not
ain't got
time
to teach no woman at the age of 39.
So what is it that you want? You want a freak?
Yeah, I want me a hoe. Give me a hoe.
Like what y'all want?
A hoe with a bag.
So, Rob, we know what you're looking for, but we talking about
hoe with a bag.
You really don't care as long as she got a bag.
I didn't realize. I didn't.
Yeah, I gotta catch me up.
Every woman I deal with makes some money. You know, and they know how to have sex. So I know they done fuck some niggas. I'm 39. These women probably have 25 years of sexual experience. You see what I'm saying? But they in corporate America. They ain't, you know, they some like y'all, some of y'all sisters be on here, but they know how to suck some dick. So I can't just get on here and act like at my age that these hoes, I mean, these women ain't getting out here getting their hoe on before they met me. They still cool with me. They still cool with me.
I mean,
and K-So young, see K-So 30, I'm 39, K-So. I can't meet no woman young like that and grow with her. Most of these women already got their stuff together, so I got my stuff together, and we just put ours together and keep going. A lot of y'all met y'all people at a young age. I'm 39, bro. If I meet a woman right now, well, I'm gonna try to build with her for. Nah, man. I already got my stuff. You got your stuff. Let's move
Brian,
on, baby.
so hold on. So Brian, let's derail the train a little bit, and then we'll get
Let's
back on
go.
the so
I'm sorry.
Do you feel as if, because I was on a platform the other night, I partly agree with some things, but not everything, and they were talking about the leadership role of a man. And I hear you say a lot about men, you know, you want a woman with money, she got money, I need her to have money, she got money. But these guys on here were saying that the men are supposed to have it where the women, even if they do work, they are not considered to be, their money shouldn't be important. The man should pay all the bills. He should take care of the house. He should manage the money, right? His wife shouldn't be out here paying no bills and all this. So how do you feel about men that feel like women shouldn't have that they feel like pressure is for shoulders and not for hips?
I can't knock that, because once again, a lot of these guys that speak like that met their wives when they were 18, 19, or in their 20s.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 39, bro. I failed in relationships. So throughout my life, I just learned, like, man, I didn't try this, just didn't work. So the next woman I meet, she got to have some. You got to think I got custody of my children. So I can't take care of a woman like a man can that's a every other weekend daddy or don't have kids. So I can't spend money. So I have to be with women that can sustain them on their selves. And these women still treat me like a man, regardless if they make more than me or whatever, just what I accept from a woman. You know what I mean? So yeah, I prefer to be with a woman that's financially stable.
To take care of you. You just you want her to be able to support herself.
But because I noticed something when I did take care of the woman, I noticed I was a little more stressed, and I was lashing out at her because I was taking care of her, because I was looking at her like a child. But when I noticed, when I started dealing with women that make the same amount of money as me or more than me, I noticed that money was never an issue. That we could talk about each other. We could talk about love. We can talk about other things. You see what I'm saying? Instead of when I was dating women, that finances was low, it was always trying to get them out the rut, trying to help them with their credit, try to do this. So I said, you know what? Let me pivot over here. Let me deal with the educated woman or the business woman that make this type of bread. And now I can get to know her instead of us always talking about what I can do for her. Like, no woman ever came to me and told me what I need to do for her. Never. I never had that issue at all, because I always give women they can do for themselves. And if I decide to do something, I will.
I'm glad you were honest about that, and you admitted that, Brian, because I've said time and time again, sometimes women get it twisted, and they be saying that they want a man to take care of them and all this and that. It's a lot of control, and it's a lot of power
I'm gonna control you.
And the way you said that you thought about her as a child, because and I've been in that type of situation before. I never want to be with a man that I'm relying on 100% for everything, because not all men, but it's a lot of men that if they're taking care of you 100%, it's a lot of control that comes along with that.
Oh yeah. I can't, but I don't know what other men do for themselves. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys.
I'm not knocking anybody's situation either.
Yeah. And woman never emasculated me or anything, because that's what I'm just don't allow. So most women gonna respect me for who I am. So anyway.
So Tommy B, what's up, boy?
What's happening, boy?
What's up, K-So?
What's up, man?
So Tommy B, man, hey, glad to have you on, bro. So I mean, what are your thoughts, bro? It takes a real man to love a woman for the streets.
Man, a wise man said that what they say, a key that can open up every lock is value, but a lock that get opened by every key is trash. It is what it is. Shit ain't equal. So, you feel me? That's just what it is. I mean, it's weird to me though with women because like the double standards that favor them, they ain't got no problem with them. But then the double standards that don't favor them, you know, they up in arms about it. You feel me? So I mean, it is what it is, and they most women know what it is. You know that, you know, dudes ain't looking for somebody that's ran through. It is what it is. It ain't fair, but it is what it is. And to be 100 with you, as far as with the dudes, most of the dudes, if they in the streets like that, they know how to sling dick better. Let's just keep it 100. So it is what it is.
And my whole thoughts about that, because at no point do I want to feel like if I'm at work or something like that and my woman's off or whatever, that she's out there doing something, you know, or even feeling like if she at work, she out there trying to do something. So that's why I wouldn't go that route and pick a woman that I know was out there for the streets. Like, I mean, if I don't know, I don't know. I mean, but eventually I'm sure you'll find out if she hadn't changed. But if I wouldn't set myself up like that. I wouldn't. I can't be worried about if Jody sitting up there creeping in my house and shit while I'm at work and shit. Nah, hell no.
Hey, I got a question for y'all. I got a question for y'all.
Ran home just to make sure
I got a question for y'all.
Somebody crazy shit, bro.
Tommy B and K-So. I ain't gonna ask Tony B and Black Man Unfiltered this question. Let's say you a cheater. You cheat. Yeah. You a cheater, right?
Yeah.
And your old lady cheat also. Let's say she caught you cheating and she got back at you, and so she cheated on you. Would you leave her?
Yeah,
would you leave her?
You fired.
What about you, K-So?
Yeah.
Oh, you married too, K-So? My bad.
I am married.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
But I mean, you know what? I'm gonna keep it 100 with you though, because and women don't understand this, but us as men, I mean, we can do it with no emotion. And again, it ain't fair, but it is what it is. Most women, when they go there, it's usually emotions attached and all this and that. Is there times that it can't be? Yeah, but
they just know us.
Well, I wasn't even going to come from the standpoint of how women and men cheat differently. I was just going to come from the standpoint of how we take cheating differently. You know what I'm saying? So I believe, I mean, just to keep it 100, if a woman cheats on a man, that hurts a man's ego, like 100%. We don't like that. I mean, if we just keep it real, and so we out because we're not trying to deal with that. So I mean, I not to say I don't agree with you, Tommy, but I think I don't even think that's it. I just think for the most part, it's just like, nah, I'm not about to be with someone because we don't like to share our women at all.
That's true. Hey, I'm gonna be straight up with you. If it depends on me. Sometimes I gotta look at myself and say, why did she cheat? Was I not communicating? Hold on, just to hear me out. This is how I look at it. I look at the bigger picture. What am I gaining if I leave this motherfucker?
Yeah.
What am I gaining?
Peace of mind.
You know what I'm saying? I look at cheating.
But you cheating too.
If I cheat, I can't really get mad at her for cheating also. We both gotta get over this shit. We both gotta make this shit work. That's how I look at it.
Well, I mean, anyway, just that scenario from the beginning.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, if I'm not cheating, hold on.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like,
if I'm not cheating, she cheated.
Yeah, me either. But like, that's just a toxic relationship, anyways. Like everybody's out here just cheating. I don't really like that scenario. Everybody's just sleeping with different people. But I mean,
condom, get some money out the nigga or something. Shit.
Right.
I'm glad Brian said that. I'm glad. See, this is what would make me mad.
There you go, Tony. Come on, Tony.
If I would find out my wife cheated on me and she got a goddamn Taco Bell dinner and a damn you look good today.
I'm gonna get that money.
Tony. He bought her Chinese dinner and told her she cute, and he getting the what?
Obviously it wasn't about the money.
I think that's one of the biggest issues because
paid us, right? It was clearly about the intimacy.
You just proved my point there. You said obviously it wasn't about the money
necessarily.
What you say, Tommy B?
What point did I prove, Tommy?
She just proved my point when she said obviously it's not about the money. Exactly. That's the problem is like to keep it 100 with you, like when I was in the streets, it wasn't no attachments, and like it's a lot of people who ain't never been there before that don't even understand that. Like I talk to people that ain't even understand how
That's
you could
one
smash
scenario, not all women.
Huh?
But, I said it's not. It's one scenario.
That's
in that
mostly
situation.
when they cheat though.
That's in a
No.
that's in a certain situation.
But usually
Hold
a
on,
woman
wait.
cheats
What's in
because
a
she
certain
liking
situation?
something. Whether it's
Hold on,
I'm referring
intimacy,
to
whatever
if a
the
woman,
case is.
if a woman accepts the Taco Bell, obviously it wasn't about money because she can have a man at home that provides that money.
Yes.
So or she has her own money. So it never was
She get a
about.
nigga
I know
the
some
money.
men. It
I
wasn't
get the
about
money
money.
out the married woman, boy. That's
No,
that's
but
the
no,
game
So
right
why
there.
would women cheat then? So why would
But
women
that's
cheat
what I'm saying. It's
Why
the
do women
emotion.
cheat?
In most cases, it's because
Is
a
that
woman is lacking something at home.
I mean, here's
That's
the
a
question.
rhetorical question.
If your husband had to work 90 days to get the coochie and a nigga at your job smashed off a taco, a real question had to ask, why do
There
you
you
have
go.
to work to get the coochie?
That
It's
man
about
could be
security.
fooled.
It's about security,
Because
bro.
look, the
It's
guy,
about
Brian said
think
it.
about it.
Brian said, I know that I am going to be controlling. That man could be very controlling. There's so many different factors outside of that. It could be
Man, when
he's
a
a
woman
mean
emotionally-
person. It could be all kind of things.
Yeah.
He could beat on her.
Man,
Like,
women
it could be
women think
anything.
about that
Whatever you
emotionally.
lacking at home, that's most of the time why a woman is gonna go out of her if the sex ain't right, if the intimacy ain't right. Women,
the sex
she
getting
could
out
be
right,
looking
though?
for different
Well,
things.
Then she give you
I
the
don't
bad
think
But once
news.
again, that's all
When
dealing with
does-
emotions
when
and
does the sex
feelings,
not get
though.
right,
That comes back to what we originally said.
Women are emotional. Women are emotional.
Exactly.
See,
But
but
black is
Tony,
all
Tony,
the
Tony,
Tony,
Tony, like
Tony,
saying
look,
that.
I have a
But when I
statistic.
said that, everybody was shaking their head.
Right, hold on, Tony. I got a
It's not
statistic.
just emotional because
so does
men
the
can
cry on the
definitely
dicks rod later.
emotionally cheat. Don't
No,
act
no.
like that is a primary
Hold
trait
on.
of a woman.
I never said that.
I'm
men
not talking
couldn't.
about that. I'm talking about some other people. But
Oh, okay. But no, but I'm saying generally, that's why I always say like a man could cheat and still love a chick because niggas make stupid mistakes. Niggas put themselves in stupid situations.
And men don't put
where they cheat.
value on their private parts like women. Think about it. Women are like locks. Men are like keys. Think about it. A woman has a value behind her lock. So if any key can open up your lock, is your coochie valuable? I mean, I'm just being very fair here. Have you ever heard a dude say, I'm gonna make a chick wait 30 days to smash? But you have here women that say, what? I'm gonna make him wait. Think about it. You're valuable.
Sir,
I hate to say this.
artist.
If
Sir.
women are valuable, if women are not valuable, then cool. We won't look at them.
They-
As if women are not valuable.
But
or not.
who
That's like-
determined
Then
that
that's gonna be a
value?
problem there.
Patriarchy
Exactly.
determined the value of a woman's vagina.
Okay.
And
well,
why
then
can't
you
it be equal to a penis?
Well,
Nobody
no,
says
because you
nothing about
have
a
a
man
sexual
that's messing with a
marketplace.
bunch of
I
women.
like
About the
But
sexual
don't you want a
marketplace
guy to
value,
hold
though.
you to a valuable? Don't you want a guy to make you feel valuable? You're a queen. So now,
I
when it
want
comes to
my
sex, you don't
man
want
too
to be
to
valuable.
value himself. I want my man to value his penis and to value himself too.
But that ain't how it works, baby.
Okay,
That
I gotta
ain't
say like
how
this:
it works.
if you see your guy in a porno,
Tell
would
y'all,
you
because
say,
y'all on that
hold on,
double standard.
time out. If you see your
It's
guy in a
always
porno with
double
two
standards.
chicks,
That's life.
are you not gonna talk to him? If you see a guy in a porno with two chicks, are you not gonna talk to him? But if somebody see a picture with a video with a woman getting a train ran on her, I think all guys are not gonna just be like, "You let a nigga do that." Come
You
on, let's
said
be fair.
if we see a guy in the corner with two chicks, what would
If you
make that
see your
attractive?
husband, when have a woman ever changed the timing to let a guy go away because of that? Have you ever heard a woman? I ain't gonna talk to him because he's a porno guy or he's been in the video with two girls. I ain't never really heard it.
No, I'm not into that.
So a woman doesn't have standards. They can't say
Exactly.
no.
I'm not into
That's
we
odd.
don't like community dick either. Have you ever heard of the term a community dick?
But
That's
then-
what they
hold on, but
talking
didn't you
about.
say that-
I don't
That's a lie.
want no
Hold on.
community
But
dick.
didn't the woman just
That's
say
a lie.
earlier that if the sex is whack, she'll go find it somewhere
No,
else?
I don't
Didn't y'all
want.
just say
That's
that
me
earlier?
for
If the
Right.
myself.
sex is-
I
Understand?
don't want
Hold
community
on.
dick.
Hey, artist, hold on.
Hold on, go
Artist,
ahead,
hold
Tom
on.
B. Go ahead, Tom B.
It can't be community dick if they don't want it.
I said me for myself. I
No,
ain't talking
you,
about
but you
guys
don't know.
because
You
at the
said
end of the
y'all
day,
don't want community dick. It can't be
No, not
community
me.
dick if the
Not
community
me.
don't want the
No,
dick.
sir. No, sir. First, dick is 24 a penny.
That's true.
So we got choices too. I mean 24
No,
a penny.
don't
So
stop
we
that,
got
bitch.
choices
Don't,
too. And they
don't
24 a
But
penny.
there's a
I'm
reason
not, I
why
don't want
that's
no
That's a
community
lie.
dick.
it's community dick though.
But a lot of
It's
times
24 a
when
penny.
we
24 a
talk
penny.
about these
There's a
scenarios,
reason why they say dick
Go
we
ahead,
gotta
Nico, man.
we gotta be able to take ourselves out of it because a lot of people what they tend to do is we go, well, I wouldn't do that and I wouldn't do this, and that might be true.
No, I
Right?
state.
Because you might be a woman with standards, but we got to look at the general population and the people we know and our experiences and what are people doing in our everyday lives? What are people doing? You know what I'm saying? As we walk down the street and we see people and how they interact, and that's how we have to look at things. So even though you might not do that, and I don't think you would, there's a lot of people that would.
There are sex workers getting married.
Baby mamas and baby daddies and things like that. Usually one man and like 5 baby mamas.
Hey, now, hold on, let me say this.
Hold on, real quick. You have to see both sides of that too, K-So. Because I think sometimes the black woman gets portrayed as if we okay with that and if we good with, just dealing with the community dick, and that's not really what's true. All the women I roll with, all the women in my circle, and I'm not gonna lie, there was a time in college where we was okay with community dick, but now, and I'm not saying telling me that there might not be a time in people's life, but when you mature and get to it, so like I said, all my friends, they are not okay with that. Yes. They are not okay with it.
I agree.
We have standards,
but that's not because I'm older. But when I was younger, pass this motherfucker around.
Hey, listen. So I'm gonna say this real quick. This is a stat: 36% of women in the workforce cheat with their coworkers that are married.
That bitch ass work husband.
What did you search, Joe?
They are married.
What were the words that you searched?
Married.
What is that number about husband?
So we talk about the sanctity.
I need the exact phrase that you searched.
Sierra, you done woke up?
That's for men.
Look, the first
work husband is the best position to be in.
Yes.
All you gotta do is listen to her problem.
Yes.
Man,
put it on the
work husband is the best position.
I'm gonna tell you one thing, man. The one thing the military showed me, I mean, all 10 toes, man, women move around. Married, single, with a boyfriend, it don't matter. They move. All them Marines that go overseas, they wives be out there getting it the whole time. Man, come on, man. Y'all can't act like women don't move around. That's what's the funny thing about the internet, though, is common sense shit. You always run into people that never, I never seen this before. I've never had a friend like this. Like, come on, keep it 100. Women move.
Oh yeah, they out there, bro.
It says women don't move. I'm trying to figure out what's the issue with them moving. That's
understand.
What's the issue?
It's not an issue. Just understand what comes with it. See, this is my thing. Do you not think there's double standards for women towards men?
Of course, there are things.
Y'all don't fight them at all. I ain't never heard a woman fight the fact that you could beat the shit out of a man and a man can't beat the shit. I've never heard a woman fight that.
You should keep your hands to yourself. But
y'all fight that shit to the death.
But that's changing now.
That's now, but not all. That's not.
Yeah, it is changing now. It really is changing. They're either taking both of them as well, or they're taking the woman as well.
Let me give you a perfect example why it's not changing. They literally have pranks where they have a small ass chick nutting up on a big ass dude, and everybody walks past that shit like it's nothing. They literally switched that situation around, and you got all these Captain Save-A-Hole niggas to the rescue each and every single time. That shit ain't changing.
Well, I'm talking about with the police. Let a woman hit a man, call the police. I bet she goes to jail.
Wasn't that Stacey? Didn't
the one with the baby? Is her name Danny Lee or something? The baby's his baby mama. She was fighting on him, and they arrested. She got charged and everything.
I ain't got that, bro. Simple assault.
Come on, come on. She out.
She got charged.
Simple. No, I give it to you though. That's a step in the right direction, but simple.
Yeah, she got charged.
But I'm saying, we're saying like it's changing now. You're saying it's not. Like it has. Like it's not changing. Period.
There's movement.
I give it to you. It's a little bit.
They're moving into the right direction.
Because here's the question: why Cardi B not in jail for some of the things
I think they're just holding. I think they holding women more accountable than they did before. Because
that's progress.
Like my brother getting stabbed in the jaw and shit. Like, they kind of moving it a little bit more in the right direction. But it's always gonna be y'all gonna be able to do more to. Like I tell women all the time, y'all think y'all fist is made of like flowers and feathers. Like them shits can hurt too. I ain't saying that you're gonna dog walk me, but you can hit me the right time in the eye, and my reaction gonna be to slap the shit out you. If you touch me right,
you do gotta do that.
I had to grind my teeth like dog, like.
That's why
the history of domestic violence is still very large and committed by men. domestic violence.
That's because men don't. That's because
Men don't report it.
Don't
Right.
report ours.
True, I can get that.
That's probably like
But
a
I'm just
marriage
saying,
or something like
there's
that.
a lot of
on the
women who
other
don't
stuff.
report things too. That's on both
I'll put this
sides.
on the other stuff.
However,
I'm
the ones that are
sure
recorded,
the fact that a 5'3" woman was comfortable enough to tell me I'm not scared of you shows you what the fuck goes on behind closed doors. Now, imagine a dude just 5'7", what they got to go through. I had a chick 5'3" tell me, and I'm 6'4", I'm not scared of you, and I'm looking at her like, you can't do nothing with this. You can't do nothing with this. You better go grab something. Like it's crazy. But that's because of that. But that's because of how protected y'all feel, because y'all know what it is.
Where y'all be finding these aggressive
Nobody
women
put
from,
their hands
though?
on each other.
Huh?
Brian,
I don't think
Brian,
anybody
I said,
put
where
their
these
hands on
aggressive
each
women?
other.
Brian,
Y'all be
I
finding
ain't gonna let you do it
aggressive
tonight,
women.
Brian. I ain't gonna let you do it tonight, Brian. You talking about where do you find these women that they every fucking where?
I
You hiding
said,
under
yeah,
a rock.
aggressive.
You
I
hiding
said
under a rock.
aggressive.
They
I
everywhere.
said aggressive.
They
women.
everywhere. Everywhere. Hell,
Well,
go
I
Talking
mean,
about.
no, but
go
see,
take a
but
walk
Brian, they
downtown.
can
Do
talk
you
to
like
talk.
aggressive?
Brian,
They
Brian,
everywhere.
they
Talk to
can
me.
talk the talk, but walking the walk is a whole different thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like this internet. It's a lot of people that talk that talk, but then you get face to face, and that's a whole nother
Right.
thing. And that's all it was. It was
Internet
talking, I
gangster.
ain't scared of you. Oh, you ain't gonna do shit, all this and that. But it's like, okay, but what you think gonna happen if you put them hands on me? Like, you think you gonna win this situation? Like, come on now.
So
It's
here's
just
Look at
not right.
Rihanna.
Either
Rihanna thought
way.
she was gonna win that situation.
So
And,
did.
Rihanna.
and let's not forget, nobody talked about Rihanna's part in that situation at
Nobody.
all.
Nobody.
Because I do
Nobody.
have to say, even
Hold
though
on,
I
hold
was
on.
feminist and all that stuff,
Chris Brown did go
sometimes
on to
women
Probably
do
because she
things.
didn't swell up
I gotta
with
say,
a big
Chris
ass
Brown
Yeah.
did
bone
go
on her
on to lead
head.
other women.
No, I agree he went too far,
Yeah, yeah.
but she still had a part in it. It was never
She did.
addressed.
She
A
did.
man don't bite somebody as an offensive attack. That's defensive. He bit her. That's you trying to get her
Oh, he
off
bit.
of you.
Oh, he built her too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he bit her.
Yeah, that's all.
He trying to get her
But
away
she
off
spit
of
on
him.
him and she threw his keys out the window and all of that stuff.
Yo,
Yeah, I
Brian
knew
is
about.
wild.
That,
I
right?
thought he
Like,
hit her because he
she's so
threw
much
the
smaller
keys
than
out the
he is.
window.
So part of that
Nah,
was the optics of it.
she went off. She seen the
She was
text message. She
fighting.
went
She
through his
spit on
phone
him.
and some chick
Okay.
texted him. And
Sir,
when she seen the text message, she went
They was
bad on him.
scrapping
and
like
told him,
some
yeah,
animals
Yeah.
like, you
in
know.
that
She
car.
was fighting
And
him.
Sir
mind
Hale in
you,
the
now,
Sir Hale in the building. Sir
shut
Hale,
up,
what
bro.
you got for us today? Why?
That's hilarious.
Well, just listen to this conversation. It's a lot. Like some of the perspectives are interesting.
Yeah.
Like the recovering woman for the streets. That's a really interesting conversation. That's really interesting. I was listening to everybody's perspective, and that's a real interesting kind of thing. I think Brian has more of the realistic approach, like accepting people. Like if you over 30, 25, you're gonna come with some experience. But
yeah.
Guys,
There's
we
some
don't use
40-year-old
facts
boy.
when it doesn't suit us. And the stats and data suggest that the more partners a woman has, the less likely it is that she can pair bond with the person she is, and the less likely she'll be happy in a marriage. So we instinctually know that, but culturally we don't want to accept it because we think that we should all be equal. But there's stats on that, y'all. So that's what
I
that's
gotta
what the
disagree with you, man. I gotta disagree with you.
disagree with the facts.
Let me see. I have. Now I ain't gonna say I was in a relationship with a hoe. Hold on, just listen to me. I ain't gonna say
Lord
I was
have
in a
mercy.
relationship
Starts
with a
off
hoe.
with the hoe.
But hold on.
He just starts
But
off with the hoe.
I was.
Let me
But
tell you
we
about
we,
my
we
had
all
something
have
going on.
we all
Okay,
have been. We all got one.
I know,
Yeah,
it's just
listen,
funny how he
I'm
started it
gonna
off,
be
though.
real.
That shit was funny. That nigga say,
Hey, I'm
oh,
gonna be
go
real
ahead.
though. But I was in a relationship with the hoe, right? And I knew she slept around and all that, man, but it was just something about her. So we was messing around for about a good 6 months.
I'm
I ain't
pretty
gonna
sure.
lie to you. Yeah, hold on. I ain't gonna lie to you though. She was ready to get a game up for me, man. She was ready to get a job and everything. She
So
wasn't
why you
hard
didn't
or
stay
nothing,
with her,
but
though?
man, you know why I didn't stay with her?
Answer the question.
I'm gonna be straight up. I'm gonna be 1,000 wild. I'm gonna be 1,000. Man, that motherfucker had a must on the one arm I couldn't deal with, dog. That's the only reason why I couldn't stay with her,
Hey,
bro.
he don't want to give
On
up
the
one
one
thing, but it
arm.
was
Hey,
just
I ain't gonna. Hey,
How
I ain't
long
gonna.
was you with her
If you
though?
didn't have that,
6 months.
Hey,
on some
it was
on
over
some
6
G.
months, but that must finally touch a bit.
Hey, but
He needed something.
I'm not listening to you no more.
Hey,
He
listen
needed
to
to go
this.
buy no deodorant. Nothing. He needed to drop
Under one orange.
Hold
You
on.
must be under one orange.
Man,
That was
I
the
used to
one
put
that-
my
I wasn't
face in the
expecting that,
pillow when
Brian.
I used to hear the missionary, dog. But listen, hey, on everything I love, if she didn't have that one arm problem, that disorder she had with her left arm, I promise I would probably would have married her.
One arm.
You could have got her Botox under that arm.
She had that.
I didn't know no
Right.
better. I didn't have no money at the time.
She had that
You had
fire.
no money
Hey,
at the
Brian,
time.
But
Brian,
she was ready.
Brian.
Hey, she was ready to settle down. So I gotta
She
disagree
had
with
that
Brian,
fire.
I'm interested though,
they
Brian.
be feeling their emotion, bro. It be in their spirit, man.
Brian,
Sometimes that hoe,
what is the
sometimes that
disease?
hoe want to be that wife, man.
What is
She
the
had
disease
that.
called, Brian?
She
What
can
is the
get
disorder?
disease
What is
from
the
you
what
can
is it
get
called?
disease from
Posters
a
of the
woman
arm.
that fuck one nigga.
No,
You
I'm
can
saying
get
what is the
disease.
disorder called? The one arm must. What is it called?
Oh, I don't even know. I just know it's a
Halitosis
disorder.
of the
Yeah,
arm.
why the other arm don't get musty? It's an abnormality or something. Something ain't right with her. Shit.
Oh
She ain't. She
man.
disabled. I used to have sex with that motherfucking missionary. I used to put that pillow right here in so I don't smell it. Cause her arm used to go right on his mouth. I said, God damn, but that girl
Right, you
treated
out
the
of
boy
control.
good, boy.
But you
And I
stayed
had,
up
Oh
in
I
that
my.
had
thing
a
though. You stayed up
Yeah,
in there though.
Wow.
That's
I had
real
a
bad,
story
Brian.
like
That's
you,
real bad, man.
So,
black man.
Sir Hale, I know you've been watching for a little bit. So go ahead and give us a rundown on what you heard and how you feel about what you saw so far.
Well, just two things. Let me wipe my eyes. Brian, that's messed up, bro. I will never forget that story.
I got you,
The
black
first
man.
thing is I was going to do a show today about what you talked about earlier about the man who killed his ex-wife and the mother of his kid. We as a black community, one thing that we have a hard time doing is saying right is right and wrong is wrong because we have personal experiences. And it is so easy to empathize with somebody because we know what they're going through. Like we get it. And we empathize to the degree where we don't hold people accountable for the decisions that they made because we empathize with them. What happened with the man him killing in this community, and particularly the manosphere, and then more on a more smaller level, the black manosphere, is so important that we call what he did wrong because he had a decision, he had a choice, and regardless to the mental effects, the mental strain, the issue, regardless of all of that, he had a decision. The same mental faculties that he used to pick up a gun, to figure out the location of those women, to go kill them, to be targeted and tactical to kill them in the head, which is a kill shot. He could have employed those mental faculties to call somebody, to go get some help, to go do something more productive. And I think that in this community, I heard it a lot. A lot of people are so understanding of him, and we don't realize that. What if it happened to your sister? What if it happened to your ex? What if it happened to your mom? So he was straight up wrong. And any guy that's using this guy as an example of, or to say how corrupt the system is, and using that violence as a way to get that point across, you part of the problem, bro. You are straight up part of the problem.
No.
And
I ain't with that because
yep. So my thing is, we got to call that wrong. Now, do we understand the system? Absolutely. This should be a wake-up call that we got to do some changes in terms of our systems. We have to. But that problem, we can't use that real issue as a way to say, see, I understand why he killed two mothers. It's just wrong.
Agree.
So that's the first thing. Yeah. If that was sad. That was weak. Right, and I can understand his pain. I can understand his stress, but that was a weak move.
His pain and call that man weak.
I think I was coming from the point of I would love to see the manosphere preaching for people to go to therapy, preaching for black men to take care of their mental health. I would love to see that being more preached, in the versus talking so much about black women and what they need to do. I would love to see them really preaching like mental health. Because in the black community, we have a huge problem with mental health, and it's not really addressed, and especially with black men. And so I would love to see a whole discussion focused around that rather than a discussion focused around telling black women what they need to do and how they need to move.
We had that combo
in the black manosphere, we do preach that. Yeah, we do preach that. Like that's one of the tenets of like becoming high value. You've got to work on that mind part, and that's one of the biggest things. As a matter of fact, I don't think you can become a high value man if your mind ain't right. So that therapy piece is, but even beyond therapy, because I think what we do is saying therapy is such a popular word now that we just throw it out there. It takes not only therapy, you got to do the work too. Like I can't take all of my problems, dump it on a therapist, and say, "Hey, therapist, fix me." They are an instrument in my journey to becoming better mentally. And so while we preach therapy, we gotta also preach self-accountability. That just because I need a therapist to help me in my mind, I still got to go take the lessons that I've learned from my therapeutic session and do better in my life. So let's say that as well.
Because too many men acting like females, reacting like women. We don't have men no more. We don't have men no more.
That, but
a lot of that stems from childhood. A lot of that stems from being raised, in some situations by a single mama and not really knowing how to be a man and not seeing good examples of men. So that's why I say healing is so important. Like to me, the real generational wealth outside of money, whatever, is healing and breaking those generational curses. So I think it's a lot of men that need to heal and that need to deal with that. It's a lot of men that have mama issues.
So do you want them to heal from? Do you want them to heal from the single parent or to heal from the father that's not there?
It's a dual situation. It's a lot of men that have mommy issues.
Okay, I was wondering.
It's a lot of men that have mommy issues, and this is not to say that every man that's a product of a single parent household has these issues, but it's a lot of men that never grew up with an example of what a man is. And how a man behaves in a marriage and how, the things that a man should do. It's a lot of men that never grew up with that and that grew up around all women. So when you say they act like a woman and they have all this feminine energy, that's all they know.
That's all they know.
A lot of that, and a lot of them are resentful sometimes.
I can't deal with those type niggas. I don't hang with niggas like that.
Do you think those males can come into the society right now that you speak of? I'm agreeing with you. Can come into society right now and take control of the household, men and women that you're speaking of right now?
Hell no.
I think
they killing the bitch. They killing women.
All the way to the thing. Are men accepted? Is that what you talk about as men? Are they accepted in the household, in the community that you speak of? To how to conduct yourselves?
The man not demanding it. The man not demanding the respect. A lot of these men just think that you got to be you. If you a man, stand on who you is. You don't need nobody to tell you shit. It's just about control. Tony, he's a man. Tony a man. Like this whiny shit, man. Shit. Some of these niggas just ain't who they say they are or think they are.
So
yes, and I also wanted to say this as well. We as Black people, we love to say we gotta heal. You gotta heal them, Lord. And I think that it's a true point. We do gotta heal, but we got a lot of stuff that we say. It's deeper than healing. It's about making a decision. That I've been hurt before. I've had a broke wrist before. Me having a broke wrist doesn't make me want to go hit somebody or do some damage to somebody. Right. I think it's the same thing. Emotionally. Being hurt should provoke you to go want to do some damage. I think it's really unlearning all that toxic stuff and identifying that I'm a man and I don't like the man that I am. The man that I am is going to ruin my family. It's going to ruin my relationships. It's going to ruin my life. And I got to change that. So, but beyond healing, I think the issue with a lot of men is that we're unwilling to change. And it's so easy to say, I grew up in a single parent household and my daddy wasn't there. And, we grew up in poverty. Don't nobody give a care about none of that. When it comes at the end of the day, no one gives a care about none of that. When I say
heal, I'm not talking about healing from the church. I'm not talking about none of that. When I say heal, I'm talking about exactly what you said. I'm talking about going to therapy. I'm talking about doing the work. I'm talking about addressing your emotional issues.
I'm saying we can't wait for the work to be done to do better.
I'm not talking about like healing from the church or any of that.
No, I'm not either. I'm just saying, as a community, that's what we say, heal. And I'm saying, as a guy, you can't wait on. You might not be able to afford therapy, but that doesn't mean you can't make a good decision with what you have now. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. We wait for stuff before we do better, and sometimes you can't.
I also think that a lot of this is just treating the symptoms type of mentality, because we say things like, oh man, there's so many kids growing up without a father, but then and this has happened to me. I've been on panels where I say, well, that's why I promote getting married and having kids and not just having kids willy-nilly. And then people push back. So it's like, do we really want to heal, or do we just want to throw things at the symptoms and then not ever address the root of the issues? Because that a lot of the issues that we have stems from the choices that are being made. Even with this crazy situation, why did he have two people that he wasn't with all these kids outside of wedlock? That's avoidable. So we don't talk about that. We always want to talk about, and I'm not negating anything else, but I'm just saying, if we just go back to the root, if he just made better choices, if the women made better choices, if everybody in the situation made
accountability,
we don't end up here. We don't have kids.
So I got 2 BMs. I got no drama between any of them. I got 2 partners getting divorced right now. Neither one of them can't see their kids.
But is that the normal issue? Is that the general
in a divorce?
You know what I'm saying? Is that usually how it happens, or is there usually drama?
In a divorce?
I'm just saying. I thought you were making a different point. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is like, is there a lot of drama with the BM? Yeah, but it's a lot of people who in that situation that don't have the drama. And I think in this community particularly, I think because you guys are promoting marriage so much, which I ain't got a problem with, but y'all act as if every single situation like that ends up like that, and that ain't the case. And again, like I said, it's a lot of motherfuckers that get married, and when they get divorced, they go through more shit than the people with the BMs and the BDs.
You made a good point.
What I was going to say was,
I totally agree with that.
Mentally, do you deal with anything mentally? So you speaking from an ignorant ass place, and the reason why I say that is because I went to therapy and I found out I had some shit going on with me, and I ain't know.
Were you asking me particularly?
Yeah,
I'm in therapy now.
No, but I'm saying, but are you diagnosed with anything mentally?
That was my point earlier.
Okay, what I'm telling you is, motherfuckers ain't walking around
I hear what you're saying,
that they messed up in the head.
But
it's not like you walk around, Go ahead.
Like, this is what I'm saying. So we all got stuff, and we've all been through stuff, right? I think we got to get away from, well, you ain't did drugs, so you can't tell me about drugs.
No.
You ain't never. Just hear me out. Just hear me out.
Just hear me out. You wasn't diagnosed with anything. There's a difference between you going through something and being diagnosed with something.
Yeah, but just hear me out though.
That's true.
I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm agreeing with that. I'm just saying we got to have a standard. Period. Like you said that, there's a lot of people who are married getting a divorce and they go through more stuff than people who got baby mamas. We're not saying that that's not true, but we're saying it's enough of people that are going through that it's affecting the community. And like, we got to get out of it happens more and more side. If it happens enough and it's messing us up, then we got to address it, because now it becomes a problem.
And mind you, one of them chicks was his ex-wife. So it wasn't 2 baby mamas. It was an ex-wife and a girlfriend.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is, like, the way that y'all talking about mental health is like you guys talking about you walk around and you just know you off. And that's not how it worked. Again, I didn't know shit was off in my head. The shit that I went through in my life, I thought the shit was normal. I thought hearing gunshots was normal. I thought seeing a nigga get smoked was normal. I thought getting shot at in my car was like, I thought that was normal. Like, so much that when I went to the military and I would tell these stories to people, they would look at me like I was crazy. And I'm still looking at them like, I ain't even told y'all the wild stories. I'm telling y'all the regular shit. But I got a rapper from West Oakland that he got a line. And he said, tell my bitch I kill her if she used my son as a bargaining chip. Screws kind of loose. I'm not the nigga you bargain with. That's what a lot of these females need to understand. And with both of my BMs, I ain't going to say I put it to them like that, but I let them know I'll crash out about my kids. Period. And then when you put that you touch the kids shit, see, people talking about that shit like that's too loose. Once you get that jacket on you, it's hard to shake off. It ain't like you go to court and they say, oh, okay.
I said that earlier.
That shit off. No, you always looked at a little funny after that.
It's a stigma.
You understand what I'm saying? It ain't just as simple as, oh, okay. Oh, the judge said you good. So everybody gonna look at you with that side eye as soon as they put that jacket on you. So females just loosely putting that jacket on niggas, like, nah, they got to stop that. And again, I don't think anybody saying that the dude was right, but to sit here and act like motherfuckers can't understand, bro, I'm crashing out about my kids. You could play with
So you
anything.
so you
Don't
gonna
play with
crash
my
out.
motherfucking kid.
But
Period.
you
And
gonna
I made
crash
that
out.
point solid to both my BMs, and I ain't had a problem with neither one of them. I call my
Cool.
BMs anytime I want to when I want to get my kids.
Hey Tommy, so you
Go ahead.
willing to crash out on your baby mamas and kill them, then you go to prison or you either kill yourself. Now your kids left without a mama and a daddy. Keep in
Bruh.
mind, it's about your kids, bro. Your kids
First of all, I
still
ain't
love
killing
their
myself,
mother,
but
and that's an emotional. That's what I'm saying. You getting emotional.
Exactly.
Your kids love their mother still, but you mad and emotional or schizo, whatever you say you are. You say you gonna crash out.
what
Now your kids, it's about your
lead attorney
children,
was talking
not
about
you.
dude case, right? Dude been going through
Yes,
this for
it's
3 years.
about your
You know how much
kids.
you know how much money dude said he spent on this case?
No,
$100K.
answer
All
the
that
question.
cool.
Answer the
I'm
question
not.
first.
$100K off
I'm
some
not
bullshit.
But
understandable.
see what you're doing. See, all that tough stuff sound really good until you realize that your
It
kids
ain't
gonna
nothing
get
tough about what I said. Crashing out
No,
about my
it's-
kids ain't tough.
listen to what I'm saying. I got 4 kids, so I'm not a newbie. So I got a 14-year-old and I got a 9-year-old and I got kids in between. So I'm not speaking to somebody who don't know. But the tough stuff we talk about, I crash out for my kids. If we're looking at the short term, it sounds good. But them kids are gonna get older. And what's more important for the kids to know that you crashed out for them or for you to be there for them? What's more important?
I mean, but in the same breath, because we gotta go
But
back.
are we not willing? But as men, ain't we all have something that we're willing to die for?
But hold,
But
but
we
hold on.
talking
But
about
even
killing the
That's
mother. We
emotion.
talking about the mother. We talk about mother. We not talking about kid getting harmed. We talking about crashing out on the mother of these children that these children love also. Now
So
the
did
mother's
hold on,
dead
one
and the
question,
father's
Brian,
gone
one
to
question.
prison. So
One
now the
question. Did
children
the
left
mother
with
take
nothing.
him? No, Brian. 1 second. Did the mother take him in consideration when she made these false allegations? Because she didn't
All
hear about
that,
crashing out
that's
on him.
allegations. That's feelings.
No, but we can answer that
the
though. We can
kids
answer that.
are
No,
But
she
you
didn't.
saying that's feeling, but them
No, she
kids
didn't.
is hearing
Brian,
that.
I'm asking.
I mean,
Okay,
but
did
we
the mother care?
we have to address what Brian said earlier, because that doesn't make it any better. Brian said, "Fuck them kids. Wait till they turn 18 and
Sure
then
did.
explain
Sure
to them
did.
here."
Sure did.
So that doesn't make the
Hearing that their
situation any
daddy,
better,
That don't
bro.
make it no better if you saying
It
fuck
makes
the
it
That
kids.
does
more
not
alive.
make, bro. That does not
If I
make
got
it
to
any
lose
better.
18 years of my
It's best
kid's
to
life.
walk away
That's
But the
if
why.
you're
people are
not killing the
alive.
mother.
It makes
you
a
don't
big
think
difference. They're
you
alive.
don't think that's a
That's
different
what I'm
situation?
saying.
has to go his whole
It's
life
all
in that he
about the
touched kids,
children.
though.
Not even
So
talking
y'all
about
rather
not
kill
even
the
talking
mother?
about the tragedy and the drama and the what am I trying to say? The trauma that you caused the kids. You don't think that's a different situation? You think it's the exact same situation?
No. I'm not
We
saying
got to
it's the
assume that
exact same, but both of them is gonna
okay.
both of the situations are gonna cause the kids emotion. Now we can sit up here and argue where one may be worse than the other,
Yeah.
but I mean, which one of them is if you looking at it, through a human's eye. But at the end of the day, both of them can cause the kids drama. I mean, issues and emotional problems and stuff when they get older. But your father
And
just
let's not
walk out your
The
life.
mother is still the
And let's
can't
not
fix it if
pretend
you're
she's
dead.
not sitting in that house talking to them kids every day, talking down on your character every motherfucking day. It ain't
But
just
the
like
mother
she's
is
sitting in the
not
house and
dead.
everything
It's
is
about
peaches
the
and roses
child.
about
We
you.
keep getting in feelings. It's about
Bro.
the children. Just
No, but
she gonna
Brian,
say
but you walking away. You
whatever
walking away,
about you, but don't
bro.
kill
But you
the
walking away
woman.
saying "fuck that child." That's about the kids
But
too.
the mother is still alive, and the kids are still not traumatized. You know how many kids raised in single household? That's okay.
But we
That the
also
daddy walked
have been
away.
talking about but we've also been talking about the mental state of kids.
But we
Matter of
showing
fact,
you how
somebody just
devalued
said something
Well,
a
fatherhood
you
few
don't
minutes
is.
think
ago.
the
Kids
mental
gonna
state of a
mentally be
child if I
ruined by their
crash out
mother.
on
You
my
think that's
baby
an
mama?
okay
You don't
thing?
think my kids gonna
Right,
be mentally messed
exactly,
up?
artist. Appreciate that, artist.
But we seeing how
I don't
much
think y'all
fatherhood is
understand.
Hold on,
devalued.
hold on, hold on, hold on. One
The
at a
their
time.
life.
Hey,
Crazy,
everybody,
bro.
one at a time, everybody, because people can't hear you in the chat. So we'll go with Tony first, and then we'll move on, and then I'll call the next person. Go ahead, Tony. You said you was agreeing
I'm
with
just
artist.
saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, the kids. You can walk away and say "fuck them kids" and let them stay with their mom for just say, for instance, the child 5. You can let them stay with their mom for the next 13 years until they turn 18. Then you can try to get back in their kids' life. But depending on how much the mom done tarnished your name and done put this stuff on you, done told your kids all these lies and stuff, them kids probably hate you, or that child probably hates you.
That's fine. Listen,
that's not fine, bro. There's nothing fine about that.
Listen to me, bro. You in your feelings. Listen. She
not
can
in
say
my
all. Listen, bro. Just chill out. The point I'm trying to make is why crash out and kill the mother of my kids? Then listen. Just listen. Why I kill the mother of my kids? then turn around, I go to prison or kill myself. Who gonna take care of my children? All because she's saying all this thing. That's fine. You right. She shouldn't say that. But why should I crash out on the mother? Why?
Bro, who
And
said
then
that
who the kids
crashing
gonna
means
have?
kill?
Now
Let
the
me ask
kids
you a question.
traumatized.
Who said crashing means
That
kill?
is 100% fact.
Hold on. So Sergio, go ahead, Sergio.
Brian is 175,000% right. Like we talking all this crazy stuff. We saying I'm gonna crash up for my kids. You can fix something.
Bro, who said crashing means kill?
No, but Tony,
Can we get it?
Tommy would have to explain because he mentioned
Can Tommy
crashing
tell us
out.
what crashing mean? Because y'all
mean?
just assuming that crashing mean kill, and that man never said.
That's what Tommy B said. That's what
he
Tommy
said.
B
Crash.
said.
He didn't say kill. Tell me what does crash mean, bro?
Tom, what do you mean by crash?
Everybody walking around comfortable. Period.
That's a threat. So carry on.
So Tony, what you're trying to do is you're slicing something. We know what this means. If you say my screws are loose and you do something to my kids, my screws. We know what that means. We don't gotta be deep about that.
Not the nigga you bargain with.
Listen, so that sounds good. If that was taken to court, that would be hurtful toward your case. Let's be 100% clear on that.
Yeah, we gotta be smart, man.
That baby mamas might say and do stuff, but what you think is better for your kids to get? Let's just take Brian's example. That you wait until they're 18 and you get a chance to have a conversation with them. But let's flip it. You do something and you're dead or in prison. Not only are you not there, but this news will follow them the rest of their life. And you were talking about, about what the mama's saying. What about their social circles? What about when they apply for a job? What about when they search the internet and their face is always on it for the rest of their life? Right. We talk about this. I'll crash out for my kids, and we don't think about the long term.
Okay.
We don't never think about it.
Let me set the president for this real quick. So my thing is this, because let's be solution based here. So, Sir Hill, you're a father. I'm a father. Tony's a father, right? Artist, you're the father. Queso, you're a father, right? Right. So, Brian, you're a father. So, Tommy, you're a father. So let's look at it from another perspective. So, let's say from a solution, take all the crashing out, take the kill word out, the threats out, all that. If you're dealing, and I'm gonna start with Sir Hill first. If you're dealing, this is the question for all y'all, but I'll start with Sir Hill first. If you're dealing with a woman, and that woman, y'all didn't work out, whatever, y'all ended cool, and she says to you, I don't want you to see the kids, or she keeps the kids from you, or she doesn't want you to be in the kids' lives, or she finds out that you moved on to another woman and you're very happy. That happens a lot. You were on with another woman, then here comes the child support, then here comes the you can't see your kids, and then they take the kids from you and move on. My thought process is take the killing out, the crashing out. We want no violence whatsoever.
Okay, I'm with you.
How would you handle the situation when you have a mother that's vindictive toward the father and will not even allow a man? Because it's very rare, like we say, a lot of black women say, it's very rare for a man to want to be in his child's life. A lot of men are in their children's lives, but it's rare that a man just consistently wants to be in that child's life. So what do you say to a man who's dealing with that situation?
I don't think that's rare.
You selling us short. That shit ain't rare.
Yeah.
Okay, no. I'm not saying it like I'll say black women say that a lot. That girl, it's rare for a man to want to be in his kid's life. I mean,
we gotta change that. That ain't true.
Yeah, we gotta change that because it's been proven black men are the most active in their kids' life.
Absolutely, I agree.
So
I agree. So Sir Hill, what do you do in that situation when the child's being kept from you and you want to be in their life and you want to see their kindergarten graduation, their football games, or know more about them, and the mom is just completely disconnected you from your child?
Well, two things. Therapy, number one. Let's get that. And then you got to go through the court system. Straight up. You got to go through the court system. You got to do what you got to do from a legal system. Will it work? We don't know, but you got to try. If you got to go get help, rally from people who've been through that before as well, get advice. On Facebook, I'm part of a lot of different groups where the men are going through that actively. Some of the most heinous stuff where they'll buy their kids a phone and then their mom will block the dad's number from the phone that he bought, right? I'm talking about all kind of stuff. On the days he's supposed to come pick up his kids, she take his kids somewhere and don't tell him where the kids are, right? So with this, you got to use the law system to the best of your ability. Stay in therapy and find some way not to let this make you go crazy. That's what I can give. I've never went through that personally, but from what I've seen from the guys in my life, those are the two things that you got to do.
All right, and so we'll go to Tommy B. Go ahead.
The average income in America is $40,000 a year. This nigga talking about going through therapy in the courts. Niggas can't afford that shit.
Hey,
bro.
don't call me a nigga. Don't call me a nigga.
Like,
my name is Sir
yeah.
Hell.
Like that's wild, bro. Like, just keep it. And I'm not in that seat, but bro spent $100,000 in 3 years. Most men can't do that. That's a fact. And then on top of that, therapy. Like, that's a lot of money. We just throwing that out there like anybody on the street could just go do that. Like, man, that it ain't realistic. That's what I'm saying. Like, nothing you said was realistic. Is it ideal? Absolutely. Is it realistic?
So what do we do then?
That's the problem. That's why people crashing out. Because they have no resort.
So I appreciate the sentiment, but you got to do what you got to do. If that
I
means
think,
work
I
2
think
jobs,
the help that we
you got to
can do her
something.
again, I'm more talking about what we can do to move forward. So the same way I said preaching therapy in these manospheres, I think it needs to be something, and we've talked about this. What can we do as a community? Because white people are not going to do nothing. Child support is not affecting their communities like that.
Man.
Child support is not affecting their families like that.
Free
So that's why they don't
community.
care. And the system is making a pretty penny off of child support. So they are not going to do anything about it. A lot of them are profiting on it. So I would love to see us as a community figure out how we can rally and get legal aid and that type of thing to help our Black brothers with this child support struggle. Or better yet, what do we do to help the moms to figure out that that's not right? And just because like I said, I'm holding our friends accountable. And just because a man get a new bitch, that is not a valid reason for you to keep them kids away from him. So I would love to, see platforms where
that's part of it right there, Mover.
And I know me and Sean both are about holding women accountable. And so we would easily, when we get on a platform, when we do the Cooking with Queens, that's something that we can talk about and preach to women. That's not how you do that, sis. You can't get mad if that man is a good father, and just because and we have a friend, Dwayne is a mutual friend that has worked at the child support office and that has told us they had a lady call in and say, oh no, he's a good father, he is good to the child, he picks up the child, buys stuff for the child, I'm just filing child support on him because he got a new woman, and I don't want that bitch around my kids. And the state of Texas child support system still allowed her to file child support on that man. So I agree that it's a broken system, but I think we got to try to attack it where we can. Like I said, women holding each other accountable. And like I said, I'd be fine with getting on a woman platform and telling her, sis, no, that is not the way that you handle that. If that man is a good man and he's taking care of his kids, you are out of pocket. If you putting him on child support and you trying to make this man life miserable just because he got a new woman. And I would love for the man to do the same thing, vice versa, on a platform, and and the women can help with this too. Try to get together, get legal resources. All lawyers have to do pro bono work. I know a lawyer, a good friend of my brother's, that's all she does. All of her pro bono work is straight towards helping. She's about father's advocacy, and that's all that she does. And I would like to see, partnerships. I think we need to focus on what we can be doing to make this better. I know mental health is a big component too. I would like to see partnerships with therapists, partnerships with lawyers. How can we make these resources available to people? Because like Tommy B said, people do not have the money for that. I think everything we preaching is good in theory, but in real life and real world, people don't have the money for that. Even as a middle class person, a middle class family, I know me and myself and Tony, it's no secret. We all family. We're a blended family. And so we've dealt with these struggles. And the first thing child support says to me, get a lawyer. Get a lawyer. And these lawyers are charging $3,500 to even talk to them. To even have a conversation. I would like to see a place, where we can get some of these resources together and figure out how we provide those resources to our brothers and sisters in the community. I think what we're doing that would be much more served than us, kind of arguing and going back and forth about whose fault is it? Is it the Black woman's fault or is it the Black man's fault?
Right. And you know what, Mother? You made a great point. You brought balance to the conversation because watch this.
Absolutely.
Watch this. That the child support system, we can get started on that. The child support system, that is $1 billion revenue for every state. Billions of dollars. So when you go put that man on child support, they're making billions of dollars. Your child support, I was watching TLA, man. I don't know if you saw it, Sir Hill. TLA put the numbers up. He said the average woman where he lives, they're getting $500 in child, if this the max, $500 in child support. The state's getting 25-30% of that and sending the rest to the mama. So that's $1 billion. So where's that money going? To politicians, to backdoor stuff. And again, you hear a lot of black men saying, "Oh, the white man is pimping the black woman to destroy the black man." Because think about it, you're getting 70% of the money, the state's getting 30%. Now imagine if the state didn't get anything, they wouldn't even file the paperwork. They wouldn't even.
And don't let you get behind. This is a real life scenario from Texas. It was $10,000 owed and back child support, and the interest on it was $12,000. No, where is that ever okay? It was $10,000 owed and the interest on it was $12,000.
And you know what, Sir Hale? Sir Hale, let me tell you this one too. In Texas, the beautiful state we live in, just go ahead and divorce your wife when you got multiple kids, and their kids are 10 and 12. The state of Texas said, "Oh, Megan,
that good back pay.
Megan, Megan,
they'll charge you that good back
yeah,
pay.
We're gonna go back 12 years. We're gonna retroactive back 12 years, and we want all that 12 years of money. I don't care if you were married for 12 years.
But hold on, this kind of goes back, Brian. Everything, capitalism is built off emotions. Can we all agree that it's all about emotional spending? You telling us not to have emotion when everything around us is built off emotions. You're telling us to play this game of take emotions out of it. Everything is emotion. That lady made a decision off emotion. Money getting tucked out the household's emotion. Going to get a lawyer's emotion. Everything's emotion. How can you tell a person to not be emotional when the game is emotional? I'm just saying.
It's not about not having emotions. It's about not making decisions based on those emotions. Because when you make
See, that's the difference, bro.
When you make decisions based off emotion,
that's the difference.
What you're not is you're not thinking, and you're not looking at things in its entirety. Because what Tommy talks about, and I hear the passion in Tommy's voice. I got boys that have dealt with things like that, so I understand 100% where he's coming from, and I get it. But just like Brian was saying, when you make certain decisions, you're not making the situation better. You're not making anything better. You're not doing. But I understand the emotion behind it. But what you need to do, in my opinion, is just sit back, calm down, think about it, and make a decision.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So if that man goes the rest of his life not getting no help from lawyers, paying $100K, dealing with the whole sex allegation, he dies a broken, disturbed man.
Well, I wasn't talking about that.
Basically, he's going to be an impotent man to his kid anyway. So when his kids grow up mysteriously, they're still going to have a father that's basically checked out, because after all the money that gets spent, all the emotional trauma he done dealt with, you basically telling him to suck it up and just wait his turn when the turn doesn't even going to arrive.
So what should he do then? So what should he do?
To me, he's already
what should he do?
Anyway.
Well, I didn't say
this is my point, though, Brian. This is my point.
If he would have continued on the same path, do y'all think he would have won, though?
Hold on, this is my point. I was never arguing that the dude was right. That's why I was going back to the mental health, and I can tell that bro ain't never dealt with because the way that he was talking is if you walk around, a certain click in your head. So now you put all of that pressure on somebody who might not be ticking right in their head. So now you're dealing with a ticking time bomb. So that's why it's more important to talk to these women to understand that you might not know what you're dealing with out here. You don't want to play with.
You've taken.
Are we talking based on theories?
Hey, hold on, guys. Hold on, one at a time. Go ahead, Sir Hale. What you about to say?
I said, Tommy B, like we don't know each other, so it's really easy to take a few moments of a conversation and think you know someone. So let's not read into that. So you are my brother, and I respect your experiences. So let's just start off on a whole nother foot. We're not arguing. We're talking toward a solution.
Diagnosed or something? You said no, right?
I did.
So that would mean you don't know nothing about the mind of somebody who has that. That's all I'm saying. Is that not a fact?
Yeah, but I haven't been diagnosed with anything yet. But I don't know if I've dealt with that in my past. Okay, I've only started therapy as of this year, and I'm 34 years old. This is what I'm saying. Some of the stuff that you were talking about, me growing up in Illinois, in Harvey, Chicago, some of the cities where a lot of this stuff goes on, I've been through some of the same things you have. The point that I'm making is we don't know. And so I respect what you're saying. This is what I'm saying. I don't want us to go back and forth and argue. So let's just set the playing field even.
Oh, it's all good, bro. I don't take none of this personal. It's good.
Yeah.
So,
can I? But
so So what's been bothering me and something that I really want to understand, what is saying fuck them kids and walking away for 12 years? How is that going to resolve?
The point of me saying that, hold on, the premise of me saying that was because of the guy that killed the girl. I was saying that I'd rather be a deadbeat than kill someone, kill the mother of my children because of
Let me ask you,
emotions.
Ladies, would you ever tell a woman to fuck them kids and wait till they turn 18?
Yes, if it's going to save some lives, absolutely.
Yeah, like I don't think we
I
we
would.
thinking about everybody thinking of feelings
Because
how they feel.
I believe in
but we're not thinking
redemption
about the kids.
and that other things can happen. That's hope. So my
Yep.
thing is, I can't base it off of, like, a lot of people said, an emotional decision. If something happened and I was in that situation, I want my baby girl to have two parents. It's like that's like the suckiest feeling. I
Yep.
understand what it is like from a personal. My sister was murdered. So it's not like it's foreign to me about what that looks like for a child to have to 3. You know what I'm saying? So I it's a real thing in my life that I can actually see. And I wish a man of 10 years did not do that to my sister, but it is what it is. So, but we have to move forward and hope that they find resolve and we get them the tools that they need so that they can move forward and be productive adults, because we don't want them to turn around and whatever. Can mental illness, was that a part of it? Absolutely. But it's still going to be considered an excuse at the end of the day. There's no
because you recognize it. You recognize if you recognize you a schizo, just like the man said he suffered from PTSD. Hold on, if you recognize something in you, there's something in the back of your fucking head that say, you know what, this ain't right. I suffer from depression. I've been in a mental institution for a month. In 2017, I went fucking crazy, but I still know right from wrong. There's still not a damn excuse. That's an emotional thing. The bottom line is something in the back of your head, whatever the fuck you going through, you know not to kill the mother of your kids. Because you're going to leave the kids without nothing.
But it's hard.
I just want to clarify something Brian said. When Brian said F them kids,
Go ahead.
What I'm just saying, when Brian said F them kids, I think you're thinking he's saying don't care about them kids. I don't think that's what Brian is saying.
That's what I'm trying.
I think compartmentalize this and think about the best interest. That's what I think was, and I think that's what we're getting hung up on. He's not saying don't care about them for 18 years.
But why is the best interest for the kids? Why is the best interest for the kids to be left with the mom for the next 12 years? Why is that?
That's a hard choice to make.
Listen,
I'm trying to hear what Tony.
Hold up. Watch this. So my thing is this. Let's do this to even the playing field. Does everybody raise your hand if you agree that it's wrong for men to be violent and killing their baby mamas? Raise your hand.
I do.
All right. So we all agree on that. So let's move forward and talk about what it takes for a man, or what should a man do in a situation. Let's hold the men accountable and let's hold the women accountable as well. So what do we do as men when we face with situations where our kids going to go through abandonment issues that's going to affect them with us not being in their lives because mamas make decisions? And then what do we do about the women that grew up that have mommy issues? Like mother said a lot of men have mommy issues, but a lot of women do too. Yeah. And they were taught by their mamas to be professional manipulators. So how do we deal with it on both sides? So we'll start with the men first. How do we deal with it on the man side of wanting to be in our kids' lives? Because I love my babies too. And I can't imagine going a month or 2 months without seeing my babies. It would tear me up, like, because you want to see them and you want to hug them and love them and tell them that, be there for them. And if a woman takes that from you, what's the solution? Is what I'm saying.
The only solution that I know of is going through the court system, the legal system, which is a expensive and tedious and long and outdrawn and process. Like, it's ridiculous what you would have to go through just to get that done. And that's why I can understand. Like I said, by no means necessary am I agreeing with what he did. I don't agree with it. Let me throw that out there. I do not agree with what he did. But because of the process, because of the system that we have, it makes it hard for people to win in those situations or whatever. That's probably why he flipped out. It's like, I don't agree with what he did, but in a way, I kind of understand why he did what he did. Don't agree with it, but I kind of understand.
I mean, I think it's easy for all of us in our situation to sit here and pass judgment on a man because we aren't going through what he's going through. All of us just living regular life. got pressure on us. So if you throw on top of that, I'm paid over $100,000 in court. It ain't going nowhere. If you throw on top of that, she's making these accusations. If you throw on top of that, now my new chick is saying that she's going to do the exact same thing. I don't think anybody's up here saying he was right. And even when I say the mental health thing, I'm not saying that you don't know right from wrong. I'm saying it alters your decision making.
True.
That's what you guys are missing.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying you don't know right from wrong. When you have mental health issues, it alters your decision making.
Yes.
It's a lot of people in the pen. It wasn't necessarily an emotional decision. It was something wrong with them, and it altered their decision making. It ain't making no excuse for them. That's real. They just the ex NFL player. They just looked at his brain. The dude had severe CTE. He would have killed 6 people.
Yeah.
We aren't making these are
that's
facts.
kind of one of the problems in the Black community too. If somebody's leg is broke, that's obvious. Y'all expected somebody. Y'all said if I had a broke leg, both of my legs was broke, and I go run a marathon. It's like y'all saying, well, why didn't you finish the marathon? You know, we understand if it's a physical, really your mental illness is more important than all of that. Your mental illness is more important than you having cancer or a heart condition. Your mental illness is the most, but for some reason in the Black community, we don't understand that. We don't understand how important and how bad mental illness is. And the exact stuff you were saying, Tommy B, before when we talked about it earlier, I was telling them I have mental illness on both sides of my family, really bad. And I had an uncle that out of nowhere, normal man, like I said, Tony can attest to this. Normal man, high-paying job, good family, all of that. And out of nowhere, he found out he was, the schizophrenia kicked in. He just snapped. Had never been diagnosed, like none of that stuff. And the things that he were doing were so out of character and so far out of control. Like his judgment had clearly been altered, to the point. And like I said, I'm not going to embarrass anybody. Hopefully, I don't think he'll ever see this. To the point that, like I said, my uncle is an upstanding dude. He came, they brought him to the hospital that I was working at the time, and he was in the ER and stuff, asking the nurses there, mind you, so out of character, could he eat their, like saying sexual stuff to the nurses? And this was so out of character. But again, some of those things alter your judgment. And with some of those disorders, you become a different person, and not to even talk about once the mania starts. It definitely can like alter your judgment. And I hate that sometimes like we kind of minimize it a little bit, but like I said, mental illness is worse than cancer. Mental illness is worse than having a heart condition, because you're talking about stuff that affects your psyche.
So let me say this real quick.
What are the things in the community? So what are the things in the community? Bro, let me ask the B9 question.
Go ahead.
B9 said, if it's not an excuse, why highlight the point? The reason why I'm trying to highlight this point is because what I think to fix this is, and it's not to put blame or more blame or whatever, we need to talk to these females and let them know it's not good to do this because you don't know who you're playing with. And it's not no big, bad, tough thing, anything like that. When you're putting this much pressure on a human being, you do not know what their recourse is going to be. When you see women in relationships and they're getting their ass whooped, and they finally kill that man, nobody blinks an eye and go, oh, da-da-da. Well, of course, this isn't equivalent, but damn near is emotionally. I mean, it's like you getting your ass whipped emotionally every single day. Every court hearing when they saying no, they said this man filed a motion every single month to see his kids. So my point of bringing it up is we need to explain to these women, yo, all of these dudes ain't wrapped too tight. So stop playing with these people because it might come back to bite you. That's all I'm trying to say. I ain't trying to justify it because everything that happens, right or wrong, it's not justified, but it's a fact that it can happen. If you tell somebody don't go play in the woods because the bear might, mess you up, is it right that the bear messed you up? No, but it can happen if you go do that. And that's all I'm saying is stop putting yourself in a situation that might lend yourself to this.
Yeah. But that's exactly what I was saying. Like the women, we need to be preaching that and holding other women accountable. Right. And I'm okay with preaching that. I'm okay with holding women accountable and letting them know that that's not right.
Right. And let me say this. we were just talking about mental illness, and one of the most extreme forms of mental illness is CTE, right? Just getting hit. The football players mostly get it. Boxers now they're finding that have CTE.
Yep.
However, Aaron Hernandez, when he killed those people, went to jail and murdered his cellmate, right? Then they said he had some sexual history with messing with, whole bunch of stuff about Aaron Hernandez, right? They took Aaron, his family donated his body to science. They took I'm reading it right now. They took his brain and put it against every other player, boxer, anybody that's in a real physical sport. They said Aaron Hernandez suffered the most severe CTE ever found in a person's brain, period. He has the record, right? And they said that they looked at it, and it looks like he's been suffering the CTE since he was 16 years old. The man died at 27. So he dealt with the CTE, but you can't find that mental illness until you're dead. CTE can't be discovered unless you're dead. So he lived with that disease in his brain for years. He was killing people. He killed his cellmate. He was a murderer, and everybody was calling him a monster. But would you still look at him knowing that he had this brain situation? Would you still say, "Oh, he knows right from"? I'm not justifying anything. I swear. I promise you, I'm not. I'm saying, would you say after knowing this, what would be your outlook on Aaron Hernandez now? Would you still say he's a monster?
The history though, you got what's his name? Junior Seau killed himself.
He killed himself.
You got remember the Chiefs player that killed his girlfriend, came to the practice facility, killed himself.
Yeah.
You got the most recent player that killed 6 people. Like when you look at that track record, again, it's not excuses. Oh, okay, here's a pattern. Okay, we have something here. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what you do is when you see a pattern, then you can't ignore it.
That I agree with.
But do most people have like brain damage though? Like, do a lot of people have CTE?
You don't know though, because like this particular disease right here, you don't know unless you're dead. You don't. When you die, they cut your brain.
If you play high school football, you can have that brain damage.
Right.
And most of them come from like concussions and football and never know it.
It's concussion.
That's what, and that's my point of talking to the women and saying, stop playing with men that they might not even know that they are taking time off. You just got to stop playing with people, and that's what that right there nips all of this in the bud. Stop playing with people. Period.
And men need to start learning how to control their emotions also. Men gotta learn how to control
I think it needs to come from both sides. And like y'all said, even starting with, you don't know if a person is crazy, but even starting with who you having kids with. You know, it's got to be a whole accountability thing. It's got to be a whole accountability thing.
But
if you want to break this generational curse and this issue within our community, it really has to be a whole process. It really does.
I agree with how do I say is a mother? Mover? Mother and Tommy B. What you guys are saying is correct. But the flip side is also, I think that we look at something tragic like this happen and we assume that it's got to be a psychological issue. There have been people who've been suspectingly well who've done these atrocities as well.
Absolutely.
I think it's plain and simple. We got to take accountability for what we do. I like something Tommy B said about understanding if there's patterns. And I don't think that a lot of us do that when we are dating and we're considering who we're having kids with. Normally it doesn't work like that. So it even stems back for how we select who we're going to have kids with, because it is very, very important. I like what Mother said in that I am saying this more. A lot of women like you guys are spending the time talking about, sis, this ain't right. And what we didn't see, at least before YouTube, I didn't really see women talk about stuff like this. If I heard a woman who would say, "Hey, sis, you wrong," she would get shunned. The group would kind of like ignore her, reject her, and that mouth was silent. And I've seen this from elders, from grandmamas, from women in the clergy. So we appreciate that you guys are saying this and that is becoming louder. But back to Brian's point, we got to take accountability for our decisions. Like I think setting the precedence that I understand that there is an issue. Like I understand that there is an issue. But now we've created a bigger issue. Now that if we don't check that, it becomes a whole lot bigger. And so I'm saying in all of this, while we got to take both sides, that personal accountability is still a big thing that we can't get away from.
Yep. No, they the only people that's going through something.
No, I agree with that, but it's like, but like this, it's almost like what happened with Stephen A. Smith. When Stephen A. Smith made a simple thing and said, women, stop egging these dudes on. And you know, when he was talking about and they killed him for that. But it was a real thing. Like, we all know women that if they know your soft, they will poke that shit until it makes you snap. It's not making an excuse for the guy, but it's going, and again, going back to what I was saying with it, why put yourself in a situation for that to happen to you? Just get to the root core. Okay, he hit you. He's wrong. Nobody's denying that. Absolutely not. But are we not going to address the fact that you sat here and you talked shit about his or whatever that you knew that would make him snap? You did that shit until he, you know, messed around and dragged you down the street or whatever. Again, not saying that he was right, but
some guys just don't have discipline, bro. It just is what it is.
But bro, that's what I'm saying is, and there's always gonna be those guys. So if you don't know who these guys are, just stop playing with men in general. Like,
that's why I judge people.
I can agree with that.
I don't respect
stop
niggas
playing with
like
people in
that.
general.
Hey, artists,
I get that, but guess what, Brian? It's always gonna be niggas out there that you don't respect. My problem is but this is my thing though, Brian. They exist. So for the safety of you as a woman, how about you stop playing with men in general before you come across one of these dudes that you don't respect?
It's just gonna have to be like a multi.
You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of people out here that don't respect gang members, but guess what? If you go in that territory, you ain't gonna wear that wrong color.
Yeah, you guys are both making good points. Two things can be true at the same time. I think is basically what we're saying.
Right. And it goes back to that A word that we're so afraid of, guys. That A word, accountability, bro.
Yep.
That word, everybody's afraid of that word, and especially in our community. And like we talked about Friday, we talked about I don't want to say it because YouTube kind of flagged me a little bit on it. But you know, just being responsible, black men being responsible for their penis. We talked about that Friday, right, Sir Hale? We discussed it in large matters about men being careful. Stop going out having sex with different women. We even talked about if some of the men on the panel said if we could go back, they would be virgins. They wouldn't even be out here slanging no meat to these
Hell
people.
I'll be
No.
But
I'm saying, but let me say, hold on, Brian. Let me say this, Brian. If you're not a part of this,
every time he go off camera, he talks like this every
time.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Brian, if you're not a part of the, and this is to you, Brian. Just be real for a second. I know we joke a lot, but the thing is, if you're not a part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And so,
what's the problem?
Like if we going out, I'm saying we'll sit up here and say, "Oh man, we ain't gonna disrespect no women. They're gonna be violent toward no women." But we up here talking about we fucking 2 or 3 a week.
So what they got me? So I got to respect a woman to have sex.
But what I'm saying to you, Brian, is we have to be held accountable. How can you sit up here and say,
"Oh, I'm on what I do in my private life"?
But that's a part of the problem, B.
What's the problem with me?
You don't know how you don't know how you're affecting those women that you having sex with.
How you know how am I affecting them? I'm not dogging them. I'm not mentally abusing them. It could be a friendship. It could be something. It don't have to always be negative after when you have sex with women. Maybe for you or for other guys, but not for me. I'm just speaking for myself.
Again, going back to what I said.
Me sleeping around. Listen. If I decided to sleep with multiple women, what they got to do with my community? I ain't making no babies. I ain't beating no bitch. I mean, I ain't beating no women up or nothing.
So you can be the example for
in my private life. Listen, I'm gonna use it. Martin Luther King was sleeping with women. But are we judging his legacy? Are we but his legacy still did
I definitely bring Dr. Martin Luther King in this conversation.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just giving an example. It was a lot of great men. It's a lot of great men in this world, white or black, and they like to fuck, but they still can't erase what they did. You know what I'm saying? What they contributed.
Right. Okay. But we talked about kids, right? So Brian, let me ask you a question. If your son came to you and said, "Hey, Dad, listen, man, you know what? I'm stuck between 2 females at school. I just want to hit both. I'm gonna start hitting both of them. I'm just gonna start. I mean, every girl I like, I'm just gonna start banging them up. You gonna support that, or you gonna sit them down and have a conversation with them?
I'm always gonna sit down and have a conversation with my son, but I also live in reality. That little nigga gonna do what he want to do, but he just gonna remember the game I gave him. See, I ain't one of these parents that's walking around here acting like my daughter or my son not gonna do this. It's my job to give them the game and let them know the consequences of your actions. So if I was in his situation, I was a virgin till I didn't lose my virginity till I was 18. And I hope he do the same thing. And I told him that, but I get it. If he want to fuck two of them and that's an opportunity, I'm gonna tell him to wrap it up.
Not an opportunity.
My daughter the same way. If she get out here and popping that pussy, what I supposed to say? What I supposed to do? Lock her up? She gonna do what she do. So it's my job as a father to teach my daughter that what not to move and how not to do this and that.
Okay,
these kids gonna do what they do.
So
But so far they ain't made me mad. They ain't made me mad yet.
So let me get it from a woman's perspective. So let's go to Sean. Sean, respond to what he just said. How do you feel about that?
Well, as a person who's big into energy, so my thing is, one, Brian would have to be very exact about how he's dealing with women, because some women choose to be in those type of relationships where there are no strings attached. So that's one dynamic. I do hope that if someone has expressed that they wanted a relationship with Brian, we're just using you for an example, then I would hope that Brian would walk away from that situation just because they are not in alignment with what they're doing.
Most definitely.
So that's the thing. If there's a man out there who is sleeping around with a woman and he knows he don't, he knows what she wants and he's not providing that or never planned to, I think it's his responsibility to walk away. And I think it's her responsibility to walk away as well. It's on both sides of that. So if, the women are okay and they understand their place and Brian gets, whatever, that's still a transference of energy and all that stuff. But if that's working for them, then I understand it. It's not going to be for me. Even if I was a single woman, I wouldn't want that.
So, sir,
unless I was in that headspace to be like, I don't want anything.
So we'll go to the other corner, Sir Hill.
I agree with Brian. I think the thing is, you got to be upfront with people. As long as you're not. Now, I'm a proponent of marriage. I believe that I think it's good for the community. But in life, as long as you're not leading people on, manipulating them, and because people's emotions are for real. And as long as he's not saying something to them and lying and making them think it's something that it's not, and they consent as adults, they're adults.
Now that shit do come with a price. Now I ain't lying to you. Now I ain't saying it's easy. It ain't easy now.
I wouldn't recommend it, but adults are adults.
Right, you just want to be a pimp. You just want to be a pimp. I understand, man.
I just grew around some men. I just grew around some old players, man. That's all. I had a dad in my life that gave me the game, brother.
Hey, Brian, it ain't on you, it's in you. I feel you.
Yeah, it's in you, man. Never was on me.
So Tommy B, what you got, bro?
I feel like in my situation, I did it as responsible as you could. I knew both of the women that I had kids with, knew their families and all that. And that's what kind of it was crazy when I had a conversation with on Anton channel and people were saying I was lucky because of my situation. I'm like, no, I wasn't lucky. I knew who I was having kids with. I knew they were both gonna be good moms. I knew that they wasn't gonna play those games with me, and that's the results that I got. And then you had a guy like Jay, who, bro said he didn't even know the last name of the old girl that he had a kid with. That's the wild stuff that we have done. And I think, those situations like that is why we're having, a lot of this drama out here. I think a lot of the time, and I think that kind of leads to what you guys are talking about with the marriage too. I think it just lowers the possibility of that kind of drama happening when you actually know this person, their family, that type of stuff. It lowers the chance of that happening. I ain't on no paperwork. I'm talking about no courts, child support, nothing. It's with both of them, it's all it's all good. If they need anything, they hit me up. I shoot them with Cash App. It's all love. My other ways. BM just got
good dude. They good women. That's how it's supposed to be.
Right. Yeah. And Sir Hill, and I agree with you, Sir Hill, as well. When it comes to the whole marriage situation, you do have some marriages where families don't allow that type of thing. They don't allow that man to beat his wife. They don't allow that woman to disrespect her husband. Right? In some families, that the accountability is huge. right? And so I agree with that. Marriage is the thing for that, because then when you start opening Pandora's box, you're not married. You got 3 kids over here. Your baby mom over here with your other 3 kids. She done got a new dude. You don't like how the new dude treating your kids. I mean, just so many variables when you're out there. Just it's just so much separate. I mean, it happens, and some people have it under control, but a lot of people do not, and it causes.
But that goes back to knowing who you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a chick that you think gonna deal with some knucklehead, then that's on you for having kids with her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't deal with chicks that would be dealing with knuckleheaded ass dudes that, if our situation didn't work out and somebody else had to come in, I'd be having to, look over my shoulder or something like that. Again, it's just know the person that you having, like, because from 18 till probably 29, man, I strapped up with everybody. I mean, I got laughed at in the military. My main girlfriend, I strapped up. Like, I didn't have kids until I really wanted to have kids. And when I had kids, I had it with somebody who I knew. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's why I tell people I wasn't lucky. I knew the people I had kids with. I didn't have to worry about them being bad moms, and I didn't have to worry about them doing no BS to me. Like what we're talking about. So for me, I got the result, because I feel like because of how I handled that situation or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I hear exactly what you're saying, Tommy, but I have to agree with some of the people when they say you got lucky, because sometimes you can know somebody for years, and you cannot know that person if you understand what I'm saying. So I commend you, my brother. You got lucky like a motherfucker, bro. Because hey, like I said, you can know somebody for years and not know that person, man.
But I think past knowing them is knowing their family as well. You know what I'm saying? Like I think knowing them is one thing, and then when you get to know their family and stuff, then I think you kind of know the limits and stuff. Because at the same time, you gotta understand that, are their family gonna hold them accountable on the BS? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like I had a sprinkle of that shit, and her whole family was like, "You tripping," and that shit was ended like that. So that's another part of it too. Is not only just knowing her family, knowing who she runs to and what they're possibly going to say to her if she's on some of that type of stuff. If they're going to just sit there and support her through no matter what, or if they're going to be like, nah, you wrong. Like wrong is wrong and right is right.
That's a big part.
Absolutely. And both the people I'm dealing with, the people that they talk to is wrong is right is right. And they both hate it.
What are your views on marriage, though, Tommy B? What's your views on marriage?
Marriage is just, to be honest with you, both relationships and a lot of relationships, I found out when I ended up going to therapy. I just went to therapy, I think it was 3 years ago now. And I found out the little tweaks and shit that was going on in my head. And like I said, and then that's why I was explaining to y'all, like, you don't always know you off. Like, I didn't know my relationships was going that way because I was, I had shit in my head. So both of those relationships, I can say that I played an active role in those,
in the demise of those relationships.
In the demise of, because I had one of the things I think they said was like attachment issues. Like if somebody got too close, I would start pushing them away type thing. And they had a whole bunch of stuff where that came from. So, but again, like I said, even with that, when they told me where it came from, it's stuff that it wasn't even necessarily on my brain. It wasn't stuff that I thought about every day, but it was stuff that I went through long time ago. And I forget how they explain it, but it's somehow, it dances around in your brain and it causes you to act a certain way or whatever. And, that's why I was so passionate about talking about that mental health thing, because on the outside, it looks like it looks very simple, but I learned going to that therapist, like, yo, this shit is deep, man. They got to talking to me. I started talking about shit that I hadn't thought about in years. Like, wait, what? Like it gets real deep. You know what I'm saying? So, I can look back on both those situations and a lot of other more situations and be like, I probably messed them up. And I'm not saying they was completely innocent in the situations too, but I played a role in them crashing. But I'm not completely against marriage. It's just this day and age. So I had a conversation on Amina and them shows, and this is the part that's kind of hard for me with the marriage thing, is the social media aspect of it. 9 times out of 10, you ain't gonna tell a female to get rid of their social media, and they gonna be like, okay. My problem with social media is when we grew up, you had to go get a female's phone number. You had to actively go get it, and she had to give it to you. All I have to do is follow you. I got your phone number. I can text you, inbox, same thing as a text message, or on the other apps, I can call you directly. So being in a relationship alone is hard as hell. And now you're dealing with, these dirty macking ass dudes in the inbox. So anytime you go through something, she can just go to her inbox and this dude in there, whispering sweet nothing.
Is that like a trust thing? You mean like you don't trust?
It's not necessarily trust. It's just, I know, maybe because I went down that road before, but I know. This is how I think of it: is when we was growing up, would you not have thought it was weird if 30 dudes had your phone number that wasn't your man? Like, wouldn't that be weird? Okay, so essentially with social media, hundreds of guys got your phone number, depending on how many followers you got.
But I mean, I think it goes back to trust, because we've talked candidly before. Yeah. My inbox and my DMs stay lit up, but I think it has to be about trust. And I go and I show it to my husband. It has to be about trust, though, and knowing that your woman, like, I'm not checking for none of that. The only person's opinion, the only thing I care about anything is my husband's opinion. And so I think it has to be about trust and that relationship you have with, that person, just knowing that it don't matter what nobody coming her with or nobody coming her DMs, whatever with, she down for me. She not checking for none of that.
So do you feel like
there are women out there and it exists? And I know Sean is the same way.
Yes.
Yeah, if I found that person, then cool. We I mean, I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't push against it. But it's just so hard to find somebody that just, because a lot of the times, people are quick to just jump ship as soon as something go wrong. And I just think it's a lot easier when you got 50 dudes in your inbox. And then I think it also, and I'm not gonna put it all on the women, but women and men, that curiosity, that Pandora's box just sitting right there on your phone. And I think it's just hard for a lot of people not to just kind of peep into it.
So do you struggle? Do you struggle with, looking in your DM? And forgive me,
I was like, do you feel that way about yourself? Is that
is it hard for you to?
No, y'all can't do that. Like he giving us real idea. He's telling you.
I'm asking.
That's why I said that he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to.
No, because y'all about to gang up on him now. What he's stating is
enough. I really appreciate, and when you finish, Tommy B, I was gonna tell you that I really commend you for all the transparency that you've had.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
Really honest about a lot of stuff that men are not usually honest about, and like your mental health, like that's a testimony. And the stuff that you were saying about and how you honest about that. Hey, I know in the relationships that it was some things, like it's not a lot of men that's out here admitting to that. And so I hope that's a testimony. And I really like that I commend you too about your mental health struggle. Before y'all got on, I was saying, we all family here, we can talk about. I was telling them the same things. Like I struggle with deep anxiety. Like I said, it runs on both sides of my family, deep anxiety and deep depression. And even though my life is, generally from the outside pretty good, I had an episode today on the way home with my husband. And, I appreciate that. And I see a lot of women like coming forth and saying that, but I don't see a lot of men being as transparent as you and saying, hey, I had some shit going on and I know I wasn't right in that relationship. So I'm not, I'm not asking these things to turn on him because I really commend your honesty and your transparency.
And I'll say this as well. Everybody that's on this panel right now has had moments of transparency, even if some people don't understand it. Like Tony, completely transparent, right? Because I feel like when you've gone through something and you've been through something, I think your story should be used as a tool to help other people. I think that your situation should be used to help other people. Oh man, what you going through that, Sir Hale? Oh, bro, I went through that, man, 2 years ago, bro. I mean, let's have a conversation. Those are the things that can stop a man from going kill somebody. Absolutely. Right? And so oh man, Megan, Sean can go to mother and say, mother, oh, you dealing with that? Oh, in your marriage? Oh man, I dealt with that a year ago. Hey, let's have a seat, let's talk about it. And so I think that being, vulnerable, being open and expressing those things is a beautiful thing. Because even when I spoke about, a lot of people laugh But even when I spoke about the situation that I dealt with as a kid, right? Not knowing anything at 12 years old, and this 49-year-old woman taking sexual advantage of me.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So I talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Even on the show when I did with Anton talked about how he was molested as a child, right? Yeah. And so we all had that transparent conversation about, okay, these women, she was 49, almost 50 years old, and just did what she wanted to do with me. All willy-nilly. I was all happy about it. And everybody that I talked to about it, including Sean, you know, she's finna smile. Here come that smile. But she always saying, hey, you know what? That lady molested you. No matter if you liked it or not.
No matter. Like, no. And I was
like, because remember, Charlamagne got the exact same story as you, bro. Charlamagne said the exact same thing, and he used to joke about it.
Oh yeah,
he never even knew that it was that until he really sat down and thought about it. It was like, yo, she was, molesting me. But to answer your question though, when I get into a relationship, I'm the one that initiate. Like, we'll be rocking, and then I'll sit her down and be like, yo, and I'll be honest with her. I'll be like, yo, get rid of the niggas you talking to, because I don't never believe that a chick is just talking to me, in the dating phase, and we gonna rock. So once I do that, I'm not talking to nobody else. I have no problem with that. And because of that, I don't let people look through my phone. And if you look through my phone, that's fine. You can look through it. And then when you don't find nothing, you can go. Because for me, this is supposed to be built off of trust. And if I came in the house and been like, you messing with him and you messing with him, you wouldn't want to accept that. Well, you looking through my phone is essentially the exact same thing. So for me, if you look through my phone, cool. And then when you don't find nothing, you can keep it moving. And you can sit there and think about that shit, forever, because I'm through with it.
Sir Hill, I see you got something to say, brother. Go ahead. Get it out.
Yeah, so I've been married for a while, and me and my wife went through some things because I saw when I see some of the women who I really respected, like held in admiration, some of them were wives, and saw how they got down. Like, it can make you, even for married men, it can make you look at your woman and be like, dang, is this really how it is? Like, I will never forget a married woman. She pulled out, she was giving me a ride home. I was a musician, and I've never shared this publicly. And she's giving me a ride home, and she pulled over and said, Ernest, you do never have to ask for it. Just take it when you want it. And I had to tell this married woman, I would not do that because I respect your husband. I told a married woman that I wouldn't sleep with her because I respected the man she was married to. It's like when you go through that and you see stuff like that, it really can mess up how you see other women. And it's not the one time you see it, is when you see a pattern of that happening. And so I think, I don't think that we understand that when people have a perspective on something, it's not necessarily because they're jaded. Is that when you see a pattern and you see it happen over and over again, it can mess you up. And it almost messed me up with my wife. Like, I'm sitting here like, baby, is this what you're doing? Like, is it? Oh, this really what's happening? And if I see her inbox, then I'm triggered because it looked like what I saw from the women who I respected, and I thought they would never do nothing like this. And this is from elders. This is from married women. This is from, you could put whatever title on that. It can really mess you up. And so when men talk about they don't want to be married or in a relationship, that comes from a real place. Because when a man really loves a woman and he's loyal, he really is loyal. Like, most of the divorces you see, is the reason why we don't go file for them, because we really believe that we can work through any issue. When we are loyal, we are loyal. So I just wanted to put that point out there.
Just to add to what you're saying too, one of the things that I talk about and I try to promote a lot is courting over dating, because I just think it's a better process of vetting someone. I courted my wife. When we met and we got to know each other, we got to know each other as friends. So I got to know her. She was dating other people, actually, to be honest with you. So it wasn't the traditional courting. We were just friends. And I got to know her and her character from the very beginning without any intentions of trying to get with her or her trying to get with me. So by the time that we decided that we liked each other and that we wanted to be more than friends, and we kind of wanted to move this thing forward, I kind of knew her at the essence of her character. Because I think with a lot of the dating, a lot of times we meet someone, we like them, and things start off romantically, and we kind of date the person's representative from the very beginning, and then we kind of find out who they are later. Kind of to Tony's point, where you can know someone and they can still be, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not even saying courting is 100% like that's going to just eliminate all the problems. I just think it's a better process because you get to know someone without any kind of intentions, and you just know the person for who they are. You get to see them at their best and at their worst without trying to have sex with them, without trying to put on your best behavior for them, and you kind of get to just know the true person. So
I think something Sir said
with courting and dating, I understand your point of view, but I think a lot of time men and women do not know how to date properly, and not just courting, but just not knowing how to communicate, not knowing how to hold conversation, not knowing what they want in a significant other. Because I feel like courting is like a little bit more intimate, because you're deciding that you're going to just date each other, just that in that phase, and then decide to move to, a relationship of some sort. But to me, dating, women have to learn how to date, and men with intention about what they want. Now, are they dating to meet up and hook up? Are they dating to meet up with marriage in mind? Or are they trying to, because you can properly date somebody and vet them and still be with other, or, have other relationships, because it's about building relationships. But if you are intentional about that person and that's the person that you want to focus on, then you kind of go from there. But I think.
Sorry, I was just going to say, like, that's the other thing for me. It's like with dating, there's multiple reasons that people are dating. And the people who are just looking to hook up, and the people who are just looking to like just have a good time, those really aren't the people complaining about the dating, because they're just doing their thing. It's the people who are looking for marriage are the people that are complaining about dating. And that's why I don't think they should date. I think they should court, because when you're courting someone, it is a little more intimate, but it's a lot more purposeful and it's a lot more intentional, because you're getting to know that person. And look, even in the courting process, if you get to know someone, you're like, nah, this is not the one for me.
Yeah.
Even before you get to that point, you separate. There's no soul ties. There's no sexual ties. There's none of that, because you didn't get that deep into it. And that's, I just, and I'm not against dating 100%. I just, I like to compare them sometimes.
And I do think that sex sometimes can cloud things.
Yeah,
because when all those feelings, and especially as women, we're emotional. When all those feelings kind of get involved, it can cloud things a bit. And I think it's important today. Thankfully, me and my husband, and in no way are we perfect. We've had like a lot of hiccups along the way, but I do think that some of those hiccups maybe could have been avoided. So we did, we dated for a bit. We had known of each other. We dated for a little bit, but I think I got like pregnant like maybe 7 months like after we were dating or something like that. And so, thank goodness we've been together like 12 years, married 10, but it ended up working out for us, like I say, but a lot of hiccups along the way. And I think one of the things, like I say, of course, we a blended family. We talk about that. One of the things, we family, and we can kind of talk about this. He was like a bit out, a little bit out, probably at least almost a year from with like his, one of his kids' mothers, his child's mother. And I think at the time, and again, I was young. I was like naive to a lot of things. And at the time I felt like, we finna get the kids. Like at the time I didn't have any kids, like, I'm gonna have the kids over. Like we finna work this out. Like, it's all finna be good. When in actuality, I wish I had waited a bit and really given him time, to, almost heal completely from that situation. And so, retrospectively looking back, I almost wish that we would have dated more, that we would have took a longer time to court. And just in my mind, I think it may have avoided like some of the hiccups and even some of like the challenges of a blended family. I almost feel like if I would have given that space, to like, hey, let you heal from the situation, that maybe it would have been a little better. So I don't know. I'm a big proponent on on dating, looking back retrospectively. And I mean, I know it's hard. I know hindsight is 20/20, but I do think that that's a good course to really date, to really, make sure that the person is healed from their last relationship. And like you said, that goes back kind of to that courting aspect and really taking that time to decide, do I want to date you? Is this a good time for us to date? Kind of considering all those factors. And like I said, maybe that's the way fate had it. It ended up working out. But again, in no way are we perfect. And we've had a lot of hiccups along the way. And so just in my mind, I feel like some of those hiccups, could have maybe been avoided if we would have taken, like that additional time.
How long have y'all been married?
We've been married 10 years. September made 10 years. Yeah, we've been together. Like,
shout out to y'all. That's dope. I gotta catch up, man. I'm only 3 years in.
Yeah, it's tough. And like I said, we've had some hiccups. And like I said, we family. We've been separated before. And it's, it was a challenge, working through it. It's hard, but I feel like, I'm glad that I know who he is. I like to know. I want to see how a person, reacts when we at our worst. I want to see how you fight. So I've seen how he's fight. I think we've seen the lowest of each other. And my grandma used to always say, she said, real love is found in the trenches. And I believe that. Like, we've had to pull ourselves, out of the mud. And I'm saying all of this because, like how we've been talking about, I hope, that it's a testimony for somebody. I have, like I say, separated. When I say separated, like I filed for divorce before, like 2 years into our marriage. So, we were through the paperwork, we were going to court, all of that stuff. And, we came back from it. And so that's why I'm a huge proponent on, Black love and having a circle around you. And, around that time, a little bit after that is when we met, like Dwayne, we met Black Men Unfiltered, we met Sean, we met her husband, and we got this, group of people around us, like this circle around us that was holding me accountable, that was holding Tony accountable. And I have to really thank them so much because and I don't know if it really helped us, to, just blossom and to keep going. Because that's been 6 years, since we met them. And I can say that they have really been an asset. And I really credit them a lot with helping us, to get to where we are.
And before COVID, what I'm saying, it's always good to have a good circle around you. Like Sir Hill, man, I got to start reaching out to Sir Hill. He right in the same city as me. I can learn so much from him. And so I can go and chill with him and go to his church and go have dinner with him and his wife and sit down and just, learn from each other. I think that if you're around people, then you're smart. If you're smarter than everybody in your circle, you need to choose different people. And I think that's the problem that we have. We're so complacent with people that's not going to help us grow. And so I think we need to put ourselves in position. And so that Sir Hill knows I'm going to reach out to him, and because he's in the same city, I'm always around Sean them. And before COVID, we were planning trips, right? We'd go get cabins in the middle of nowhere and try to start a fire. We're not going to talk about that. You're not going to talk about this, Don. You better not say a word. But we try to spend as much time together, and we converse. And sometimes we have brawls. Sometimes we sit at a dinner table, man. We go at it for about 2 hours. But at the end of the day, the next morning, we all eating breakfast together, and we right back to loving on each other. So it's just if you can't have people in your life that hold you accountable, they're not good for you.
Yeah.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
I don't know if Tony and Mother have a channel or whatever, but if they don't, man, I would love if there was just a show where they could tell their story, because
Absolutely.
I feel like there's so many gems in just you describing where you guys came from and how you guys got to where you're at. So I would love to just sit back and just listen to you guys and just catch some gems. And because I consider myself a younger married man, just younger because I've only been married for 3 years. So anytime I talk to couples that have been married longer than me, who have been through more than me, who have more experience than me, I want to learn and soak up the knowledge. That's why I look up to Sir Hal, even because he's been married a lot longer than me. So if that can ever happen, I'd love to see that.
Oh yeah, we can definitely make that. Hey, I could just get with them and find out what they want to do it, and I'll get them on here and I'll back out and just let them do their talking, bro. I definitely do that. It'll be a good thing for them to do. Sean and her husband Shawnee, same thing, bro. I may do a show. Sir Hill, I may do a show with all the.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I may do a show.
I was separated 6 times.
Wow.
Oh damn.
I need to hear y'all story.
Child support papers. So
Wow.
yeah, we got to start in it for 15
Yeah.
years though, and I love her more today than I ever have. So absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
What
And
about
I
a
think
single woman
like
then?
the whole blended family component is a whole other component.
Oh, sure,
by
ma'am,
itself
ma'am. Don't.
that I think in the Black community, like we need to address because it's so much stigma. You
Oh
know,
my
we quick to talk about like baby mamas and it's always shown that it can't, you know, not in the Black community and in the Black families. We don't see that you can have a successful blended family situation. So I think, you know, I think that would
But
be
you
a
know what?
good-
You know why I think blended families suffer? Blended families suffer because I think that all the people on the outside, there's no boundaries for those people.
Yeah.
And when we allow those people to come in, I've experienced it. I know, Tony, you probably experienced it, right? Well, people just can come in, think they're going to say what they want to say, think they can run your household, that they're going to tell you what to do with your wife and your kids. You crazy. And so they don't have boundaries. And when you don't create those boundaries, that starts to deteriorate the marriage. That start to make, in some cases, women start to envy the children. Start to look at the children like, I don't want them over here because of the mama. I don't want to see them, you know. And you have all these women that are marrying men and accepting their children, but then at the same time, good women accepting their children. Then you have the baby mama. I don't like the fact that he moved on and he happy. I got to find a way to destroy that, and we got to start building up walls against that. That's why it's good to have. That's why we got to end up getting good circles and good people around. Like Sir Hill. Sir Hill may be able to see something in Tony that I can't see. You know, just for example, Sir Hill be like, you know what, man, I don't think Tony good for you, brother. He, you know, when you wasn't around, bro, he bad mouthing your marriage, talking about your wife. You know, you have to have people around you that can see things that you can't see, and I think that that's the most important thing. But Tony, you can go ahead and say your piece, bro.
I was going to speak to.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go. My bad, Tony B.
I was going to speak to something Sir said that was so true. That man, when you have a woman that you look at, you know, like you said, the married woman that came on to him, and you really don't expect, like, hoes gonna be hoes, but when you have those women that you hold up there, and then they cross that line, bro, that messes your trust up, because it's like, if you can do it, anybody can do it. And I've had multiple females do that. I'm just like, yo, if you can do it, because I never would have thought that this person would have did it. So if you do it, I'm like, shit, anybody can do it. So I 100% understand what you mean by that story.
Yeah, and that's a whole show, dog. When we get to talking about blended families and marriages and separations and envy, and then you go into your spouses that have issues, unchecked issues, and toxicity is normal, and mama issues and daddy issues. When you get into all that stuff, man, I'm telling you, it makes marriage like a corn maze.
Chaos.
Oh man, we had too many people talking about so she had her people, I had my people, and we forgot that we were each other's people. And once you forget that is y'all too, that it ain't me and my kids and you and your kids, and you deal with your kids and I deal with my kids. But no, even if you bring other kids to this marriage, I'm gonna love them kids like they are exactly mine, and vice versa. If that ain't in order, it's gonna be it's doomed to fail anyway. And I think a lot of us, we kind of have these allegiances to our own family, to our own circles and our own friends, and we're willing to be more loyal to them than a person we married. And so I think what would have helped us is if we had other married couples we could have went to that wasn't going to take my side because they know me, or take her side because they know her, but be like, no, y'all are in this together. Y'all going to go through some things, find a way to make it work. But we didn't have that. We had our own allegiances. And for anybody who's married or want to be, when you marry somebody, it is y'all too. Y'all become each other's home and people. And if you got an allegiance to your mama, I don't care how involved she is, or to your dad or to your sister, it's going to ruin your marriage, because you're giving them a level of trust and access to your heart and your relationship that they don't have any business being in. Right. So, but if we had other married couples who could have talked to us to that, then I think we could have been saved from a whole lot of different things. So that's why I'm grateful for this, because I'm not just looking at like a black man, I can share stuff with you. Yeah. I'm like, black men can share something with me as well, because we all need that.
Absolutely. And you know, Sir Hill, since you're in the same city, well, next time we get together, brother, I'm gonna tell you now, I'm gonna warn you. I'm gonna give you a head start. It's a boy. When I tell you, you'll be laughing, your stomach gonna be hurting. So I
would the child on me. Fogo the child on me.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay then.
I'm gonna have to catch a plane.
Okay.
But that, you know, that's why I was able to speak on my part in those relationships, is because I've always been able to be held accountable. My dad would do it. My mom's they'll tell me straight up, "You wrong," and I don't run from it. You know what I'm saying? I eat it, and it's probably just because that's how my pops raised me or whatever. And it's, when you was wrong, you had to deal with the consequences. But that's extremely true, because there's a lot of females that I've dealt with that they run to the echo chamber and, "Oh no, girl, you right," and it's like, come on, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think as women, we have to be very mindful about the type of women that we interact with, just from a married woman point of view. And even our friends. I have a lot of single friends, but you have to be wise enough to filter what is projection and what is not.
Right.
And so it's very important to make sure that you have people in your circle, men and women, that can keep you accountable when you're dealing with marriage, because it's so delicate. It's not an easy thing to do, but if you have the right tools in place, you can overcome so much. And that starts with also having just you figuring out you, and then building your circle, your tribe of people that really support you and not going to push you toward like divorce, unless there's just like, unfortunately, I would never tell a woman to get divorced unless I feel like her life was in danger. But I feel like, you just have to be wise with who you tell people, who you let in, and lean on those people, because they're there to support you and to hold you accountable and to love on you. Sometimes you may not get that at home right away, but you have a loving circle that can pour into you and, check you, or, get you right, or tell you, hey, you need to straighten up, or you need to toughen up, or you could do this better. Because I'm a proponent, hey, there's a better way there's always a better way to say something. So, because my biggest thing is, do you want to be heard or do you want to be right? Mm-hmm. So, my thing is, you have to come
on with that wisdom.
On agreement. Yeah. But I just want to, just always try to pour into my friends and my circle and make sure that they know that, I got your back. Like we can rock with you, we can pray with you, or whatever the case may be, because we want to see Black love thrive, and that you're not in survival mode. You can actually experience all these things that come with marriage. The positive thing, yes, it's hard, but there's some beautiful things that come out of it outside of just kids. That's a part of it, but that's not the whole thing. And so just allowing people to see what that looks like, the ups and downs, the ins and outs, and things like that.
Right.
I saw a meme that said too, that I'm in a marriage group online that said, married people got to stop listening to the unmarried, the divorced, and the people that don't want to be married, and that is so true. So I come from a family that it's 8 of my mom, them, it's 5 girls. Only one of them were like actively married. And my mom was like married, but my dad was, it was like a paper marriage. He wasn't really there. He only lived in the house like maybe 2 years, out of like this long marriage. So it was super dysfunctional. And so when I got married, I was getting all this advice from, they were giving me like all this advice, a lot of times unsolicited, about how, you don't let no man run you. You don't let him know what the left and the right hand is doing. You don't let him know how much you making and this, that, the third. So they were giving me all this advice that was not, that was contrary to, having a healthy marriage. Right. And so I was getting that. And then not to mention that I was raised too, that you don't tell your business to people. So honestly, when we met Dwayne and them and got with that group, it was weird for me at first, and I didn't really share like that. It was weird for me at first to see people telling each other about their business or telling each other things that were going on in their marriage. But then when I got to see, like, okay, they bouncing, this off of each other, and they're here for support, and they've been through some of the same shit that we've been through, and they got through it. It made me like a lot more comfortable. Because that's what I grew up being taught. Like, you don't tell people, your business, like, this, that, and the third. Mind you, these are the same people that's giving me all this unsolicited advice about what I should do. But, I grew up like that. And so it was like amazing.
And still single and still miserable. Okay.
Yes, and miserable. And talk about how they don't want no man. You know, I don't need no man.
You know what though? That I don't need a man. It's a facade, because what they're saying to you is, my grandmother always used to say, and I'm gonna use her voice here, baby, misery love company.
Yay!
If they go home at night, and if they go home at night, and the only thing touching them between the legs is a My Pillow.
Yes.
They're upset that you're at home with your pillow, which is a human being, like Big Tony over there, rolling you around on that bed. They upset about that, right? So Santa Claus over there giving all the gifts. You know what I'm saying?
Pillow.
That is true. That's true. That's true.
Pillow over there, brother.
All facts. All
And you know
true.
what? And I will say this: it's magnetic. It's a magnetic thing for me, because we were in Cozumel, I think it was, Mother, right? And Tony and Megan were in a shop, and I think Tony got his debit card or something happened, and he was trying to find a wedding band. He was about to buy one, I think. And so my wife and I were standing in the line. I was like, he walked out the store. He was like, man, don't even worry about it, bro. So he's walking back. I said, I'm finna buy this thing for him. So I bought it, and I remember seeing them on the cruise ship. So I was like, I gotta go find this dude. So I'm walking around. I'm looking for. I done bought this ring. I said, man, I done bought this ring. I don't see this dude no more. So we walked up. Him and Mother was sitting at the table, and they were playing cards. I think that's what it was. Y'all were playing cards or something. And I walked up to him. I said, hey man, here go your ring. He said, bro, I appreciate it. Ever since then, man, he's been like my blood brother, man. I've been there with him when his mother passed away. I've come down and sang at his mom's funeral. He's come down with us and chill with us. You know, our kids have played with each other. They babysit each other. I mean, it's just. And then we got Sean and Shawnee. I knew them from a marriage thing at the church, at a marriage group at the church. We met at the church that we go to. And then Carnisha and Rico, my brother Rico, come down from Louisiana, and we met them. So we all got together, man. It's just a good time to have all those couples around you. And in that circle, you have Megan and Tony, 12 years. I mean, we're 12 years together, 10 years married, right? The 11 years for me, 9 years, right? Rico and Carnisha, 10 years. So you have tenure in those relationships. And so, Sir Hill, I'm looking forward to you meeting all of them, everybody. We just only missing one. You only don't know 2 people, but everybody else. I mean, I can't wait until you can embrace, you know, what it is that we're doing, man, and trying to do. But New Growth just came on. New Growth 42 has been waiting, and he said he has a question for the panel. So go ahead, New Growth.
Yeah, how y'all doing? My question is, are we moving more on fear than anything else? Because me and my wife been together 22 years. 2 daughters.
Congratulations, brother.
Yeah, you know, and that's what God had a purpose. Now, I grew up without a father figure, but my wife grew up in a household with a mother and a father. So our relationship, her ability to submit to me was unnerving at first. I was used to, having to explain. It was mostly, she would just say, okay, if you feel that way, do it. And it was just a certain amount of accountability that was placed on me that developed me. I always tell everybody, my wife made me a man, because her submitting made me step up and make my mind say, I have somebody to think about more than myself. And all of a sudden, a lot of things fell to the side. The things that I wanted weren't the most important things in life anymore. It was what I needed to do for my family and now for my daughters. So I'm just wondering, are we allowing the world, especially as Black people who have went through so much tragedy in this country, who were forced to mate, who had to jump the broom, who were separated, but still married, and now we're at a point where we're doing better financially than we have ever in history, to have so much, well, I don't know if she's going to cheat. Well, I don't really want to trust him. Or, she could be like this, the woman that I looked up to. When do we, especially if we pertain to the Christian faith, when are we just going to put our net, we're going to till the soil? When we're going to put our heads down and just work? We're not going to worry about the storm that may come, because we have to set a blueprint for that next generation. If we're still sitting here worrying about what may go wrong, or I seen this and this got me scared, I follow God. I always said God gives me the order. I give the order to my wife, goes through the family. But if we break up that order of command, of course we're going to be in disarray, We don't have any function as a community. So I'm just wondering, as a community, are we moving out of fear or out of responsibility?
I think I'm the only single one up here, so I answer. So like I was raised with my mom and my dad. They was married the whole time I was young. So I feel like I was raised to eventually be a husband. I just got a lot of trust issues, and a lot of it has been a lot of the stuff that I've seen, especially in the military. It's cutthroat. Like them them vows don't mean shit. You go out to sea, man, and it's whatever. So that's something that I have. I mean, currently right now I'm not really dating because I'm trying to get some stuff together as far as in my life and trying to get myself back. I think like Mover said, like get ready to date again. You know, get past some of the BS from the last one and stuff like that, and don't bring that into a new relationship. But also, just being in this space, I've only been in this space for like a couple of weeks, but just probably gonna be moving in different circles to try to find somebody to possibly go there with. I know it's probably gonna be a little harder because I got the 2 BMs or whatever, but I make a cool amount of money, so I'll find somebody. You know what I'm saying? But
talk your talk, man.
But nah, I mean, it ain't no drama or nothing, so ain't nobody be stabbing tires and all that crazy stuff. But I think eventually I'll find somebody because I'm not the typical like single guy that's looking at married people going, "Oh, that's corny." Like, nah, I want to be there one day. I think my fear is just picking the wrong person because I've always told people when I get married, it's like forever. I don't plan on getting married to get divorced. So because I take that so serious, I'm extremely and probably overly critical with the people that I date. And I think I'm probably falling victim to like trying to find like the perfect person. And that's something that I probably got to get out of or whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, it's part of the thing. Like when I went to therapy, man, I'll quit somebody fast. Like I'm talking, just snap my finger one day and be like, "Yeah, you gotta go." So that's something that I see in myself that I know that it ain't right, and so that's the kind of stuff I'm trying to kind of get right with right now. And then once I feel like I'm cool, I'm probably gonna go out there looking. I'll probably find somebody. I mean, I'm solid. You know what I'm saying? Like so.
But I think that's beautiful as a man, though, that you're transparent about all of that and that you recognizing that you got some stuff you need to heal first.
I ain't got the ego.
That's why I was asking
and that's
about
beautiful.
Eric's question.
That's beautiful as a man.
Makes a difference,
Yeah,
at least you know where you're at.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know where you're at, you're not gonna know where you're going.
Yeah.
Situation.
And I hear y'all when y'all say that, but my thing is, us as men, we also have somebody to follow as well, right? I mean, I don't know if for most of y'all Christian, somebody be Muslim, but we all answer to a higher power. So when we move, we can't lean towards our own understanding. We got to go to God. See, once you're trying to do that on your own and say, "Hey, I'm gonna pick and nitpick," God is gonna pick what's for you. And once God say that's for you, you know what I'm saying? Let's say you buy some property, because this is what happened to me. I bought some property in a real horrible neighborhood in Atlanta like 8 years ago. And people's like, "Oh, I don't buy it," but I said, "I'm gonna buy this for my wife." That's all I could afford at the time. The property was real cheap, but I said, "I like it." And she said, "I'm with you, baby." So we bought it and we put money in there. And all of a sudden, the property value was on skyrocketing, right? Now everybody wants to move. "Oh man, we want to move over there." See, but that's because I followed God and my wife followed me. So I knew God gave me the right woman. So she knew God gave me, and it wasn't easy. She was like, "Oh my God," and this and that, and was drug house across the street. But it's like, when are we going to stop moving in fear? We couldn't walk down the street at one point without them hanging us and putting us on the chain gang. Don't be scared, brother. I hear what you're saying, but don't be scared. Trust God, because there's nothing that you can't overcome. We've done it for hundreds of years. We just
Can I
need to
respond to
set that example for your children that's coming up. Because if you're scared, guess what they're gonna be?
Yeah.
New growth, I don't think it's a matter of fear. This is caution.
Yeah.
Like from what I hear, there's a difference between I'm not getting married because I'm afraid this is going to happen. That's fear of what somebody else is going to do. But when you know what's going on in yourself and you're cautious about that and you're doing the work, that's a different thing. So I think that we are more aware as Black people of the necessity of like mental health and things like that. And so we get a chance to move in a way that we're more smart because we don't just want to be married and then, you know, you cheating and then she cheating and then y'all bringing diseases. Come on, we gotta exercise a degree of wisdom when you're selecting somebody and not just pick somebody and say God gonna fix it.
Right, but look at our community as a whole. We're losing.
No,
because
let's ask why we're losing. We're not
that's
losing because
that's my opinion why we're losing because we're so afraid of. I mean, because things happen, but that's not the majority. If most of us, like the young lady said, her and her husband had issues. Me and my wife have issues. Sometimes she don't like to look at my face, but guess what? I made a commitment in front of God. I'm gonna make it right with you. Period. I might do some things wrong, but I gotta come back as a man. Period. See, that's holding accountability. You might not like your job, right? But if you know you got to feed that family, your boss might be an idiot, but you're going to go in there and do what you got to do, period.
But that's after you're married, though. We're talking about before. So going into a marriage, right, you got to exercise some caution. Like you have to, because marrying the wrong wife will mess up your life. It's a beautiful thing that we see these sisters on here. These women are assets to their husbands. But go to a man who married somebody who believed that she was going to be a different way, and she completely decimated his whole life. Right? You can't say, "Hey, man, just trust God."
Is that his fault or is that the woman's fault?
I'd say it's both of their fault, right? Because
no, he's the man.
Her.
God made us the head, right?
Come on, man.
So if he's the man, rhetoric, he has to take accountability.
This rhetoric is dangerous, man. This rhetoric is dangerous, my brother. Come on, man.
I'm speaking from experience. You know, I'm not speaking from like, because I see so many of my single brothers and single sisters out here who are disappointed in their 40s, who feeling the loneliness, who haven't created kids. Our population is declining rapidly as Black people, rapidly. And we're sitting here trying. Of course, you're going to be cautious, but in everything, I got to be cautious if I go and walk across the street. I live in a community with my kids, with a murder rate was the highest in Atlanta. Atlanta has one of the highest crime rates in the country. But I had to trust something. I couldn't be cautious and lose almost a $300,000 profit for being so cautious. You know, we have to take chances. You know, that's what we build on. That's our culture. We're not going to be able to make it in this country if we can't trust each other. And I know what you mean. There's a lot of women out there, but guess what? A lot of them women just ain't found the right man. A lot of them men ain't found the right man.
I'm not just talking about the women, though. I'm talking about all of us. Like I didn't even put any blame on the woman. I'm talking about, like, you got to be cautious to know where you're at. I'll give you an example. I got married at 19 years old. Okay. 19 years old. So I'm speaking from experience. I had no business getting married at 19 years old. All the emotional stress I put my wife through, not knowing how to be a man. There were times where I belittled her because she was more woman than I was a man. Now that's 100% honesty. And because I wasn't the man I needed to be, I put her down. If I had grown and allowed myself to mature and to become the man that I could be, I wouldn't have put her through so many things. And this is what I'm saying. You got to be cautious. You got to be prepared. Caution doesn't mean you're stopping. Just like a yellow light doesn't mean you necessarily have to stop. But you have to assess that whether or not I'm going to run this light and I can risk getting into an accident, or is it better to stop? That's what I'm saying. Knowing what to do with where you're at, exercising that caution. We have to have that, because just going into a marriage unprepared, forget what the woman does to us. As men, if we're not the men we're supposed to be, we will rip a woman emotionally. We'll rip her psychologically. And we think that a lot of women, the stuff we say that women don't hurt them, just because they don't show it don't mean that they don't think about that for days or months, right? So it's not just what the woman could do to be cautious for that. Be cautious that you're not the man that you're supposed to be for that type of woman who's supposed to have your kids and hold it all together. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I hear you. I mean, we can agree to disagree, because I just think the caution right now, the caution is leading us behind. at some point in time, do we kind of agree that as a race, as our women being 1 out of 4 women will never, only 1 out of 4 women will ever be married, the divorce rate, the decline in the single family house, we're way too cautious. We're way too cautious, and it's like it's hurting our youth, because before you turn around, you being cautious and you working for that right moment, and we're 40, and that woman's freezing her eggs, and that man has 2 baby mamas, 3 baby mamas, and he has a skewed view on women because of the women he dealt with. It's like, I understand the caution. We agree on that. You never go anything on your own. Like I said, and that's why it's important for us to take a risk and till that soil and build that foundation. So when when your kids come up, it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier. But right now we're putting way more stuff into romance. Like, that's one thing I told my wife. I don't believe in romance. Look up the definition of romance. It's a fantasy, and it's an expectation of an unrealistic thing for what love is. I don't deal in that. I'm going to love you, but see, a lot of us looking for the perfect woman. She has to have this, or she's got to treat me this way. A lot of things I didn't know getting married at 22. I didn't know. Yes, I said things like, oh, you need to be bringing more money in. Yes, I shouldn't have said that, but my wife, she understood who I was, and she trusted God because she took that vow. And I was in my room after I said stuff like you said, mentally abused her and saying things like, hey, it's your fault and you the reason I shouldn't have got married to you. And when I go out and it kills my soul. God talked to me. God said, that's the woman that I chose for you. You have a responsibility. I have no problem coming back and apologizing and fixing it. But see, sometimes we sit on it, and then we allow people to sit there and just say, okay, well, that's how life is supposed to be, and we are mentally abused. That woman can be fixed. That's why we go into mental therapy and stuff, to be fixed, right? So we're going to make some mistakes. That's just it. What you did at 19 was your fault, and it may hurt that woman, but now it's that woman's fault. Ability to fix herself, because we're not perfect.
I hear what you're saying. I just don't agree with the premise of what you're saying, but I definitely understand that as a Black people, we do need to marry up and build our community. I'm with you 100% on that one.
Okay. Well, I appreciate y'all letting me call in. Beautiful topic. I love this show.
Yeah,
I listen to
it. You was giving some good advice.
Appreciate you, Negro, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Y'all be good.
All right, man. Appreciate you, bro. So when it comes to the whole mental health thing, man, I have another question I want to ask. When it comes to going to get therapy, Sir Hill, and everybody that's going through therapy as well, do you think it has an expiration date? Do you think that some people go to therapy, get what they need, they get what they go for? Do you think some people use therapy as a crutch, or do you think there should be an expiration date to therapy? Because I was on another platform and I heard Anton say that when you get, I don't know if he was on that one, but I heard Anton say that when you get therapy, there should be an expiration date, because some people start to use therapy as a crutch. And when you go to somewhere and get the tools you need to become the person you need to be, why do you continue to go back to the same shop, the same store, to get the tools you need when you already been given the tools to build? So what's your
I think it's a continuing process, because we got to remember that as people, we are constantly evolving. So what worked for me 5 years ago, I'm not the same person I was 5 years ago. I'm not having the same situations that I was having 5 years ago. So what worked for me at that time might not be working for me right now. And I think it's different reasons too why people are going to therapy. Some people are going because they have, mental illness, or they have mental health issues that they're dealing with. I have severe anxiety and depression. That's something that I inherited. I am never going to be able to get rid of that. So I have to constantly go, and as much as I try, and as much as I work through it, and I have periods where I do so good. But that's part of anxiety, it's part of depression. You have these ups and downs, and that's what depression is: extreme highs and extreme lows. And no matter how well I do, I'll do so good. And it doesn't even have to be anything that triggers me in life. It just happens. I hit like an extreme low. I start feeling like, things are much worse than what they really are. And so I need therapy. I need to continue, working through all those things.
I'm a piggyback on Mother. I will say that when you're going to therapy, realize that sometimes you'll need maintenance, just like, preventative measures. Like you go to the doctor to make sure everything is okay. Nothing has to be wrong for you to go to therapy. Don't think you got to wait or you have to wait till things are bad until you're noticing whatever. The point of therapy is to be preventative and be proactive. So I would say that I think people have to learn that there are many ways to heal. There are many ways. It could come through meditation. It can come through prayer. It can come through therapy. It can come through eating right. It can come through exercise. It can come through chakra alignment. It can crystal work. There are so many different modalities of healing that we really have to be aware of, because one size does not fit all. So I just want to express that is that we have to expose ourselves to more than just, what's in the Bible. That's because some of those things are in the Bible. I think we don't always see them, but they're in there. But that's my point of view with that. So it's an ongoing thing. We're in a human body having a human experience. So we're always going to have certain things. But I think once you learn your triggers, once you learn what makes you tick, then you can be consistent with knowing how to check yourself, because the goal is to be able to check yourself, have that moment like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling myself going to this high or this low. What do I need to do? And then you go to your tools, whatever that may look like for you. So that's what I would say about that. There's no time limit. I think there's an evolution to your healing. And some things won't affect you anymore. It just won't, because you truly have healed and let that go.
So to answer that, yeah, I agree with the last part of what you said. Yes, it's an expiration date. If you need to go again, then go again for a different reason. But right, there has to be a limit. Otherwise, that person who's giving you therapy becomes a crutch, and you don't grow. Now it just becomes another form of dependency, and that defeats the purpose of therapy. So yes, there should be a time limit. Now, what that time limit is, well, that it depends on the issue, right? But there should be an expiration date.
Yeah, I think I agree with them, because I think what therapy is it gives you tools to deal with what you're dealing with, and I think sometimes you do need to tune up. I went to therapy, and then my cousin passed away. That me and him was born in the same year, so I mean, we was basically like brothers, and that shit threw me for a loop, and I threw a whole relationship away off of that one. Like I went into severe depression, super anxiety and stuff like that. So I think therapy is like anything, is like in moderation. Like everything else, if you use it in moderation, then it's okay. If you use it too much, like everybody's saying, it can become a crutch. And when stuff goes wrong, you will fall back on that as your excuse or whatever. And it can take place. It can take the place of taking accountability. So yeah, I think it's an expiration date, but like Sir said, I think it's different times for different people. Some people might need it for more, some people might need it for less, but I think eventually you have to work your way off of it and use the tools that they give you to deal with the stuff that you dealing with.
Queso?
I don't have a strong opinion, just because I don't know. I'm a little ignorant to just the whole world of therapy, so I don't want to speak. I know we all have opinions and things, but I always like to preference certain things with I don't know anything about anything when it comes to certain topics. But I'll just say, just thinking logically, I kind of agree with a lot of the people who are saying that it should have an expiration date or it should be temporary. Because I'm just looking at it as if I have an issue, right, and I'm going to deal with that issue via the means of therapy, and that issue has been dealt with, I don't understand the point of going back unless there's another issue. I mean, that's just me. And then I've also heard therapists say that their goal is to get their clients out of the door, not to necessarily have them keep coming back. So I think even that just speaks volumes to how they're even looking at it, because I think it was Sir Howe who said it, but I think he made a good point about it being something that can become something that you're too dependent on. To the point where you're not even doing the work anymore because you're leaning on therapy to be the answer to the end all be all to everything. So that's just my take on it.
So we'll go to B9. He hadn't said anything. He's been sitting here for a while.
B9, what up, sir?
What's up, B9?
Good people. How's everybody doing? Hope and pray that everybody's having a blessed day today. I'm really just enjoying the conversation. I want to give a kudos to Miss Sean. She just dropped a bomb of knowledge right there, because therapy is so popular now because we are so individualized now. And so now, because we're so individualized, we have a itemized way to get the conversation or the help or the comfortableness that we need. There's different levels of therapy, and because there's different levels of problems, of course, but at the crux of the whole therapy thing is just about having a conversation judgment free. I mean, back in the day, you go to the bar and talk to the bartender and tell them everything because you knew you could drive away and never see that person again, because it's judgment-free conversation. We're having therapy right now. A lot of us are in the same circles on YouTube, and we hear the same conversations, and we see different people coming in. No matter what the topic is, they want to itemize it and tell you about their baby mama. They want to tell you why their situation is different, and then make their situation a global situation. Make it the macro. We have to come together with each other. And like I said, what Ms. Sean said was right on point. We're getting therapy in so many different ways, and we are not even recognizing it because there's not a couch or a clock or a PhD on the wall involved. But you're getting the most help from your parents, your children, your neighbors, your community. That's where you're getting the most help from. Your ecosystem. So when we recognize that, what is and I've never met a lot of them before, but just off of tonight, I can tell that Tony is a great therapist for mother and vice versa, because I see how you bounce off each other. Everybody's talking about how Tony tells these great stories and this and that, and maybe he does, but from what I've seen tonight, Tony has been sitting there chill, just like B9 has been. Real wisdom has 2 ears and 1 mouth. I didn't even want to call up here today because I've been enjoying listening and actually learning. The only reason I came up here is because I'm a real Southern gentleman. And when a friend or someone that you respect invites you over, you show up. And Black Man invited me up, and I'm going to show him respect, and I'm going to show up. But I don't have to be here. I didn't have to say one word because y'all are handling business. Y'all are doing a great job. Even though I've heard many, many different perspectives, very rarely can I say none of them were wrong. Tommy, what you were talking about earlier, from your perspective, I agree with you 100%. But on the flip side, what Brian was saying was 100% right too. But that's because both of y'all hit a wall that either one of y'all weren't willing to cross over to. If you all were willing to cross over that wall, y'all would have been right there together, because everything you said about a woman giving a man respect and realizing you should not go there is right. But everything that Brian said about playing the long-term game was right too. And I've been through that personally. I had a friend tell me when I was going through my child support issues in my younger years, be the cool, even though that's your son, be the cool uncle. Because you're disregarding your son's intellect. Your son, when he turns 18 years old, even if you miss out on all 18 of those years, he's got a brain and he's going to find you and he's going to communicate with you, whether it be through love or anger or whatever. The vessel is there for him to want or her to want to find out what the heck is going on. And if you're the man, and not just you personally, Tommy, but any man out there, if you're the man that you're supposed to be, you're going to have way more years from 18 to the day you die to the years you missed out on from 0 or 5 to 18. And that's why I put in the comments, you got to look at things from a macro perspective, from a micro perspective. If you miss out on your kids, you might not miss out on your grandkids. Your value might be as the grandfather. Maybe you weren't supposed to be the father. Maybe you were supposed to be. God does not make mistakes. Let's be clear on that. And there's a lot of things that go on that our understanding and our intellect and our selfishness doesn't agree with, and it doesn't align with what we want to have. But just like how you was dropping wisdom about the key and the lock, I'm gonna drop a little wisdom on you. You want to make God laugh, tell him your plan. Tell him what you're doing. Let God know how you're gonna handle things. And see how hard he laughs at you. Because you're not playing your game and he ain't playing by your rules. It's the exact opposite. You're playing his game and you're playing by his rules. Whether you think the rules are fair or not, whether you think you're getting the raw deal or not. So that's how the cards was dealt. And if you don't have no spades, you better find a way to at least make good.
Man, I appreciate that, B9 boy. And Ruby, Ruby's been waiting too. So Ruby, what do you have on the topic tonight? I saw you in the comments talking about your husband. You can't stand his face sometimes, but you still love him. So go ahead and go ahead and speak your mind.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think for me, I've heard a lot of people talk about the fact that marriage has nothing to do with love and it's all about duty and your role and whatever. And for me, that just doesn't ring true. And the reason why is because this insane love, the insane love I feel for my husband and vice versa, is what keeps us going. Because when I do hate his face, when he messes up really bad or when I mess up really bad, and it's like, I can't even see a tomorrow with you sometimes, right? It's the love that makes us persevere and want to push through and try to find a way. Because we're not just trying to find a way to make it to tomorrow, fulfilling our role as wife or as husband. We're trying to get back to, us, right? Getting back to us is so integral to our relationship, and, that we are willing to fight through anything and to work through anything and to understand anything. And I think at first, there was so much, it was brought up earlier, there's so much politeness almost in our relationship. I don't want to disrespect him. He doesn't want to trample me per se. And it's like, okay, so let's be really polite. I don't really want to bring this up because I don't want to offend you, and vice versa. And I don't know what landmines I may or may not step on because I don't want to ruin things because we're so good. We're in such a great place. And us doing that actually created way more damage to our marriage than we even realized was happening. And the reason why is because so many things, little things really, were going unsaid, and they were building and building and building until there was, these little balls of resentment, which means this little thing, that's a little thing, now feels like a much bigger thing. And then we're reacting to this much bigger problem we haven't brought up for 6 months or whatever it is. and create, we're bickering now we're fighting. We didn't used to bicker and fight. Like, what the hell's going on? So, eventually we kind of had a come to Jesus moment, and we realized that's what we were doing. We were so busy trying to keep the peace and to keep everything perfect. And we were so scared to say anything, just be honest. Well, what could you fix? You have this quirk and it aggravates me. What's the point of saying something about it, right? That's how he felt. I have a lot of therapy under my belt, and so I felt differently about it. And he actually started therapy, and that's really when we saw a big change. He started therapy when we had that come to Jesus moment, and now we just say what's true. No lying to each other, no trying to, not hurt feelings, no trying not to call each other out. But because we're so consistently honest and open, and we know and we trust that the person is speaking in love and in integrity, we bring up anything, we make jokes about it, we might tease each other about it, whatever. But that honesty and that openness is what continues to bring us closer and closer together. And when we have a big slip up, because, it happens, marriage is it's the hardest job you will ever have in ways that people don't understand until they're in it. And, we'll have a slip up, and so is he, we're catastrophizers. So the littlest thing goes wrong and he's like, oh, that's it. The marriage must be over now. Everything's ruined. Right? That's the place that you start. But then I look at his face, and I just love his face is so gorgeous to me. It's the most gorgeous face I've ever seen in my life. And that face and my love of that face is the thing that's okay, well, fine. Maybe the marriage is over, but maybe we should talk about it anyway. And that's really what I do. That's really where I come from. Right. And I have to say, on the tip of therapy, I work in the area of psychology, neuroscience, and behavior, but on the research side of things. And I think a lot of people have a misunderstanding about what therapy is. They think they walk into an office, they tell you a little bit about their mother and their childhood, and then the person goes, aha, this is your issue. You do this, this, and this, and you're cured in 3 months. I think people really think that that's what it is instead of a process. Or they don't understand that if you go to a cognitive behavioral therapist, that's different than going to a psychotherapist, right? A cognitive behavioral therapist would be better for you to go to if you've got to change some maybe, destructive thinking patterns or habits or behaviors, right? It's really good at helping you self-identify and then change that narrative for you. Whereas maybe if you've gone through childhood trauma, psychotherapy might be better because it's talk therapy. It's a place where you go and you can just keep talking and crying, and there's someone who will just hear you and validate your feelings. Sometimes that's just what you need. And we don't know these differences in these details because our parents and our grandparents and, the elders don't know. They don't understand that there's all these differences. For me, being Jamaican, that's even worse because they don't even know these words. You're just crazy. You're mad. That's it. It's wait, what? So because he hasn't stopped crying in 6 months after his wife died, he's mad? Yeah, that's it. That's they just wash their hands of it. If you're sane, you pull yourself together and just get over it. And that's what we're supposed to do. We're just supposed to get over it. You look at my grandparents' marriage, they've been married forever. They hated each other, but they were married. I didn't even know my grandfather could smile until one day we took him out of the house without my grandmother. And he smiles and he laughs and he has this whole personality. And I was like, oh my God, wait a minute. Marriage can be happy? And that's what I thought to myself. I'm like, wait, marriage can be happy? And the reason why I thought that, I just thought that you get married, then you just become a miserable person. I didn't realize that outside of the context of his marriage, that he could laugh and smile. He's not a miserable person. The marriage is miserable. And it just dawned on me all in that moment. Wait a minute, marriage could be happy. His marriage is miserable, but marriage could be happy. And trying to talk to him and my grandmother about it, they didn't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the details and whatever. It just is what it is. And so, rounding that all up, I know I went a whole bunch of different places, but rounding that all up, goes back to my point of marriage is not just about duty. That love that you develop, it's a deeper kind of love. It's not just, infatuation and whatever. That respect that you have for each other, that desire to want to see them smile, that desire to make them feel like butterflies or something good inside. That's the thing that you kind of have to kind of grasp onto in the hardest of moments sometimes, and just kind of remember and, be fighting towards, a tomorrow that still has that in whatever way you have to get there. So those were kind of all my thoughts that I had listening to you guys. You guys have been amazingly deep and powerful tonight. So it's just been really great listening.
Well, I appreciate you, Ruby, man, and continue to watch and to share the content and share with others, and I appreciate your viewpoints. I see we got Jedi Mike in the building. He's been waiting for a little bit too. So Jedi Mike, go ahead and give us your sight on what you see tonight, brother.
Thank you. How you guys doing? I apologize. I was just kind of working tonight and everything.
Teddy Riley in the building.
But yeah, I just want to comment on this issue here because this was brought up on the Lapeef Network, and this was like me and Kay were kind of going at it on this particular topic. But to me personally, this affects me because I said I'm a 2-time self-deletion survivor. I've said this before, right? However, and I've been through my trials and tribulations, going through therapy, but also having difficult conversations, with my own family. I can also tell you that, as much as therapy might be a resource, it should not be almost an anchor in terms of resting of your entire life, because I view it as a rehabilitation center, right? Because I made the point, and someone already said it, that the therapist basically is encouraging you to say, hey, listen, my job is to make sure you don't have to come back here again. And Rebecca said that again in the other past live streams before. And the thing about it is people got so I don't say defensive or sensitive about the issue, because the thing about it is when you go to an effective therapist, to try to give you resources to basically continue and practice throughout your lifestyle. And for me, I'm only a byproduct because of that. But I also see the negative sides of it. One, you go into a therapist and they give you some negative information. That's why I said it's increasing discernment. There's people that also lead to be misdiagnosed in mental health as well. So that's important to emphasize. And you have this type of negative codependency with some people where say when you get in arguments with them about their accountability or actions, and they'll say, oh, well, my therapist said, and that's not really a healthy mechanism, because they're not actually, helping you. They're being dependent by you. So I emphasize on that in terms of this discussion here, is that, yes, mental health is, it should be a priority. And even though someone said this is in scripture, that someone say, oh, therapy is not in scripture, it actually is, because even in scripture it says, your body is also your temple, and along with your body is also equal with your mindset too, is that having practicing self-care, edifying your body, not damaging it, whatever, but also taking care for it, which includes the brain, includes the mindset. That also means that you're also edifying God as well. So people want to see that as different distinctions, because even especially we want to pray away the mental illness away and stuff like that, and that's not really what it also says in scripture. Just like I said, it's a defense mechanism to actually getting true accountability. But yeah, that's what my answer to this topic.
Hey man, I appreciate it, man. And I earlier I heard you I saw you in the comments. I heard you. Saw you in the comments saying that that therapy does have an expiration date. And so your thoughts on that would be, because I heard you talk about this before on another platform. We were on another platform that that mental health is one of those things that affect the black community deeply. And I think that it's more shame than anything. Black people have been shamed for needing help, shamed when they have a mental issue or something going on with their mind. So, but again, man, tonight,
just pray about it.
Yeah,
it's not
just pray about it. You can't, right. You can't just pray about it, because your mind is somewhere else. I mean, you'll damn near die of depression. I mean, you'll age quicker. You won't be a great mom. You won't be a great dad. You won't be productive in life. Like it's.
And I will also add to that, saying that, especially that situation that because anyone in that mental state is that they make the mistake, they want to give a permanent solution to a temporary problem, right? So when that goes into self-deletion, going to addiction, going to substance abuse, whoever it might be, there's a lot of things that I feel, as much as we had a conversation before, Uncle Stu, about how the church and other people, Black community, should be more accountable, is that we also have to hold ourselves accountable in terms of not only saying shaming each other for using the resources, but also shaming each other that admitting that we have a problem in the first place. Because
Right. Right, and exactly, and so this is one of the things out here, and I think I'll just try to knock it out before we close out. But Snuggle668 says, "What does a man being productive look like?" To all of you on the panel, if you don't mind me asking. So I'll give everybody 30 seconds on that one before we close out. We'll start with Sean, and then we'll go to Ruby, and then B9, and so on and so forth.
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Does she mean like in terms of a relationship?
Yeah, that can mean in several different situations, like
right.
health wise, work wise,
Yeah, Snuggle668. If you can just
see,
tell us what you mean. Be more specific on that.
I'm assuming she just means in a relationship and as a leader, but that's just because that's where my mind is. But I'm not sure if that's what she or he is saying.
Hey, I'm sorry. Wait, is Kaya asking me a question?
She's asking you what your diagnosis was.
Oh, I didn't have to really diagnose. I had just depression. That after a car accident I was in. That's basically what it really was. That was about 2.5 years ago. But that's basically what it was. Because but I also see a situation with my friends who've actually gone through borderline personality disorder, and kind of get misdiagnosis with that, which that stuff is very, very severe. So that on that instance, that's what I was mentioning about people being misdiagnosed, and be kind of treated with different medication with mental illness, and not saying that it's not should not be used. I'm not saying like for it or against it, but there's also people can be dependent on it where I'm either overly hyper, or I'm so drained and sluggish, whatever, with certain medication, and that kind of might lead to a misdiagnosis. So that's what I was emphasizing on that point while I'm making.
Okay. Well, Snuggles didn't come back and say anything about what she meant, but I guess we'll just like Queso said, assume that what does a man being productive look like to in a relationship, basically in a marriage, something serious. I guess we'll assume that. So I guess we'll go from there. So Sean, you can go ahead and tackle it from that.
I think a man is just intentional. I think he kind of has a plan for himself individually and a plan for a family. I think that he's grounded and he possesses a lot of wisdom, and he's open to learn and open to communicate. And that's just my small list.
What about you, Ruby?
Well, I would see a productive man as a man who already is a leader. So in and of itself, he already is driven. He already has his purpose. He's already grounded in that purpose, and he's already, in essence, following that purpose. Because for me, it's like you've got to be the train, and I'm jumping on that train to follow, i.e. submit into that direction. And I can't submit to a direction if you're not traveling one, or if you figure, well, I'll get you first, and then I'll figure out what leadership and which direction I'm going and whatever. So to me, productivity in a relationship for me is that you're already a leader. You're already heading somewhere. You already know what you want and need from me. There's already a role and a purpose for me to fulfill, to submit to, and to support you in.
Man, okay. So B9.
Put the question back down there again, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. I got you, bro. I got you right here. What does a man being productive look like?
Okay. A productive man, I know that we're talking about in the realm of a relationship here. A productive man ultimately is protective. And that's the end of the story. And protection comes in many different forms. It's not just about a physical protection or, going out fighting or jumping in front of a bullet. That stuff is important, but it's protection from a long-term perspective of, are you going to be better for the next 25, 35, 45, 55, hopefully 65 years being with me? Are our children going to be better and protected and productive citizens of this community because you're under my protection and under my tutelage? That's what being productive in a relationship is all about. It's not about you, it's about the outcomes that you produce. I'm an educator. An educator is judged by the outcomes of those students, not how good of a teacher I say I am. The results will speak for themselves.
All right. And so appreciate that, B9. Queso?
To me, being a productive man in a relationship is actively being in the role of in a position of leadership. Meaning it's not just, you're not just walking around your house saying I'm the leader because I'm a man, and that inherently just makes me a leader, But I think that you are actively doing the things that move your family forward and better for your, you're doing things for the betterment of your family. For example, B9 was saying that there's different ways that you show protection, and I believe there's different ways to show your leadership. My wife is pregnant, and today she was going through it, right? As a leader in my household, one of the things I had to do is I had made a decision to kind of like put some work to the side and tend to her because she needed me, because she's been strong throughout this whole pregnancy, but today was just rough for like the first time. And so it's very easy to go, I gotta work. So you gotta tough it out, babe. But I knew she needed me, right? But also too, just looking at it from a working standpoint, I know dudes who get home from work and they go sit on the couch and they play video games until they fall asleep, and it's like, you got to be getting to the bag, and it's not about, I know people go, money isn't everything, but it kind of is. I mean, it gives your family options. I'm not saying to put money over some of the more important things that your family needs, but it's important for your family to thrive. And so me as a man, I think that you should be doing everything you can to be the best version of yourself in that area, being productive citizen of in the world, going out, bringing home the bacon, as they like to say. And I also think emotionally, just being there for your wife and your kids. And I'm a Christian. I also being there spiritually. So I lead my family in devotion. I lead my family in prayer. I make sure that I'm constantly in my Bible, because I don't feel like I can be an effective leader if I'm not looking to the person that I'm submitting myself to, which is God. I know not everybody's a Christian, but this is just how we do it in my household. Yeah, I think that's it. It's just being there for every aspect and not just talking a game, but it's having that vision and actively moving in the direction of that vision. Your family's going to need to retire one day. Do you have a retirement plan? Your kids are going to go to college. Are you making sure they need to do the things that they need to do? So I think being productive includes all those things. It's not just the aspect of working and making money, although that's part of it, but it's the protection, it's the provision, it's the spiritual and the mental covering over your family. So I take leadership very seriously. I know people just throw it around on these, in the YouTube world, but I think it's super important. I take it very seriously and I don't take it lightly. So when I say that I'm a leader, I don't just say it because it feels good and it sounds good on the internet. I take that as I am responsible for the well-being of my family. And it's a little stressful. It's a little scary, but I take it seriously to the point that it means everything to me. So I do everything I can to make sure that they're put in the best position possible. So, yeah.
Hey, so congratulations to you and your wife as well.
You're right, man. Congratulations. You ain't tell nobody, K-Soul. You ain't tell us. Come on, bro.
Congratulations.
She's like 8 months or 7 months pregnant or 7.
Oh yeah, rub the feet, rub her back.
Yes.
Doula. Okay.
I was putting oil on her stomach tonight.
Yeah.
I came down
Go
here.
ahead, K. So damn it. Go ahead, K.
That's your first one?
That's your first one? No.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, just to be transparent, because I know I have never said this on this channel, but I actually had a child outside of wedlock before the marriage. So it's kind of like I did that, and this is why I look up to Sir Hal and Cheeky so much, because that's what I attempted to do and I kind of failed at it. So I did things the wrong way, then I did things the right way.
You ain't the only imperfect one in this universe.
Right, you absolutely,
hey, bro. That's why.
I ain't gonna lie, when I first got here, I felt like I was like, damn, don't none of y'all like shit.
This is why when I promote marriage and I promote not having sex out of wedlock and things like that, I don't come from a judgmental place. When Mother and Tony were talking about the blended family, like, I'm not judging anybody, but at the same time, I know the things that I went through and I've seen the damage that it's done to the. Bro, I had to apologize to my son. I sat my son down and had a real moment with him, and I was just like, I failed you. And I told him, and I was like extremely transparent, because I want him to know, one, that's not how it should be done. And then two, when you move through life, I don't want you to make the same mistakes I made. So I try to keep it real. I try to be transparent about that. I have never had a chance to say it, but it's like, you know, when I do come from the standpoint of like, I think that we need to have discipline. I don't think we should be sleeping around. I don't think it's not from a place of judgment. It's just, I really want to see people do better. And I in my opinion, that's the way to go. If people disagree with me, that's fine. But yeah, I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm so happy for you. And a lot of guys, man, you know, are a lot transparent these days, man. And I know we joke around a lot, and I know we have our laughs, in which that's good for the soul. But at the same time, transparency is good for the soul as well. And so a lot of us was for the streets before we made a decision to say, you know what, we need to grow up. So I mean, I was for the streets. I know my brother Tony was for the streets. And it started early for me. Again, you know, we'll talk about that one day. It started real early for me with a 49-year-old woman, and I was 12, and I was the happiest little boy in the world until I got to be this age, and somebody told me that it wasn't healthy, or it wasn't the right thing. That shouldn't have happened to me at that age. I never told my mom, because I knew my mom would cut her up and put her in a bag and throw her in the river somewhere. And it wasn't nothing to tell, because at the time I really thought that was a joyous occasion. Everybody kept wondering, why is he going over there raking those leaves every day?
I don't mean to laugh at you, bro.
I mean, no, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, I mean, everybody kept asking the question. Damn, he raking leaves. He over there raking leaves every day?
A hardworking young man.
That's a hardworking young man. You know, now he's not in the house being a plumber at 13. Wow, he fixing the sink. He helping her. He helping her paint her bathroom. Wow,
They should have known something was going on.
So yeah, she had everything work. You know, she had a plan. You know, tell your mama you painting for me today. I'm gonna pay you. Give you a little money. You act like you working, and you come work.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah, that was. She had a plan. But anyway, I appreciate you guys, and I want to go to Mother. Right, Mother, did you get a chance to get your expression, babe?
No, but I agree with everybody and with a lot of stuff that everybody has said. To me, a man being productive in a relationship, I don't think it's one size fits all, but I think generally, and what works best for me and in my relationship, to me, a man being productive, it's just being there and being supportive, and me knowing that I can count on you. And, you know, like no matter what, and something that's really big to me is loyalty, and knowing that you're willing to lose anybody for me, you know, like no matter who it is. I know he talked about earlier, you know, like that this is like your spouse being your person. And, you know, outside of what's going on, even these very kids that we created, you know, might one day try to come between us. But your stuff have to be so tight, you know, that you're willing to cut whoever off, you know, for your relationship. And so I think, to me, that's part of a man being productive,
just having that loyalty, putting his wife, at that point that, this is my queen, you my person. And also just knowing that you can, like I said, them being supportive and them being there, being there and knowing that you can count on them. I say openly all the time that I could never be the woman that I am or the person that I am or have the career that I have without my husband, because I couldn't. We have 5 little kids and it's no way I can do it. It's no way. And so I, acknowledge and I always commend my husband for that. And so to me, that's a big part of, a man being productive, not having any gender roles, because there's no gender roles with us. Like, we both do everything. My husband washes dishes. He, washes clothes. He does clean. He gets the kids up and get them ready for school. He take them to school. He do all of that. And at the same time, I cut the boys' hair.
So do you take the trash out?
Do I do what?
You take the trash out?
I do. I cut the boys' hair sometime. We've talked about it on the show. I cut the boys' hair sometime. I've cut the grass sometimes. But yeah, we've talked about it on the show. We have like no gender roles in our relationship, not at all. I cut the boys' hair, and I post about it sometimes. I call myself Mommy Barber, and I be trying out different designs and everything. So and
my last question, Mother. If there's a confrontation between you and someone, or between your man and someone else, and they pull out a gun, are you gonna jump in front of your man and that gun?
No, I'm not. And what everything that I said to say, so don't get my words twisted and don't get me confused. I still submit to my husband. What I'm saying is, in terms of the duties and that kind of thing, it's no gender roles. And I commend my husband for that, because I know it's not a lot of men that are secure enough to, help their woman in that way, and to let their woman do all those things so that their woman can shine. And, we've had, different times in our relationship where my husband has made more money, where I've made more money, and we just fall in line, to support whatever the opportunity is there at the time. So there's been times that I've made more money, or the opportunity was there for me to make more money, and my husband supports me. He taking care of the kid, he getting up, getting the kids ready for school, and doing that type of thing, and vice versa. It's been times that it was that way with him. And so I showed more of the responsibility. And so that's why I said, it's no, like, when I say gender roles, I mean in like in terms of the work, but don't get it. I fully submit to my husband. And that's a part that I feel is a huge part too of a man being productive, him being the protector. I know that, I don't have to worry about anything. That's who I look to as my protector. And I grew up with 3 brothers. So I've always been, so even though my daddy wasn't around, my brothers are like a huge part of my life. So I've always looked to a man. And even though my mom was around, great provider, we've kind of talked about some of the issues that I had with my mom. So I really had to, and I always say, if it wasn't for my brothers, I would have never made it. So I've had a lot of experience with looking to a man as the protector and looking to a man, as my strong source. And so when I got married, it just kind of fell in line that same way. I look to my husband as my provider and as my strong source. And I really feel like, my husband is like my best friend. And so to me, that's what kind of one of the core things that I feel like about a man being productive in a relationship. If that man can be your best friend, and I really feel like, my husband is my soulmate. And I know a lot of people touched on it, that's a big part of marriage too, because it's going to be a lot of days that you can't, sometimes you can't freaking stand each other, but it really has to be the core of it has to be at the end of the day, this is my friend. I'm not going to go there with them. I'm not going to get to that level with them, because at the end of the day, I actually like him. This is my best friend. I think sometimes people get it twisted that you can love a person and not really like them that much. And I saw that growing up with my parents. They loved each other, but they didn't really like each other a whole lot. And so I think that's a big part of marriage. You got to, keep, and you got to stay into it and make sure you still like the person.
Right. And I've learned a lot as well, as for over the years, because you and Sean have been knowing me the longest for on this platform for years. And my mindset has changed a lot too as I've gotten older and matured, because back in the day, you couldn't tell me shit. And these ladies, look at their faces. You really couldn't tell me nothing. I stand 10 toes down on what I believe. I ain't trying to hear nothing you got to say. Your opinion don't matter to me. Get up out my face. I know it. You don't.
You've grown a lot.
Right.
I'm proud of you,
And so yeah, that's how I was. You know, now I still stand 10 toes down, however, but I'm more open to hearing other people's views and viewpoints. And that's one of the things that I can admit that I grew into. Because, you know, even with the whole thing, you know, my wife was telling me, oh, whoa, I ain't putting up with that, because I grew up with old men. You know, my dad, my grandfather, and they said it. Hey, listen, I go to work, I make the money, I bring home the check, you know, I pay the bills, and when I get home, I don't have to do nothing. There's nothing to do. Yeah, look, I'm not doing nothing. You deal with the kids, you raise the kids, you make sure the kids, and these women today, they're different. They're just not, they're not going to do that. And I've shared this with Megan before. Megan was like, well, your grandma must be something special. But you know, I saw my grandmother get up in the morning, cook breakfast, lunch, put the lunch on the stove with foil, go to work all day, come home from work, cook dinner, do it all again the next day. You know, and I look at it now and I'm like, damn, I'm a dude. I swear to God, I couldn't do that. I just, you know, I look at it like I couldn't do it. I couldn't get up and cook every day, all day like that, and just, but she did it. And to this day, one day I'm gonna have her on the show, man, because she's amazing. But I just, you know, I've grown in that area. So Jedi, no, Tommy B, you already said something, right? You already went. Oh yeah, go ahead, Tommy B.
So I speak from my situation, since I'm not in a relationship, but me being productive is me taking care of my kids and taking care of their moms as well.
Oh, look at this.
Because I take that as a responsibility as well. So
hell no.
Hell no. Okay, good. No.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm not
sorry,
married.
Tommy.
No, it's
I'm
good.
so
sorry.
Go ahead, Tommy.
But yeah, like my daughter's mom just got COVID, so I had to go there and take her some vitamins and some tissue and some other stuff. But
Wow.
I just, you know, that's my responsibility. That's I take accountability. You know, I had kids or whatever, so I know that their mom's well-being affects the kids. So you know, I got to make sure they're straight. So that's just me, just stepping up and taking care of my responsibilities. You know, all around, and that's why I kind of look at it different as far as how K-Soul does, because I don't think I'm gonna have to apologize to my son, because he's gonna see how I hold it down, and he gonna see, you know, it might not be the best of situations, but even in the mistake, I still held it down and I took, you know, responsibility and accountability for, you know, what I did and what I made. So and that's not knocking what he did, but just in my situation, I tell people all the time, you know, my kids is in a better position than a lot of people that's married. You know what I'm saying? They don't see me they don't see me fussing and fighting with their moms and stuff. You know, it's, you know, a lot of the stuff that I hear that married couples go through, they not going through that. You know, it's all peace and stuff like that. So it might not be the ideal situation, but I try to make it as ideal for the situation it is. And so that's why the peace in between all of us is that important for me. And that's why, you know, I'm one call away. If they need anything, you know, they can tap in and, you know, I got them or whatever. But yeah, that's what I felt on that. And then I wanted to tell you that bro got off, but I was going to apologize to bro for calling me a nigga. I'm ghetto, man. I ain't mean nothing by it.
Yeah.
So I if I see him on the panel, I holler at him. You feel me? But yeah, I just wanted to apologize to him for, you know, I know some people don't like being called that. I'm ghetto. That's how we talk. I'm trying to get out of it, but you feel me?
Right.
So yeah, I know you know him or whatever. So yeah, if you talk to him, tell him, you know, I ain't mean nothing by it. I apologize. And
Oh yeah, I'll
if I
be
see him
sure.
on the
Yeah,
panel,
yeah, I'll
holler.
make sure. Yeah, I'll make sure for sure. So Jedi Mike, you still there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and say
Oh,
your
okay,
piece,
I got
brother.
you, K-Soul.
You got the
Got
last
you.
word, brother.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure what I'm commenting on.
You're commenting on the question that Snuggle sent. She said, hold on one second.
What makes a productive man?
Yep, there you go, bud.
All right. Well, in terms of this, what makes it being a productive man, I think it's just being reiterate basically what everyone was saying, but more importantly, being just a man of consistency, right? You know, because we can say one being a man of your word, be a man of purpose, whatever. But if you ain't consistent, with your purpose, you ain't consistent with your priorities, if you're not consistent with, more importantly, your integrity, then it's like really that's why I feel that productivity is where it actually will grow through that. Because as I mentioned, as men, we walk through these trials of life. Doesn't mean we're not going to make any mistakes, but more importantly, I think is how we, assert ourselves through trials and tribulations, wherever that, the enemy might want to put us through. I feel that what terms of what makes us productive is terms of how we, not more importantly how we're productive, but how we are proactive, right? As men, especially just not as just ourselves as individuals, but more importantly as leaders. Being proactive in terms of our finances, knowing that, okay, all right, you got laid off your job. What's next? Instead of staying in Lodabar, what's you might be dealing with death in the family, whatever it might be, or hey, child, acting belligerent in the household. What are you gonna do? Okay, marriage is falling apart. What are you gonna do? Be proactive. I think on that instance, it's like you have to understand that we, as men, we don't have the luxury to afford to be unstable as men, especially as leaders. So I think on that note, we have to making sure that we are keeping our frame, that we're making sure we're being consistent in terms of priorities, implementing solutions, but also being proactive in the midst of struggle.
Hey, Black man, let me ask you, Kyle, real quick. I'm in the process of moving right now, so after I'm done moving, I might start uploading content. But I'm kind of going back and forth because I'm brand new to this space, and these niggas is messy, and I ain't know it, and I'm not built for messy, bro. Like I go to another level with that type of shit, so I'm kind of going back and forth. So me and my homeboys doing a sports show first. And then I'm kind of going back and forth. I even want to do nothing in this space because, man, I done seen, since I've been in this space, some of the little drama videos to start dropping in my little feed.
Oh, come on. Don't get me started.
Man, hey, don't get me started either, Jedi. They came for us the other day, Jedi.
Yeah, that's what. But
they came for me the other day.
Listen,
and you a multi-millionaire. Why are you coming for me?
Bro,
wait. Give me another video. What?
Until y'all saw me 2 weeks ago, and I knew nothing about none of it. This whole world was around. I knew nothing about it, and so I'm thinking it's all positive and cool. And I'm like, bruh,
man,
you can't come for everybody way. They coming at people, bro.
Bro, they came for me, sent me a long, inbox me a long one. Hey, Jedi Michael tell you, man, you a millionaire. You driving a Bentley and you worried about what I'm talking about? You worried what I said?
Yeah,
it'll feed you, bro. Come on, now. Get about my
bro. And I'm not with the insecurity. Like I don't got this ego that people got. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. So no, it's nobody with me, Kai. It's just stuff that I've seen in this space that people have went at it back and forth. But anyways, after I'm done moving, I might start uploading content on the channel. I'm kind of going back and forth right now, though.
Okay, all right. And you know what? I wanted to make an announcement as well, but I want to share this first for Just, because Just keep asking all these questions. So I'm gonna pull this up for Just real quick. I want her to see something. Just this is us, Just. You see it? Wow. That's me and my wife right here. See? That's us right there. That's Carnisha. That's my brother Rico and his wife right there. There's Sean and her husband Shawnee. You see it right there? And then there's
I was pregnant. Oh my god.
Yeah, and that's Tony and that's Tony and Mother right there.
That's not when y'all tried to start the fire, is it?
No. Oh no, I don't know what we did. I think it was in Arkansas on this one. We tried to start the fire.
Oh wow.
We were
in San Antonio.
We went to the caves.
Yeah, Natural Ridge Caverns.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. Yep, that's it. So that's us right there. There you go. Now you got it, Just. You see it? All right.
But I don't want no problems. Okay,
no problems.
I carry him.
Right? I don't want
with me.
Sean ain't gonna be calling me. Hey man, I heard on the show that my wife. They say So anyway, guys, before we go, man, it's all fun, bro. All love. B9, I appreciate you. Tommy B, you my boy, and I know are you gonna do the 11 hours this weekend?
Oh yeah, I ain't got the kids, so I'll be in the middle moving, but by the time I get on, I'll be done.
Anton has a show, Burning the Midnight Oil, and we get on probably at 8:30 at night. We don't get off until like 6-7 o'clock the next morning.
7 in the morning.
Bro, I mean, when I tell you pure conversations, no dead spots, none. It's pure conversation and debates until 7 o'clock the next day. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. One day it went to 11 o'clock a.m. the next day.
And
We had
guys,
to get off. Yeah.
and listen, I want
crazy.
to commend y'all for how you guys conducted yourself that last stream, because I was on a mirror talking with one individual, and then he just hopped on to the next stream with Anton, and then you guys were nerfed for another 4 or 5 hours, and I literally could not do it. I had to protect my peace. But y'all,
Oh yeah,
like,
no.
But not Jedi. Like when you talking to a dude like that, bro, like you got to come from that to kind of understand it.
Well, let's catch everybody up first, and then we'll end the show. There was this guy called The Show. He's been a troll on everybody's platform, and so he got on our platform. He's talking about he got different baby mamas. He used women for their money. He was just going in and in. He talking about men that are leaders are not really leaders because you don't let a woman take care of you. You don't take care of the woman. It's just, he was just so. And at first, I'm gonna chop it up and put it on my platform. But at first, he was just rambling. And I was just went at him hard, bam. And then I just sat back and listened to him, and I just broke him down. Right, Tommy B? I say, dude, you have been hurt. There's something that happened to you in your life. And you're hurt, bro. You have experienced something that's making you be the man that you are today. And what did he do? He calmed down. He looked in the camera. He said, "Yeah, man, my mama died in my arms when I was 13 years old." He's a broken man. I saw it in him, and I said, and I apologize to him. Right, Tommy B? I say, bro, I apologize for coming at you like that about an hour ago. I apologize. I said because I knew that I could see. I just sat back and watched. I said, "You're hurting, bro." My mama died when I was 13 years old. Before she died, she told me to never trust no man, to never, go do nothing for no money. Don't never, he just started just expressing himself. He said, man, I appreciate you coming at me in a better way, man. I feel like I can talk to you now. And I feel like I can. And he just sat there and told his whole life story of how he.
And it's like weird because like an hour later, here you go back to the same. Oh yes,
yes, he needed help.
I was just so confused.
Well, it's
reflex.
I had a conversation with Uncle Stu, and I was explaining to Uncle Stu because, like I said, I'm new to the space, and then I started hearing the Pookie and Ray Ray thing, and then when I started hearing people describe it, I'm like, bro, I grew up with niggas like that. Like I don't laugh at that shit because I know their stories,
right?
And seeing a lot of these dudes in this space, I know who these guys, like these are guys that lived in the neighborhood but wasn't from the neighborhood. So, they moved around, but they wasn't in the bullshit. And if you wasn't in the bullshit, then you just saw the exterior and the hard, niggas out there. You didn't see, the actual, the behind the scenes shit. And that was my thing when it was like, bruh, I know, 50 of you, you know what I'm saying? And I know about the, the mama's prostituting. I know about the, the mama dead, the daddy. Man, I'm a homeboy who grandma was selling crack. Like I know them stories. So I don't do that Pookie Ray Ray shit because I know the story. So
right, and listen, and I didn't want to make sure I'll be careful with my words here because I know I used to be on spaces where I was new to this space about a few months ago, whatever, and I saw things for the surface level until I got deeper, and then here I am, right? Look at God. But the thing about it is that one thing that with men is that I want to try to get more on my level. Like I know I'm only 23 years of age, but like when I have these discussions, talking or debating with people that are older with me, I want to make sure that I'm enduring through the process of that because I want to get to the moments where you had with him that night where listen, when you get past all the BS, I'm going to straight into the inner man or the inner child that hasn't grown up yet. Because like I said, you start developing close to your nearest trauma. So he's mentally 13 when he's in a body of a 40 or 50-year-old man, right? And I knew that, but the thing is, I made a comment, and I want to be very careful what I said when he was talking about well, I didn't have my daddy, and then one man said, oh, it doesn't care, it doesn't matter. And what I mean by saying it doesn't matter is just because at certain points I can give that excuse to a child, I can give that excuse to a teenager, and I know I come from a privileged background just for having both of my parents, so I will be very careful that I'm not trying to act like I know everything, but I just want to say that at a certain point we had to just start giving excuses to actual full-grown adults who are now you're not a child anymore, you're a father of 2 daughters, right? So I just want to emphasize on that that in certain things, when people go on and talk about the Victim Olympics and everything, and you go into Colin Q, light skin privilege and all that crap, and it's like, I can't take you seriously when you want to go down that route. I mean, I can deal with you, but once you start going through all that BS, that's what makes it difficult for people to connect with him.
Okay, and that's why, and also, I want to say this, even because when I was going at him, people in the comments, eat him up, Black Man Unfiltered, tear his ass up, eat him up. And then when I sat back and then I came back and I said, I apologize, and I broke him down emotionally to find out what that pain was. Oh, you should have saw the comments.
They were calling him about weight and all that crap.
You a simp. Why you worry about another man's feelings? Oh yeah, they ate me.
Man. That's why I don't look at the chat. It's all foolishness, man.
Jedi, you gotta understand, hurt people, and I'm gonna be 100 with you. A lot of these cats are using that Poopy and Ray Ray shit. It's for them too. Because a lot of them cats is using that because when they was growing up, dudes like Jay was the ones that was punking them and the ones that was taking the chicks. And so a lot of these dudes in this space, they're using this as a weapon to get back at people like that. And that's what I've noticed. Just being in here in 2 weeks, it's like I see what's going on.
Yeah, but I just want to be very careful where I'm coming from, because I just want to talk to him like saying, yes, ma'am, on site, on period. But no, but
hey, and I want to say something. Well, well, hold on 1 second, Ruby. So, Wealth Engineering is another. Mother have another fan. Wealth, she's married. Okay. She's married. She's married.
But I do like diapers, though. I do like diapers.
There's her husband.
If by chance you want to send me something, I like Huggies size 3 and wipes too.
No, shit, we size 4 over here.
All right, so I'll give.
Send some for Tommy B too, size 4.
Really?
Hey, I'll go ahead and let Ruby. I'll give you the 30 seconds, and then I'll go ahead. I got an announcement to make, and then we'll end it for tonight.
Okay. Thank you. I watched that stream from beginning to end, and so I gotta say, I started off the thing saying, no, y'all aren't hearing his pain. He's talking from a place of pain and insecurity, and there's something there. And then there was times in the stream where I was like, nope, forget it. He's lost. I went on this whole roller coaster ride. Yeah, right. And I even said it in the chat, right? We were talking about that. And I gotta say this about that, because watching him and us talking about it now, it reminded me I wanted to comment on this whole therapy has an expiration date. And what we forget, right? We say, yeah, it varies from person to person, but we kind of don't understand that fully, right? Like Alcoholics Anonymous, your membership to that is for life. Right? You're never really leaving that, because on a day-to-day basis, in every single way, your brain is rewired now differently for life. And having that weekly support is everything. It will keep you from falling off of the rails or off the wagon. Likewise, we forget that not only do we have different levels of trauma, but we have different intelligences, emotional intelligence, IQ. And we also have different abilities to deal with and process trauma and pain and different things on our own, right? And so there are some people who honestly, I mean, should there be an expiration date? Maybe, but it's like decades away, right? And then there are some people who after a couple of years, not just a crutch, they're just playing. Or, you know what, honestly, they've been playing from the start because they were never really trying to, scratch down below the surface. So, I think that a lot of times we talk about therapy, we're almost working from backwards. We're saying, I want a man. And so let me go to therapy to help me find a man. I want my husband to smile at me at night. So I'm going to go to therapy to try to make him smile at me at night. Instead of just saying, hey, listen, there's something wrong. There's a lot of things wrong. I don't know what those things are, and I don't know how to cope with it or to resolve it myself. And I'm going to go to therapy, and I'm going to do all of that really hard work. And I'm just going to face whatever comes my way. I don't even know what it is. And I don't know what the end results are going to be. I just know I've got to do the work. And then once I have that, I can see what the end results are. So, that includes a time limit as far as when it ends, or if it's never really going to end for you, because maybe you have major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality. Maybe you have something that actually kind of requires frequent check-ins and you just didn't know, or maybe you are autistic, being diagnosed at 40. And now you literally have learned everything in life when you should have been learning it completely differently from 3 years old for 30, 40 years, right? So I think we're all facing different challenges. And, I understand the crutch thing and we have to talk about that. But I think that we should kind of also recognize that, yeah, there's a wide breadth of dysfunction and trauma and pain that needs healing. And some of that, the kind of time limit or the end date is so far in the future, there's no point on even talking about it. Let's just talk about getting the healing.
Yep. Well, I thank you for that, Ruby. And like I said again, we'll be back here next Tuesday. Friday, we'll be here with Cooking with Kings. But on Saturday, let me move some things around. Hold on, guys. Stay with me. Here we go. Let me move some things around here real quick. Oh, let me move my.
Really?
Is he still on there?
So these two ladies right here will have they will be starting on Saturday, and I'll let them tell you what the name of their show is going to be. It's going to be from I'll let them tell you the time and the name. Go ahead, ladies. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Megan.
So we will be doing, we're going to be doing like 2 segments and we're going to alternate between them. So our regular show will be called The Wind Down with Real Women. And so we'll be talking about a lot of different topics that are important to real women. If you guys have any suggestions for us, please do send them up. And we're just going to get down to it. We're going to talk about the real deal. We're going to talk about us holding each other accountable. And so, we just coming with the real. And then our second segment, we're going to be doing Cooking with Queens. And as part of that, so it'll be the same type of conversation, of course, real talk, because we don't do nothing fake. But I will also be doing my cooking tutorials and cooking segment. I know some of you guys have seen them before, and thank y'all for watching my lives. I do on Sundays around 1:00. I need to get more consistent with it. I do Cooking with Mother and her kids. So we're going to be kind of bridging those together. So I'll be doing some cooking tutorials while me and Sean have those conversations. So we are looking forward to seeing all of you guys. It's going to be a real good time.
Just make sure you grab a glass of wine and sit down and just have a conversation, a really transparent conversation about, being a woman, like she said, holding each other accountable, getting some wisdom. We'll have some women come up and speak and ask questions and just create a sisterhood virtually. We just want to make sure that you guys know that we're, here to listen and learn. And, we'll give you our little gems that we have in our short period that we've been here on this earth. So we're very excited.
Yes.
Looking
forward to seeing you all.
So guess what, guys? You'll be able to see them on Saturday. What's the time, ladies?
So we're going to be starting at 12:00, 12 to 2.
All right, from 12 to 2. And so you could come. You'll be able to see them right here on Black Men Unfiltered. I will not be a part of it. I'll be streaming it for the ladies and making sure I keep their comments going. And I'll be in the background, but you'll be able to come and see them on Saturday right here. And they'll be cooking. I mean, Tony's the better cook, but y'all be able to see, Mother get something in there because Tony said he taught her everything he knows. We'll see what happens.
Please, I taught Tony everything he knows.
Oh, okay. So, but I appreciate you. So, yeah, on Saturday at 12:00, tune in to Black Men Unfiltered. You wind down with real women, and they're gonna blend together with this Cooking with Queens. So you're gonna learn how to cook something. You're gonna learn how to treat your man at the same damn time. That's gonna be a wonderful thing. So we'll be right back here Saturday with them Friday. B9. I want to see you Friday. Cooking with the Kings, boy. We'll be here. All right. Hey, I want to see you, bro. All y'all. And then we'll go into that 11-hour thing with Anton. I don't think I can do it.
I don't know, man. Like, man, shoot.
Weekend, bro.
I need some coffee. Need some I need like an intermission. I need an intermission.
Hey, man, get you some Oreos.
Oh, and for everybody that's going to be coming back for Black Men on the channel Saturday to watch the ladies. That will be 12 o'clock Central Standard Time, because I know a lot of you guys are in California and a lot of you guys are on the East Coast. Where are you at, Jedi Mike?
I'm in Virginia.
You're in Virginia, okay. And you're in the Bay, right?
Yeah.
Tommy. Okay. And where are you at, B9?
I'm in the D part of the DMV.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up?
Yes, okay.
You're around the corner.
You ain't never heard him say Merlin?
Right.
B9 ain't met an ER in his life.
So that'll be 12. So that'll be 12 o'clock Central Time on Friday. Cooking with the Kings. I ain't gonna say Queens. Cooking with the Kings Friday at 8 o'clock Central Time. So I love you guys. Hey, Tommy B, thank you. B9, thank you. Jedi Mike, thank you. Sean, thank you. Mother, Tony, Sierra. I can't even call everybody's name that came through tonight. Sir Hale, everybody that came through tonight. We appreciate you. The conversation is always great. And we'll see you guys next Tuesday, 8:30 Central Time, same time. Let's get it in. Peace.
Have a good night.